Forget the hustle and bustle of the day, let go of your worries, and allow the past to whisper its secrets to you. Today, we're embarking on a grand journey through time and space to understand the amazing history of the United States of America, from its origins to the present day. You might ask, why spend precious time studying the history of this country? The answer is simple, yet full of profound meaning. The history of the United States is the story of how one of the most influential and powerful nations in the world came to be, a nation whose decisions and actions directly impact the lives of everyone on the planet. By delving into America's past, we gain a key to understanding many modern processes and phenomena. American history is a kaleidoscope of vivid events and deep dramatic conflicts. It's a story of great geographical discoveries that changed the map of the world, a courageous fight for freedom and independence, tragic chapters of bloody conflicts and wars, and inspiring examples of human courage and unwavering belief in justice. Without knowing these historical roots, it's impossible to truly understand the modern political, economic, and cultural reality, as many of these realities originated right here on American soil. Subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. There are many more interesting videos ahead, and we'll continue on. Our narrative will be logical and consistent. We'll start with a picture of North America before the arrival of Europeans, examining the life and culture of the indigenous peoples who inhabited these lands for millennia. Then, we'll move into the age of great geographical discoveries and the first European settlements, learning about the complex relationships between the indigenous population and the newcomers. Next, we'll take a detailed look at the colonial period, discover the reasons that prompted the 13 British colonies to fight for independence, and follow the process of creating a new state with a unique political system based on the principles of democracy and freedom. After that, we have the exciting story of the exploration and expansion of the United States to the west, full of adventures, brave explorers, and gold prospectors dreaming of wealth and glory. We'll witness the tragic fates of the Native American nations, forced to leave their lands and adapt to new conditions, and learn about the heroic struggle to abolish slavery, which culminated in the bloody Civil War that divided the country into two warring camps. We'll see how America, a land of farmers and pioneers, gradually transformed into a powerful industrial nation capable of competing with the world's leading powers. We'll follow its participation in world wars and its opposition during the Cold War, learning about the great reforms, social movements, and large-scale economic upheavals that changed the face of the country. And finally, we'll turn to modern America, to the events of the 21st century, which continue to shape this country and determine its influence on the entire world. We'll discuss the political and economic challenges facing America, as well as its role in global processes. To better imagine North America before the arrival of Europeans, let's take a closer look at the lives and customs of those indigenous peoples we've already mentioned. We'll start with the Iroquois, who inhabited the forests and shores of the Great Lakes, stretching across a vast territory from modern-day Canada to the United States. The Iroquois were a confederacy of several tribes: the Seneca, Cayuga, Onondaga, Oneida, and Mohawk. Later, the Tuscarora tribe joined them. Together, they formed the powerful Iroquois League, or the Six Nations Confederacy. This confederacy was distinguished by its unique political organization. Each tribe had its representatives in a general council, which decided the most important issues of war, peace, trade, and justice. Women held a special position in Iroquois society. They were the ones who elected the chiefs and had the right to remove them in case of incompetence. This system ensured the stability and democratic nature of society, which later aroused admiration among many European thinkers who saw it as an example of just and effective governance. The Iroquois lived in large communities in longhouses, so-called longhouses, built of wood and bark. Up to 20 families, linked by kinship, could live in each such house. Their diet consisted mainly of corn, beans, and squash, which they grew together, calling this trio the Three Sisters. In addition, they hunted deer and bears, fished in numerous rivers and lakes, and also engaged in crafts, creating beautiful items from clay, wood, and leather, decorated with intricate ornaments and designs. Now let's turn our gaze to the south, to the Cherokee, one of the most numerous and developed peoples inhabiting the southeastern part of North America. The Cherokee lived in villages surrounded by defensive fortifications and walls, which testifies to the complex relationships with neighboring tribes, often leading to armed conflicts. Their society was clearly structured, with its own judicial system and a council of elders that decided issues of war and peace, as well as regulating the internal life of the community. The Cherokee were skilled farmers who grew a variety of crops, including corn, squash, beans, and tobacco. They had a rich spiritual culture, expressed in numerous festivals and rituals, accompanied by dances and songs, passed down from generation to generation. The Cherokee were also talented artisans. Women wove magnificent fabrics decorated with intricate patterns, and men engaged in wood carving and created ceramic products distinguished by their elegance and beauty. After contact with Europeans, the Cherokee created their own writing system, the Cherokee alphabet, developed by Chief Sequoyah, which is still an important part of their cultural heritage and is used to preserve and develop the Cherokee language. If we mentally move further west, to the vast prairies stretching for thousands of miles, we'll encounter the Sioux tribes, also known as the Dakota and Lakota. The Sioux are a striking example of a culture completely shaped by the influence of bison, huge herbivores that inhabited the prairies in vast numbers. Their life was mobile and nomadic. The Sioux tribes constantly moved following the herds of bison, on which their entire life depended. For the Sioux, bison were not just a source of food. They were a spiritual symbol and the basis of their economy and way of life. Bison hides were used to make dwellings, teepees, conical tents that were easy to assemble and disassemble, allowing them to move quickly from place to place. Bison bones were used to make tools and weapons, and tendons were used for bowstrings. The Sioux tribes highly valued military qualities, valor, and courage, considering them necessary for protecting the tribe and hunting bison. But what awaited these peoples in the future when ships with foreigners appeared on the horizon? They decorated their faces and bodies with bright paints, indicating their social status and military merits, and wore feathers in their hair, each symbolizing a feat accomplished or valor shown in battle. Their spiritual life was permeated with rites and ceremonies that reflected a deep connection with nature and the world of spirits. The sun dance, a complex and spectacular ritual symbolizing the renewal of life and connection with higher powers, as well as spiritual practices using the peace pipe, which served to establish harmony and mutual understanding between people and spirits, were an integral part of their daily life. The Sioux tribes were famous for their unsurpassed art of horsemanship, which later became a legendary symbol of the Native Americans of the Great Plains, fearlessly galloping across the prairies on their faithful horses. Now, let's move to the southwest of America, to the arid lands where the Navajo people lived, inhabiting the territories of the modern states of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Navajo life was inextricably linked to the harsh desert climate, requiring ingenuity and the ability to adapt to difficult conditions. They engaged in agriculture, growing corn and beans, which were the basis of their diet, as well as pastoralism, raising sheep brought by the Spanish. Sheep became an integral part of their economy and culture, providing them with wool for making clothing and carpets, as well as meat and milk. The Navajo became famous for their amazing weaving skills, creating unique carpets and fabrics with geometric ornaments and patterns, which gained worldwide fame and became a valuable commodity. They also created exquisite jewelry from silver and turquoise, combining traditional motifs with new techniques borrowed from Europeans. The Navajo lived in hogans, small houses built of earth, stone, and wood, which provided coolness on hot summer days and retained heat in winter, protecting them from the cold nights. Spirituality was an essential part of Navajo life. Shamans and healers, possessing deep knowledge of the healing properties of plants and spiritual practices, conducted complex rituals aimed at establishing harmony with nature and healing diseases, both physical and mental. These four peoples, the Iroquois, Cherokee, Sioux, and Navajo, represent just a few striking examples of the richness and diversity of the indigenous cultures of North America. In fact, there were hundreds of such peoples, and each of them made their unique contribution to the history and culture of this continent. Their legacy, albeit overshadowed by tragic events, has survived to this day and continues to influence the life of modern America, reminding us of the importance of respecting traditions and preserving cultural diversity. It was with these unique cultures that the first European explorers encountered, and it was from these meetings that a new era began, an era of collisions and mutual influence of two completely different worlds, leading to irreversible changes on the American continent. After getting acquainted with the indigenous peoples of North America, it's time to turn to the history of the first unexpected visit of Europeans to this continent. And we're not talking about Christopher Columbus or the first British settlers who came here in search of a new life, but about a much earlier and almost forgotten episode, the voyage of the Vikings, fearless Scandinavian seafarers who crossed the Atlantic Ocean a full 500 years before the start of the age of great geographical discoveries. So, let's dive into this little-known but incredibly exciting episode of early American history, Vikings in the New World. At the turn of the first millennium, when most of Europe was still mired in feudal fragmentation and the very idea of circumnavigating the globe seemed like an impossible dream, it was the Scandinavian seafarers who became the first Europeans to cross the Atlantic Ocean and set foot on American soil, proving by their example that the boundaries of what is possible are far wider than commonly believed. The main hero of this story was Leif Erikson, son of the famous Eric the Red, the founder of the Scandinavian colony in Greenland, a harsh and inhospitable land where the most desperate and daring people went in search of new lands and freedom. Eric the Red himself had been exiled from Norway, then from Iceland, and finally discovered and settled Greenland, becoming an example for many generations of Scandinavian seafarers. Leif inherited from his father not only a spirit of adventure and an unquenchable thirst for adventure, but also a craving for the unknown, a desire to discover new lands and expand the boundaries of the known world. According to ancient Icelandic sagas, he learned from a merchant named Bjarni Herjolfsson that he had once lost his way during a voyage and had seen land far to the west of Greenland, land that no one had ever heard of before. Interested in this story, Leif acquired Bjarni's ship and around the year 1000 set off on an expedition to the west to find this mysterious land and explore it. His voyage took him along the Canadian coast. He first reached a land he called Helluland, the land of flat stones, presumably Baffin Island, then Markland, the wooded land, possibly Labrador, and finally Vinland, the land of wine, where he founded a temporary settlement which became the first European colony in North America. The name Vinland is probably related not so much to grapes in our modern sense, but to wild berries similar to grapes, which grew in this climate and made a huge impression on the Vikings. In addition, for the harsh Scandinavians, accustomed to icy Greenland, even the appearance of forest and mild weather seemed like a real miracle, evidence of a fertile land suitable for life. This settlement, as is now known thanks to archaeological excavations, was located in the area of modern Lans or Meadows on the island of Newfoundland, where traces of the Viking presence have been discovered. Archaeologists have found the remains of 8 buildings there, including houses, workshops, and a smithy, indicating that this was a full-fledged settlement, not just a temporary camp. Nails, rivets, and charred wood remains were found, which made it possible to establish with a high degree of accuracy that these buildings were indeed Scandinavian and did not belong to other peoples. Evidence of the presence of women was also found, for example, a spinning wheel, suggesting that this was not just a military settlement, but a family settlement where people planned to live and develop. All this suggests that the Vikings really tried to create a full-fledged colony here, to lay the foundation for a new Scandinavian life on American soil. But why did they fail to stay in this land and found a thriving colony? The answer probably lies in a combination of several factors that played a role in this failure. First, logistics. The distance from Greenland to Vinland was significant, and organizing a constant supply of food and materials to the settlement was an extremely difficult and costly task, requiring enormous effort and resources. Second, the climate, although milder than in Greenland, was still harsh, especially in winter, when fierce winds and frosts made life and agriculture difficult. But the main reason, apparently, was conflicts with the indigenous people who inhabited these lands. The sagas speak of Skraelings, as the Vikings called the local population, probably the ancestors of the Inuit, or Beothuk. The first contacts, according to descriptions, were tense and quickly escalated into violence when the Vikings and the indigenous people clashed in a struggle for resources and territory. So what happened next? Were the Vikings able to establish peaceful relations with the indigenous people? Despite their military training and discipline, the Vikings were outnumbered, and after several years of fierce clashes and mutual attacks, realizing that they could not hold this land, they made the difficult decision to leave Vinland, abandoning their dreams of a new life in the New World. It is important to note that Leif Erikson's expedition was not a single episode. In subsequent years, new attempts were made to send settlers to Vinland, in particular expeditions by Thorvald Eriksson, Leif's brother, Thorfinn Karlsefni, and other brave Scandinavians ready to risk their lives for the development of new lands. Some of them, according to legends, lived there for several years, trying to establish a life and establish peaceful relations with the indigenous population, but they could not create a sustainable and prosperous settlement. Perhaps the Vikings were simply not ready for long-term residence in this region, either technologically or numerically. In addition, disagreements and conflicts arose within themselves, undermining their unity and weakening their position. The sagas mention clashes between different groups of settlers, including conflicts between men and women, disputes over resources, and even disagreements over prophecies and omens, which indicates the difficulties and contradictions that arose within the small Scandinavian community, which found itself far from home. After these unsuccessful attempts, Vinland was gradually forgotten. Knowledge of these voyages was preserved only in oral traditions and sagas, passed down from generation to generation and recorded centuries later, when many details of the events had already been distorted and embellished. Europe, for many centuries, lost contact with America, immersed in its own problems and concerns, and only centuries later remembered the existence of land across the ocean. But despite the fact that the Vikings did not leave long-term settlements and their contribution to the history of America remained unnoticed for a long time, their history is an important milestone in the history of mankind. It proves that 500 years before Columbus, man could already cross the Atlantic Ocean, establish settlements, and come into contact with other civilizations, thus demonstrating his ingenuity, courage, and unquenchable thirst for knowledge. This shows how great the capabilities of the seafarers of the Viking era were, and how little we still know about the early contacts between the old and new worlds, about the times when the boundaries of the world were blurred and unexplored lands beckoned to brave travelers. Today, Lanzo Meadows is home to an archaeological museum and a reconstructed Viking village, one of the few places in North America where you can literally touch a 1,000-year history, finding yourself on the land where the descendants of the Scandinavian kings were the first of the Europeans to set foot, leaving their mark on the history of the American continent. After the Vikings' unsuccessful attempts to gain a foothold in the New World, almost 5 centuries passed. Europe forgot about Vinland, and the American continent was once again beyond the horizon of known geographical maps, like a mysterious land hidden behind a veil of time and space. But in the late 15th century, the moment came that changed the course of world history forever, the moment when Europe again turned its gaze west, towards unexplored lands. In 1492, the navigator Christopher Columbus, inspired by the idea of reaching India by a western route, set off on a voyage that not only opened America to Europe, but also marked the beginning of a new era, an era of great geographical discoveries, colonization, and global changes that forever changed the face of the world. Columbus was born in Genoa, but served the Spanish crown, dreaming of the glory and wealth that the discovery of a new sea route to India would bring. He was convinced that India could be reached by moving not east, as they did by land and along the African coast, but west, across the unexplored Atlantic Ocean, believing that the Earth was smaller than was thought at the time. After many years of unsuccessful attempts to find support for his idea, he finally received the approval of the Spanish monarchs, Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon, the rulers of unified Spain, who were interested in expanding their trade routes and strengthening their influence in the world. They provided him with 3 ships, the Santa Maria, the Pinta, and the Nina, equipped the expedition, and gave him the title of Admiral and Viceroy of all the lands he would discover. In August of 1492, the expedition set off from Spain, and in October reached one of the Bahamian Islands, which Columbus took for the outskirts of India, believing that he had achieved his goal and found a new route to Asia. In fact, Columbus did not know that he had discovered a whole new continent, a vast land inhabited by many peoples with their own unique culture and history. He was sure that he had reached Asia, and until the end of his life continued to call the local population Indians, remaining captive to his delusion. Nevertheless, his journey became a turning point in the history of mankind, opening a new era in the development of world civilization. In the following decades, the Spanish and then the Portuguese, English, French, and Dutch began to actively explore and colonize the New World, sending expeditions, founding settlements, and establishing their dominion over new territories. The consequences of Columbus's voyage were large-scale and multifaceted, affecting all aspects of life in both Europe and America. For Europe, this marked the beginning of a new era, an era of economic recovery, political power, and cultural flourishing. Vast territories rich in natural resources were opened up, as well as new trade routes connecting Europe with Asia and America. America soon began to supply Europe with gold and silver, which sharply strengthened the Spanish economy and allowed it to become one of the most powerful powers in the world. This became an incentive for other European countries to join the colonial race, seeking to get their share in the division of the New World. For the indigenous peoples of the Americas, however, it was a time of tragedy, a time of suffering and hardship. Along with the Europeans came diseases to which the local population had no immunity: smallpox, measles, typhus, and other infectious diseases that claimed millions of lives and caused a demographic catastrophe, wiping out entire nations and tribes. Colonization was accompanied by violence, enslavement, and the destruction of local cultures, the ruthless extermination of the native population. Many tribes were destroyed or displaced from their lands, their social structures collapsed, and their spiritual life suppressed, leaving a deep scar in the history of the American continent. In addition, Columbus's voyages marked the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, one of the darkest and most inhumane phenomena in human history. Although Columbus himself did not participate in the mass import of African slaves, it was after the discovery of America that European powers began to actively use slave labor in the colonies, especially on plantations in the Caribbean and South America, where sugarcane, tobacco, and other valuable crops were grown, bringing huge profits to European colonizers. Columbus made a total of 4 voyages to the New World, exploring the Caribbean islands, part of the coast of South and Central America, believing that he had found a route to Asia, but never realizing that he had discovered a completely new continent lying between Europe and Asia. His travels became a symbol of the transition to an era of global empires and the beginning of a long, often brutal transformation of the world, leading to the formation of the modern world system. Today, the figure of Christopher Columbus evokes much debate and mixed assessments. Some consider him a great discoverer, a brilliant navigator who paved the way to the New World, while others see him as the embodiment of colonial violence, responsible for the deaths of millions of Native Americans and the beginning of the age of slavery. However, one thing is certain. His voyage in 1492 was one of the turning points in world history, forever changing the course of human civilization. What awaited the New World after Columbus's discovery? What was the initial experience of colonization like? It was from this moment that the era began in which America became not just an object of European attention, but also the arena of the largest processes in human history. The migration of peoples, cultural exchange, fierce imperial rivalry, and the formation of a completely new world, unlike anything that had existed before. After Christopher Columbus opened the way to the New World, America rapidly transformed into the arena of a great European race for land, wealth, and influence, in which each of the European powers sought to gain its share in the division of the new continent. Following the Spanish, who were the first to begin a large-scale expansion and establish their dominance over vast territories, the French, Dutch, and English actively joined in the colonization of America, each pursuing their own goals and interests. Each of these peoples brought with them not only weapons and ambitions, but also their own culture, religion, and ideas about what the New World should look like, creating a unique blend of European and American traditions. The Spanish were the first to begin full-scale colonization of America, establishing their dominance over vast territories. Their presence extended from the Caribbean to South and Central America, and then to North America in what is now Mexico, Florida, California, and the southwestern United States. Spain created viceroyalties in America, huge administrative units with a system of power directly subordinate to Madrid, which allowed it to control its colonies and extract maximum benefit from them. Conquistadors, such as Hernán Cortés and Francisco Pizarro, known for their cruelty and fearlessness, conquered the great empires of the Aztecs and Incas, using a mixture of military force, diplomacy, and epidemics brought from Europe, which devastated the local population and facilitated conquest. Churches, monasteries, and missions became instruments of Christianization and control over the local population, and Spanish architecture, language, and customs forever changed the appearance of these regions, leaving an indelible mark on the culture and history of Latin America. The French focused on trade, especially furs, and on establishing more flexible relations with indigenous peoples, which allowed them to conduct successful trade and avoid major conflicts. Their main settlements were in Canada and along the Mississippi River, giving them control over important trade routes and access to rich natural resources. Quebec, founded in 1608 by Samuel de Champlain, became the stronghold of French colonization in North America, the center of French culture and language. French explorers, such as La Salle, penetrated deep into the continent, laying trade routes and strengthening ties with tribes, forming alliances and establishing friendly relations. Instead of direct conquest, the French strategy was based on alliances, missionary activity, and cultural exchange, although there were conflicts with indigenous peoples and other European powers. French influence was especially strong in the linguistic, religious, and cultural life of Canada and Louisiana, where French is still spoken and French traditions are preserved. The Dutch, although operating on a smaller scale, managed to leave a bright mark on the history of America, founding important trading centers and introducing new business methods. In the first half of the 17th century, they founded New Netherland with its main center, the city of New Amsterdam, later renamed New York, which became one of the largest cities in the world and a financial center. The Dutch actively developed trade, especially with local tribes, and created one of the first financial and administrative systems in the New World, laying the foundations for the future economic system of the United States. They built forts, laid out streets, and it was under them that the first rudiments of urban life arose on the East Coast, which contributed to the development of trade and industry. However, their presence was short-lived. In 1664, the English captured the city and renamed it, thereby consolidating their dominance in the northeast of the continent and putting an end to the Dutch presence in North America. The English began colonization later than the Spanish, but quickly made up for lost time, showing perseverance and ingenuity in the development of new lands. In 1607, they founded Jamestown, the first permanent English settlement in Virginia, which became a symbol of the English presence in the New World. Later, in 1620, a group of Puritans fleeing England in search of religious freedom arrived and founded Plymouth Colony, laying the foundations for a democratic society and religious tolerance. Unlike the Spanish and French, many English colonists came to America not only for wealth, but also in search of religious freedom, the opportunity to start a new life away from the persecution and restrictions that existed in Europe. Subsequently, the English colonies developed rapidly, attracting more and more immigrants from England and other European countries. Boston, Philadelphia, Newport, and other cities were founded, becoming important centers of trade, industry, and culture. The English created a system of self-government, developed agriculture, trade, and ports, which contributed to economic growth and prosperity of the colonies. By the mid-18th century, their influence extended from the Atlantic coast to the interior, and it was the British colonies in North America that would soon become the basis for the emergence of a new state, the United States of America, a country founded on the principles of freedom, democracy, and equality. Thus, over 2 centuries, European powers transformed the continent, leaving an indelible mark on its history and culture. Each of them brought with them their own model of interaction, from Spanish military dominance to French trade and English settlement, creating a unique blend of European and American traditions. America became a field of intersection of cultures, ambitions, and conflicts, and it was during these years that the foundation of the future political map of the Western Hemisphere was formed, laying the foundations for the formation of new states and nations. The first successful English colony in America, Jamestown, founded in 1607, was not just a fortified settlement, but a symbol of the beginning of a sustainable English presence on the new continent, evidence that the English had come to America seriously and for a long time. It was not an easy start. On the contrary, the history of Jamestown is a history of survival, struggle, and the gradual creation of new forms of political and economic life from which the United States would eventually be born, a country that has become a symbol of freedom and democracy for the whole world. The colony was founded on the initiative of the London Company of Virginia, created to extract profits from new lands, attract investment, and organize the colonization of America. The company received a charter from King James I to develop the east coast of North America, giving it the right to own and manage new territories. In the spring of 1607, 3 ships with more than 100 men sailed from England and in May reached the shores of modern Virginia, ascending a wide river, which they named James in honor of the king, thereby paying tribute to the monarch and expressing their loyalty to the English crown. There, the settlement of Jamestown was founded, becoming the first permanent English settlement in North America. From the very first day, the colony was on the verge of destruction, facing numerous difficulties and dangers that threatened its existence. What trials befell the first settlers of Jamestown? Were they able to stand and survive in the harsh conditions of the New World? The settlement was situated on a swampy, brackish water area, lacking sufficient access to drinking water and plagued by a high concentration of malaria-carrying mosquitoes, making life in the colony unbearable and posing a serious threat to the settlers' health. The colonists were ill-prepared for the harsh conditions of the New World. Many were gentlemen, craftsmen, and soldiers, but not farmers, lacking experience in agriculture and wilderness survival. They expected to find gold and other resources, become rich quickly, and return to England, rather than engage in the hard labor of farming and construction necessary for survival. Food shortages, disease, internal conflicts, and lack of experience made the first winter disastrous. This period later became known as the starving time, when colonists were forced to resort to extreme measures to survive, including cannibalism. Of over 100 settlers, only about 30 survived, miraculously enduring that terrible winter. A key role in saving the colony was played by Captain John Smith, an experienced soldier, a strict and resolute man, possessing leadership qualities and the ability to organize people. He established a strict rule: "He who does not work shall not eat," which forced the colonists to engage in construction, agriculture, and defense to provide themselves with food and protect themselves from hostile Native Americans. Smith actively established contacts with local tribes, especially the powerful Powhatan Confederacy, led by Chief Powhatan, an influential and wise ruler who controlled vast territories. These relationships were unstable, fluctuating from trade and temporary peace to sharp conflicts and armed clashes. It is in this context that the legend of Pocahontas emerges, the chief's daughter who supposedly saved Smith from execution, throwing herself upon him as he was about to be beheaded. Although modern historians doubt the authenticity of this story, considering it more of a myth designed to strengthen the image of a heroic colony, the fact remains that Pocahontas did play a role as an intermediary between the two cultures, helping to establish relations between the English and the Native Americans, and later became the wife of English settler John Rolfe, which helped establish peace between the two peoples. A turning point for Jamestown came with the beginning of tobacco cultivation, a crop that brought the colony wealth and prosperity. Around the 1600s, John Rolfe began experimenting with varieties of tobacco brought from the Caribbean, and soon created a strain that proved very popular in Europe, where tobacco was in high demand. Tobacco quickly became the main export crop, providing Jamestown with an economic foundation and an influx of new colonists, attracted by the opportunity to get rich quickly by growing this profitable crop. Plantations began to grow along the James River, and with them grew the need for labor to cultivate the tobacco fields. Initially, the plantations employed hired workers who arrived under contract from Europe, so-called indentured servants, poor Europeans who agreed to work for a certain number of years in exchange for payment of their passage to America and the right to land after the end of their service. But in 1619, the first ship arrived in Jamestown with Africans, an event that marked the beginning of slavery in British America, an institution that for many years defined the economy and social structure of the southern colonies. Slave labor soon became an integral part of the economy of the southern colonies, providing planters with cheap labor and contributing to their enrichment. In that same 1619, another crucial event occurred in the colony, laying the foundations for future democracy in America. For the first time in America, an elected legislative assembly was convened, the Virginia General Assembly, consisting of the governor, his council, and representatives from the settlements. This assembly became the first prototype of future democratic institutions where colonists could participate in the governance of their colony and enact laws that served their interests. From that moment on, the colony began to develop elements of self-government and lawmaking, which would later become an important tradition in the history of the United States, a country where the people have a voice and can influence decision-making. However, the peaceful development of Jamestown was not to be. In 1622, one of the largest Native American uprisings occurred, triggered by the colonists' mistreatment and seizure of their lands. The Powhatans launched a surprise attack on English settlements, killing over 300 people, including women and children, which came as a shock to the colonists and led to a fierce war. This marked the beginning of prolonged wars between the English and the local tribes, during which Native American peoples were displaced from their lands, their culture destroyed, and their influence virtually reduced to zero. Despite all these hardships, Jamestown survived and strengthened, becoming a symbol of English colonization in America. The settlement gradually grew, transforming from a fragile point on the map into a stable part of the British colonial system. By the mid-17th century, Virginia had become a wealthy tobacco colony with a rigid social and economic structure based on slave labor and agricultural production. And although Jamestown itself would lose its significance in the 18th century and be abandoned, its historical role remains fundamental as the place where the history of English-speaking America began. It was the first point from which the history of English-speaking America began. The first elections, the first contact with African slavery, the first serious wars with the indigenous population, and the first sustained experience of self-government. Jamestown is not just a colony. It is a mirror of the processes that would shape the face of the future United States, a country founded on contradictions and compromises, on the struggle for freedom and equality. The story of Plymouth Colony begins in the context of religious division and tension that gripped England in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. The main characters in this chapter were the Puritans, proponents of profound reforms of the Anglican Church, who believed that it had not sufficiently distanced itself from Catholic traditions and sought to purify it of everything that, in their view, contradicted the Holy Scriptures. Among them was a particularly radical group calling themselves separatists, people willing to go to extremes for their faith. These people were convinced that a true Christian life could only be lived outside the existing state church, which they considered corrupt and hypocritical, and that it was necessary to create a completely new society based on the Bible, where everyone could freely practice their faith and live according to God's commandments. First, they emigrated to Holland, to the city of Leiden, where they could freely practice their faith without fear of persecution and discrimination. However, they did not stay there long, realizing that Dutch society did not correspond to their ideals. Dutch culture, language, and most importantly, the fear that their children would dissolve into a foreign society and lose their Puritan strictness, prompted them to take a new, much bolder step, requiring immense faith and determination. They decided to leave Europe and found their own settlement on the American continent, where they could live according to their own laws, create a society based on principles of justice, equality, and religious freedom, where everyone could find their place and realize their potential. How did the Puritans resolve to take such a desperate step? What prompted them to relocate to the New World? To do this, they entered into an agreement with the London Trading Company, obtaining formal permission to settle within the Virginia colony, which gave them the right to own land and establish their own settlement. But fate decreed otherwise, making its own adjustments to the Puritans' plans. In the autumn of 1620, 102 people, including women and children, boarded the Mayflower, which became a symbol of their faith and hope, and set sail across the Atlantic Ocean, full of dangers and unknowns. It proved to be difficult and exhausting. The ship was overloaded, living conditions on board were cramped and unsanitary, the weather was harsh, and storms knocked them off course, forcing them to deviate from their intended route. Instead of the coast of Virginia, where they were allowed to settle, they arrived to the north, in an area where no Anglo-Saxon laws or charters applied, finding themselves outside the jurisdiction of the English crown. Realizing that they were outside the legal framework, in a situation of uncertainty and lawlessness, the settlers made a crucial decision, demonstrating their wisdom and foresight, to sign an agreement that would establish the foundations of governance within their community, define their rights and obligations, and ensure order and stability. This document, known as the Mayflower Compact, became the first example in American history of a written agreement on self-government, laying the foundations for future democracy and the rule of law. In it, the expedition participants pledged to abide by the decisions of the majority, the elected leadership, and to act as a single political body, combining their efforts to achieve a common goal. The landing took place in December, in the dead of winter, which became a serious test for the settlers who did not expect to face such harsh conditions. The settlers were exhausted from the long voyage. They had neither enough food, nor warm shelters, nor knowledge of the local nature, which made them vulnerable and defenseless. The winter of 1620 to 1621 was catastrophic. Almost half of the people died from cold, hunger, and disease, unable to withstand the harsh conditions and deprivations. But in the spring, when nature awakened from its winter slumber, fate smiled on the brave settlers. First, a native named Samoset appeared in the settlement, speaking a little English, having learned it during contacts with English fishermen, and soon after him came Squanto, a Native American warrior and former slave, previously taken to Europe and returned to his homeland, who knew English language and culture well. Squanto became an indispensable intermediary between the colonists and the Native Americans of the Wampanoag tribe, teaching the settlers how to survive in the new environment, telling them about local plants and animals, showing them how to build dwellings and obtain food. He taught the settlers how to survive in the new environment, how to plant corn, where to collect medicinal herbs, which fish were safe to eat, how to build a reliable shelter that protects against the elements. Wampanoag chief Massasoit formed an alliance with the colonists, not out of altruism, but for political reasons, pursuing his own goals. His tribe had been weakened by epidemics brought by Europeans, and he hoped that an alliance with the English would strengthen his position in the region by gaining military support and protection from hostile tribes. Thanks to this alliance and Squanto's knowledge, in the autumn of 1621, Plymouth experienced its first bountiful harvest, gathering a generous yield of corn and other crops. To thank God for his grace and celebrate their survival, the settlers held a 3-day feast together with the Native Americans, sharing their joy with them and expressing their gratitude for the assistance they had received. This event is considered the prototype of modern Thanksgiving, a holiday celebrated in the United States and Canada as a day of gratitude to God for the harvest and all the blessings received throughout the year. The Plymouth colony developed slowly but steadily, remaining true to its principles and ideals. Strict discipline and religious morals prevailed, defining all aspects of the colonists' lives. The Puritans believed that the entire way of life should be subject to God's law, that every person should live according to the Bible and strive for holiness. Sunday services, Bible reading, labor, modesty, and obedience to the community were the main pillars of Plymouth society, defining its values and norms of behavior. Violations were punished severely, the hierarchy was rigid, but decisions were made by an assembly of free men, which became an important tradition of future democracy in New England, where every citizen had the right to vote and could participate in the management of their community. The colony did not strive for rapid expansion like Virginia. Its goal was not enrichment, but the preservation of the purity of faith and the construction of a city upon a hill, an ideal model of Christian virtue that would shine upon the world and serve as an example for other societies. Over the years, Plymouth would merge with the larger Massachusetts Bay Colony, but in history it will remain as the spiritual ancestor of Protestant America, as a symbol of faith, freedom, and self-government. The Puritans of Plymouth laid a special combination in the cultural code of the future nation: hard work, religious strictness, belief in covenants and self-government, a sense of moral responsibility to society, values that have shaped the development of the United States over many years. These ideas would be reflected in the politics, culture, and even foreign policy of the United States in the centuries that followed, shaping American identity and worldview. And although Plymouth was small, its symbolic meaning proved to be enormous, as an example of how faith, unity, and perseverance can survive despair and initiate a new civilization based on the principles of freedom, justice, and equality. By the beginning of the 18th century, the British possessions on the east coast of North America were not just a set of colonies, but a complex, diverse system in which each colony had its own face, way of life, and goals, forming a unique mosaic landscape. These differences in economics, religion, social structure, and cultural traditions largely determined the future development of the entire country, predetermining its political and economic development. It was here, in the 13 colonies, that the multifaceted American identity was born, where Puritans, Quakers, planters, farmers, merchants, slaves, and immigrants from different parts of Europe coexisted under one crown, creating a unique fusion of cultures and traditions. The northern colonies, or New England as they were called, included Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire. They became a stronghold of religious migrants, primarily Puritans and Congregationalists, who fled England in search of religious freedom and the opportunity to create a society based on their religious beliefs. They sought to build a city upon a hill, a society founded on Christian virtues, discipline, and communal ethics that would shine upon the world and serve as an example for other peoples. Life here was organized around parishes and church gatherings, where each member of the community had a voice, but was subject to strict moral and spiritual rules that defined all aspects of the colonists' lives. The church and school stood at the center of each settlement, serving as the foundation of education and spiritual development. Literacy was compulsory because everyone had to be able to read the Bible in order to understand God's commandments and live accordingly. The economy of these colonies was focused on maritime trade, fishing, shipbuilding, and craft workshops, which allowed them to thrive and develop. Due to the rocky soil and cold climate, agricultural farming was limited, but seaports, trade arteries, and entrepreneurship developed, bringing wealth and prosperity to the colonies. It was in these lands that the traditions of citizens' assemblies, town councils, and direct popular participation in government were born, laying the foundations for future democracy and self-government in the United States. How did the colonies located south of New England develop? How did they differ? All of this would later become the basis of American democracy, where every citizen has the right to vote and can participate in the government. The middle colonies, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware, were distinguished by their multinationality and multiculturalism, becoming a melting pot where different peoples and cultures mixed. Here, the English, Dutch, Swedes, Germans, Scots, Irish, and French lived side by side, creating a unique atmosphere of tolerance and mutual understanding. These were colonies where immigration was a massive and ongoing process, attracting people from different parts of Europe who were fleeing religious persecution, economic hardship, and political instability. The founders of Pennsylvania, the Quakers, laid the foundation of their colony on the ideas of non-violence, freedom of conscience, and social justice, principles that had a huge impact on the formation of American democracy. Guaranteed religious tolerance and the right to private property made Pennsylvania an attractive place for all who fled persecution in the Old World, seeking refuge and the opportunity to live according to their beliefs. The economy of the middle colonies combined elements of agriculture, especially grain cultivation, which earned them the nickname breadbasket of the colonies, and active trade, providing the colony with food and contributing to its economic growth. Large cities such as New York and Philadelphia quickly became important financial and commercial centers, becoming engines of economic development and attracting capital and investment. It was here that a culture of civil liberty and business pragmatism began to form, a combination of individual success and collective responsibility, laying the foundations for the future economic prosperity of the United States. The southern colonies, Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, became a territory of agrarian wealth, large plantations, and a sharp social hierarchy where power and wealth were concentrated in the hands of a narrow elite. The basis of the economy here was export crops, tobacco in Virginia and Maryland, rice and indigo in the Carolinas, and later cotton, crops that were in great demand in Europe and brought huge profits to planters. All of these crops required a huge amount of labor, and the southern colonies became the main center of slavery in British America, using the labor of enslaved Africans to produce export crops. Already in the early 18th century, the number of enslaved Africans in South Carolina exceeded the number of free settlers, which testifies to the scale of the use of slave labor in the southern colonies. The plantation aristocracy controlled power, courts, trade, and society here was less mobile and less democratic than in the north, where there was great social mobility and the opportunity for every person to realize their potential. Education and political participation were available only to a narrow elite, limiting opportunities for most of the population. At the same time, there were vast territories where poor farmers, hunters, and settlers lived, dissatisfied with the dictates of the planters, striving for economic and political independence. These people would later become the mainstay of the independence movement and the core of American frontier culture, symbolizing the spirit of freedom and independence. Religious life in the South was less centralized than in the North, where the church played an important role in society. Although the Anglican Church formally dominated, its authority was more symbolic, especially in remote areas where people lived their own lives and did not obey strict religious rules. Here, religion was part of a social ritual, but did not dictate everyday life as strictly as it did among the Puritans, leaving more freedom for personal life and self-expression. Thus, the 13 British colonies were neither a single people nor a single political entity, but a complex and diverse patchwork world in which some lived by the laws of the Bible, others by the principles of tolerance, others by the interests of commerce, and still others by the will of the landowning elite, creating a unique fusion of cultures and traditions. These differences not only shaped everyday life, but also determined the approach to issues of power, property, freedom, and the future, predetermining the political and economic development of the United States. And it is from the collision of these models, Puritan rigor, Quaker tolerance, planter hierarchy, and entrepreneurial spirit, that American political philosophy will later be born, based on compromises and contradictions. The colonies were different, but it is in this diversity that lies the root of the nation that will later declare itself to the world as a united but polyphonic, free but contradiction-based nation, born of difference and dialogue, striving for unity in diversity. When we talk about the formation of the American colonies, especially in the 17th and 18th centuries, it is impossible to separate their development from two interconnected and deeply contradictory processes: interaction with indigenous peoples and the formation of the institution of slavery, which had a huge impact on the formation of American society and culture. These are not just two parallel storylines, they are central threads in the history of colonial America, without which it is impossible to understand how the economy, politics, and moral consciousness of the future nation were formed. A country founded on the principles of freedom and equality, but tarnished by slavery and the oppression of the indigenous population. Let's start with relations with Native Americans. The arrival of Europeans, including the English, was a disaster for the indigenous population, leading to the death of millions of people and the destruction of unique cultures. Despite isolated cases of peaceful coexistence, the main vector of development of these relations was expansion, displacement, and violence, depriving indigenous peoples of their lands and freedoms. The colonists saw land not as part of the spiritual world, as the Native Americans did, but as a resource that could be privatized, cultivated, and inherited, which led to a conflict of interest and constant clashes. This fundamental difference in worldview sooner or later led to conflicts, inevitable in the clash of two different cultures and civilizations. In the northern colonies, especially in Massachusetts, after the initial years of relatively peaceful interactions, open warfare erupted, fueled by land grabs and the mistreatment of indigenous peoples. The Pequot War in the 1630s marked the first large-scale attempt to annihilate an indigenous tribe, a stark example of the colonizers' cruelty and inhumanity. Later, King Philip's War, from 1675 to 1676, became one of the bloodiest conflicts in colonial history, resulting in the deaths of thousands on both sides. Dozens of settlements were burned, and up to 3,000 indigenous people and around 600 settlers perished, a tremendous tragedy for both groups. Afterward, resistance in New England was effectively crushed, and the surviving tribes were either pushed westward or transformed into subordinate communities under the control of the colonial administration, stripped of their independence and freedom. In the middle colonies, such as Pennsylvania, the situation was different at first. William Penn sought peaceful coexistence, making treaties with the tribes, avoiding the use of force, and striving to establish friendly relations and prevent conflicts. However, as the population grew, even here disputes arose, triggered by land seizures and broken agreements. Pressure on land increased, and the peace agreements proved temporary, unable to prevent clashes and wars. How did relations between colonists and indigenous peoples unfold in the southern colonies? Ultimately, Pennsylvania mirrored the fate of other regions. Land was taken from the indigenous population, and the indigenous people gradually vanished from the map of the colonial world, becoming victims of colonial policy and expansion. The South was the scene of particularly aggressive colonization, where land grabbing was accompanied by cruel treatment and extermination of the indigenous population. Virginia, the Carolinas, and Georgia expanded at the expense of the Cherokee, Creek, Seminole, and other tribes, depriving them of their living space and freedom. Indigenous people were used in colonial wars against each other, set against one another to weaken their resistance, subjected to forced assimilation, and coerced into converting to Christianity, stripping them of their culture and traditions. Some tribes attempted to build their own states modeled after European ones, adopting European institutions and ways of life. For example, the Cherokee created a written language, courts, and adopted a constitution, striving to integrate into European society and preserve their independence. But this did not save them from expulsion and genocide, which became a tragic symbol of colonial policy in America. Now, let's turn to slavery, another tragic aspect of colonial American history that had a profound impact on the formation of American society and culture. As early as the 17th century, the English colonies began using the labor of Africans, forcibly brought to America and deprived of all rights and freedoms. Initially, however, there was no clear line between free, hired, and enslaved labor, and Africans and poor Europeans often found themselves in similar situations, working on plantations as indentured servants, obligated to work for several years in order to gain freedom and land. But by the end of the 17th century, the distinction became rigid and legally formalized. White people gained freedom and the opportunity to realize their potential, while Africans faced perpetual slavery passed down through generations, depriving them of hope for freedom and a decent life. A key stage was the enactment in the southern colonies of the so-called slave codes, legal acts that enshrined racial slavery as a permanent and heritable condition, defining the legal status of slaves and establishing rules for their exploitation. A slave had no rights, was not considered a person in the legal sense, could not marry, receive an education, own property, or appeal to a court, becoming a defenseless tool in the hands of their masters. These laws transformed slavery not only into an economic system, but also into the foundation of a racial order that would last until the 19th century and leave a deep mark for many generations, shaping race relations in the United States. Slavery became the engine of the Southern economy, providing planters with cheap labor and allowing them to reap enormous profits. Tobacco in Virginia, rice and indigo in the Carolinas, cotton in Georgia, all of this was cultivated by the hands of slaves, whose labor was unpaid and generated huge revenues for their owners. Their labor not only secured the wealth of the planters, but also shaped international trade, linking America with Europe and Africa. Slaves were taken from West Africa, transported across the Atlantic in horrific conditions, condemning them to suffering and death. The so-called Middle Passage, the journey across the Atlantic Ocean, claimed the lives of millions of Africans, becoming a symbol of the cruelty and inhumanity of the slave trade. Only some survived to reach the plantations, where they faced backbreaking labor, violence, and constant fear, depriving them of hope for freedom and a decent life. Some Africans revolted, trying to break free, as, for example, in South Carolina in 1739 during the Stono Rebellion, where slaves tried to break through to freedom and reach Spanish Florida, where they were promised freedom. There were escapes, the creation of secret settlements of runaway slaves, and spiritual resistance, expressed in music, religion, and oral tradition, which sustained their hope and faith in a better future. But most rebellions were brutally suppressed, and runaway slaves were returned to their owners and subjected to severe punishment. Interestingly, indigenous people and Africans sometimes found themselves in overlapping destinies, facing the same problems and difficulties. Some tribes traded captives and themselves owned slaves, adopting European customs and participating in the slave trade. There were instances where runaway slaves found refuge with indigenous people, forming mixed communities where they lived together and helped each other survive. But overall, both groups found themselves excluded from the society that was being built under the leadership of white colonists, stripped of their rights and freedoms. Thus, the history of the colonies is not just a story of settlers, laws, and trade, but also a story of displacement, enslavement, and the creation of a social hierarchy in which some were declared full citizens, while others were property, deprived of all rights. This reality would accompany America up to the Civil War and leave deep wounds in its consciousness, reminding it of the tragic pages of its history. And to truly understand how the United States was built, one must know not only the heroism of the pioneers, but also the suffering of those whose fates were laid at the foundation of this new country, those who became victims of colonial policy and slavery. By the mid-18th century, the colonies in North America were no longer weak and dependent outposts of the British Empire, but complex, developed societies with their own economy, system of self-government, and a sense of their own political maturity, ready for independent life. The colonists were proud to be subjects of the British Crown, but at the same time, they increasingly saw themselves as a separate political and cultural force with their own interests and values. They lived on a different continent, faced different challenges, and were confident that they had the right to decide for themselves how to live and develop without submitting to dictates from London. However, it was at this time that serious disagreements began to grow between London and the colonies, caused by economic policies and political pressure from the British government, first economic, then legal, and soon ideological, leading to armed conflict and the declaration of independence. The root of the conflict lay in the fact that the British government viewed the colonies as a territory subordinate to Parliament and the King, without the right to independently decide on matters of taxation and policy, depriving the colonists of the opportunity to participate in the management of their lives. At the same time, the colonists believed that as free Englishmen, they had the same rights as citizens in the mother country, including the fundamental right to consent to taxation through their representatives, guaranteed by English tradition and law. And here arises a fundamental contradiction that would lead to an explosion. There was not a single representative from the American colonies in the British Parliament, and decisions were made without considering their opinion, violating their rights and freedoms. The colonists began to openly declare that taxation without representation is tyranny, expressing their discontent and willingness to fight for their rights. A turning point was the Stamp Act, passed in 1765 by the British Parliament. It introduced for the first time a direct tax on internal documents in the colonies, which sparked outrage and protests from the colonists. Any legal papers, newspapers, licenses, even playing cards and diplomas now required the presence of a paid stamp, which increased the colonists' expenses and restricted their freedom. This was an unprecedented intervention in the internal affairs of the colonies, violating their rights and freedoms, and it caused a storm of indignation and protests. How did the colonists react to the introduction of the Stamp Act? What did they do to defend their rights? Previously, taxes had been mainly related to trade and foreign policy, but now the everyday affairs and freedoms of the colonists were affected, which caused their outrage and protests. Demonstrations and rallies took place in every city, involving people from different social strata, from ordinary farmers to wealthy merchants. Newspapers wrote about the violation of the British Constitution, which guaranteed the rights and freedoms of citizens. Committees of correspondence were created, coordinating protests and organizing boycotts of British goods. Attacks occurred on the homes of officials responsible for collecting taxes, and there were mass burnings of Stamp Act papers, symbolizing British oppression. Youth groups like the Sons of Liberty were particularly active, coordinating resistance, organizing street protests, and spreading ideas of freedom and independence, inspiring other colonists to fight for their rights. London was stunned by the scale of the reaction, not expecting such a vehement response from the colonists, who were considered loyal subjects of the British Crown. To avoid escalating the conflict and to appease public opinion, the Stamp Act was repealed in 1766, giving in to pressure from the colonists. However, at the same time, Parliament passed the Declaratory Act, a short but extremely important document that laid the foundation for future conflicts. It asserted that Parliament had full power to legislate for the colonies in all cases, as if they were within Britain, reaffirming its right to govern the colonies and pass laws that were binding. This wording clearly showed that the concession on stamps did not mean a rejection of power, but was only a temporary measure designed to calm the colonists. For many in the colonies, this was a signal. It was not about specific taxes, but about the very principle of submission without a voice, which called into question their rights and freedoms. New measures aimed at strengthening British control over the colonies soon followed. In 1767, Chancellor of the Exchequer Charles Townshend proposed a whole series of laws introducing import duties on glass, paper, paints, tea, and other important goods imported into the colonies from Britain. These duties also went into the Treasury, but they were formally considered external taxes, and London hoped that this would cause less resistance from the colonists, who did not want to pay taxes without having their representatives in Parliament. However, the colonists saw them as the same injustice in new wrapping, as an attempt to circumvent their rights and freedoms. New boycotts of British goods began, organized by colonists who refused to buy goods taxed without the approval of their representatives. Merchants refused to sell British goods, and women organized the domestic production of clothing, letters, and paper to avoid dependence on British supplies. For the first time, many residents began to see independence not as a radical idea, but as a logical response to the constant encroachments on their rights and freedoms, as the only way to protect their interests and ensure their prosperity. Another important factor was the Crown's interference in local self-government, which outraged colonists accustomed to independence and independent decision-making. The colonies had their own assemblies, which for decades had passed laws, formed budgets, and resolved internal affairs, providing colonists with the opportunity to participate in the management of their lives. But after the Townshend Acts, the British administration began to dissolve disobedient assemblies, remove elected officials, replacing them with those appointed from London, depriving colonists of the right to self-government and imposing the will of the British government on them. This reinforced the feeling that power was being imposed from above without the consent of the people, and that colonists were deprived of the ability to influence decisions affecting their lives. Moreover, British soldiers began to be sent to the colonies to collect duties and maintain order, which caused sharp rejection from the colonists, who perceived them as occupiers. The residents perceived them not as protectors, but as occupiers, as a symbol of British oppression and violence, which intensified their discontent and desire for independence. At the same time, a new political language was forming in society, reflecting the growing desire for freedom and independence. Pamphlets, articles, and brochures appeared, discussing ideas of liberty, civil rights, and self-government, spreading throughout the colonies and inspiring colonists to fight for their rights. Inspired by Enlightenment thinkers such as John Locke, American publicists began to argue that the main duty of government was to serve the people, not to rule them from above, that power should be limited and accountable to the people. If the government violates the contract with society, the people have the right to resist, to rebel, and to overthrow tyranny, which became the ideological basis of the American Revolution. Thus, by the early 1770s, it was not separate acts of discontent that were accumulating, but an entirely new political mentality characterized by a desire for freedom, self-government, and independence. People who had recently considered themselves simply Englishmen on another continent now began to see themselves as Americans with a special understanding of freedom, power, and justice, different from the British. The question hung in the air. If Britain does not recognize our rights, does not consider us equal, does it have the moral right to govern us? The answer to this question would soon begin to sound louder and louder, first at meetings, then in declarations, and then on the battlefield, heralding the beginning of the American Revolution. By the early 1770s, the tension between the British colonies in North America and the metropolis had reached its limit, and conflict seemed inevitable. Each new step by London only increased the discontent of the colonists, and protests in the colonies became more organized and ideologically structured, reflecting the growing desire for independence. It was during this period that an event occurred that became a symbol of American resistance and went down in history as the Boston Tea Party, an action that not only shocked the British authorities but also became a turning point after which the colonies no longer sought compromise but began moving toward full independence, realizing that only in this way could they protect their rights and freedoms. In 1773, the British Parliament passed the Tea Act, giving the British East India Company a monopoly on the sale of tea in the colonies, allowing it to export products directly, bypassing merchants and setting its own prices. Formally, the price of tea even decreased, but for the colonists, this was not an economic but a fundamental issue related to their rights and freedoms. The very fact that Parliament was imposing a product and simultaneously levying a tax on it was perceived as an encroachment on liberty, as an attempt to deprive colonists of the right to choose and impose on them the will of the British government. The colonists saw this as an attempt to establish a precedent. If they accept even cheap tea, it means they recognize Parliament's right to tax them without representation, which would undermine the foundations of their freedom and self-government. The response was the Boston Tea Party, which became a symbol of American resistance and defiance of tyranny. On December 16, 1773, a group of activists, many of whom were members of the Sons of Liberty, dressed as Indians and under the cover of night, boarded 3 British merchant ships in Boston Harbor, protesting the Tea Act and British policies. In a few hours, they dumped over 300 chests of tea, about 45 tons of goods, into the water, expressing their disagreement with British policy and their willingness to fight for their rights. It all happened in an organized manner, without looting or violence, demonstrating the colonists' determination and their commitment to the principles of freedom and justice. It was a symbolic action, a demonstrative refusal to obey unjust laws passed without the participation of representatives of the colonies. Britain's response was harsh, leaving the colonists no choice but to fight for their independence. What measures did Britain take in response to the Boston Tea Party? What marked the beginning of the War of Independence? In 1774, Parliament passed the so-called Intolerable Acts, a series of repressive measures aimed at punishing Massachusetts and intimidating other colonies that dared to resist British policy. The port of Boston was closed until the damage caused by the Boston Tea Party was compensated, which dealt a serious blow to the colony's economy. Local self-government was effectively abolished, depriving colonists of the right to make independent decisions. Soldiers were allowed to be quartered in citizens' homes without their consent, violating their privacy and creating an atmosphere of fear and oppression. These steps only strengthened solidarity among the colonies, convincing them of the need to join forces to protect their rights and freedoms. In September 1774, the First Continental Congress met in Philadelphia, bringing together representatives from almost all the colonies to discuss the situation and develop a joint strategy for action. There, a thought was voiced that became a turning point. If we are considered rebels and deprived of our rights, perhaps it is time to think about independence and creating our own state, free from British oppression. In the spring of the following year, the situation moved into an armed phase when it became clear that compromise was impossible and that only by force could they defend their rights. In April 1775, clashes occurred between colonists and British soldiers in Lexington and Concord, marking the beginning of the War of Independence for the American people's right to self-determination. Battles raged and ideas continued to form, strengthening the colonists' resolve to fight for their freedom and independence. More and more colonists were inclined to believe that a break with Britain was inevitable, that only an independent state could guarantee their rights and freedoms. This turning point came in the summer of 1776, when a historic decision was made that changed the course of world history. On the 4th of July, a document was adopted that changed the course of world history, the Declaration of Independence, proclaiming the creation of a new state based on the principles of freedom, equality, and self-government. Written by Thomas Jefferson, one of the outstanding figures of the American Revolution, and approved by the Second Continental Congress, it declared that the 13 colonies were no longer subject to the British Crown, but were becoming free and independent states, possessing all the rights of sovereign nations. But it was not just a legal formality stating the fact of the separation of the colonies from Britain. In the text of the Declaration, for the first time at the level of an official document, ideas were voiced that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among which are the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that government should exist only with the consent of the governed, ensuring the protection of these rights. The Declaration became a manifesto of a new world based on the principles of democracy and justice. It not only formally separated the colonies from Britain, but also laid the ideological foundation for future American statehood, defining its values and goals. From that moment on, the struggle for rights turned into a struggle for a republic, for the creation of a new society based on the principles of freedom, equality, and self-government. And although there were long years of war, suffering, and uncertainty ahead, the main line was drawn, and America declared itself as an independent nation, born out of protest, built on the ideas of freedom and equality, inspiring other peoples to fight for their rights. In the wake of the Declaration of Independence, the United States found itself in an exceptionally precarious situation, grappling with immense challenges and threats. The nascent nation had proclaimed its right to freedom, but was now tasked with securing that liberty in a bloody war against one of the world's most formidable armies, proving its capacity for self-defense and establishing a sustainable government. Great Britain possessed a mighty navy, a professional army, vast experience in warfare, and established international connections. While the United States was just taking shape, its resources were limited, and support from other nations was uncertain. The army was weak. The government lacked a clear structure. The financial system was practically non-existent, and the success of the struggle for independence hinged on the perseverance and determination of the American people. Yet, the colonists displayed incredible tenacity, self-sacrifice, and ingenuity, and the course of the Revolutionary War became a series of dramatic turns filled with despair, heroism, and strategic breakthroughs, standing as an example of courage and resilience in the fight for freedom. The early years of the war were particularly difficult, with the American army suffering defeats and retreating under the pressure of British forces. In 1776, the British launched a large-scale campaign to capture New York City, the largest and most strategically important city, which controlled vital trade routes and provided access to the country's interior. In a series of battles during the summer and autumn, General George Washington, commander of the Continental Army, was defeated and forced to retreat, leaving New York in British hands. New York remained under their control for the rest of the war, becoming an important staging ground for British operations. But despite the defeat, Washington managed to preserve the army and, more importantly, the belief in the possibility of victory, demonstrating his leadership qualities and his ability to inspire people. On the night of December 26, 1776, he conducted a surprise and desperate operation that turned the tide of the war and raised the morale of the American army. The army crossed the frozen Delaware River and launched a surprise attack on the garrison of Hessian mercenaries in Trenton, achieving a brilliant victory and capturing prisoners and supplies. The victory was small in scale, but huge in significance, demonstrating that the Americans were capable of winning and that the British army could be defeated. The troops and the people received a powerful boost of confidence, inspiring them to continue the struggle. This raid became a symbol that America would fight no matter what, that its people were ready to make any sacrifice for freedom. The turning point of the war was the Saratoga campaign in 1777, which convinced France of the possibility of victory and drew it to the side of the American Revolution. In 1777, the British command decided to divide the American colonies, cutting off the rebellious North from the South and suppressing resistance. General John Burgoyne was to advance from the north through the forests and rivers of New York, join other British forces, and take control of the entire Hudson River Valley, securing control of an important trade route and dividing the colonies. But the campaign did not go as planned due to the difficult terrain, the protracted offensive, and the active operations of the militias under the command of Horatio Gates and Benedict Arnold, who surrounded the British at Saratoga and forced them to surrender. In October, Burgoyne capitulated, the first time an entire British army had laid down its arms, marking a triumph for American arms. This victory changed not only the military situation, but also the diplomatic one, paving the way for an alliance with France and other European powers. France, which had been watching the colonies struggle with interest, now saw real strength and decided to enter the war on the side of the United States, providing them with financial and military assistance. In 1778, an alliance was concluded between France and the United States, recognizing the independence of the United States and establishing close relations between the two countries. Spain and the Netherlands followed France, joining the struggle against Great Britain. Thus, the small republic received the support of the old European powers, and Britain found itself embroiled in an international conflict on several fronts, which weakened its position and facilitated the United States' struggle for independence. Nevertheless, even with allies, the Americans had a very difficult time, and the war continued for several more years, requiring enormous effort and sacrifice. The winter encampment at Valley Forge in 1778 became a symbol of the suffering and resilience of the American soldiers who fought for their freedom. The soldiers lived in primitive huts, suffering from cold, hunger, disease, and lack of clothing, but they did not lose faith in victory. Many died from disease and deprivation, but the survivors remained true to their duty and continued to fight for the independence of their country. But it was during this period that a serious reorganization of the army began, aimed at increasing its combat effectiveness and strengthening discipline. Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer, voluntarily came to the rescue and trained the army in drill, discipline, and the use of weapons, turning it into a professional army capable of resisting British troops. What brought the War of Independence to a close? What were its results for the United States? His system was adopted and allowed the transformation of semi-regular detachments of colonists into an organized army capable of resisting British troops. Battles continued, and both sides suffered losses, but the American army became more experienced and confident. Washington acted cautiously, avoiding direct clashes with superior enemy forces, but maintaining the army's combat readiness, skillfully maneuvering and using guerrilla tactics. Meanwhile, the British could not achieve a strategic victory, despite their efforts and superiority in forces. Their attempt to capture the South, Georgia, South and North Carolina, led to a series of battles but did not bring decisive success, facing fierce resistance from local residents. The culmination of the war was the Siege of Yorktown, which became the decisive battle of the Revolutionary War and determined its outcome. In 1781, General Charles Cornwallis entrenched himself in Yorktown, Virginia, hoping for the support of the British fleet and considering the place a safe haven. However, the alliance between the Americans and the French made it possible to launch a decisive campaign, surround the British troops, and force them to capitulate. Washington, making a rapid march from the northern states, joined forces with the French forces under the command of General Rochambeau, creating superior forces and surrounding Yorktown from the land. At the same time, the French fleet under the command of Admiral de Grasse blockaded the British from the sea, depriving them of the opportunity to receive reinforcements and escape. The siege lasted about 3 weeks, and in October, Cornwallis capitulated, admitting defeat and surrendering to American and French troops. His entire army, more than 8,000 men, surrendered, becoming a huge success for the American Revolution. This was a blow from which the British political elite could no longer recover, realizing that the war was lost and that continuing the struggle was pointless. Although individual battles continued for another 2 years, after Yorktown, Britain began peace negotiations, realizing that it was impossible to maintain control over the colonies. The Treaty of Paris of 1783 was not just a formal end to the War of Independence, but an epical event that secured the birth of the United States of America as a sovereign state on the international stage, putting an end to colonial dependence and opening a new era in the history of the American people. This treaty was the result not only of military victory, but also of brilliant diplomacy, the ability to bargain, wait, persuade, and most importantly, see the perspective, demonstrating a high level of political skill of American figures. It was the result of an 8-year struggle full of sacrifice, heroism, and hope, and opened before the new country a completely different, no less complex stage. The stage of peaceful state building, requiring the creation of an effective system of government and strengthening the unity of the nation. Negotiations between Great Britain and the United States began shortly after the surrender of General Cornwallis at Yorktown in 1781, when it became clear that the war was coming to an end. Despite the fact that British troops formally remained in some parts of the United States, the outcome of the war was clear, and Britain began to look for ways to peacefully resolve the conflict. A more moderate government came to power in London, seeking to end the conflict and stabilize the empire, realizing that continuing the war would not bring any benefits. Against the backdrop of public fatigue from the war and pressure from the political opposition, the British elite came to the conclusion that it was no longer possible to retain North America by force, and that it was necessary to recognize the independence of the United States and establish friendly relations with them. On the part of the United States, the negotiations were conducted by some of the most experienced and respected figures of the era. Benjamin Franklin, a brilliant diplomat and one of the founding fathers, deeply respected in France and enjoying enormous influence in European political circles. John Adams, the future president and a staunch supporter of a firm line in relations with Britain, ready to defend the interests of the United States to the end. And John Jay, a skillful lawyer and politician, possessing a sharp mind and the ability to find compromises. Their task was not only to achieve recognition of the independence of the United States, but also to ensure the best conditions for the future of the country: clear borders, access to resources, international guarantees, and maximum autonomy, laying the foundations for its prosperity and security. The negotiations were complex and conducted simultaneously with other diplomatic initiatives, requiring diplomatic skill and the ability to navigate various interests from the American representatives. France and Spain, although allies of the United States, pursued their own goals and did not always seek a quick end to the conflict, fearing the strengthening of American influence on the continent. Therefore, American diplomats acted cautiously and largely independently, making decisions that met the interests of the United States, even if they did not coincide with the interests of their allies. They managed to avoid pressure from their allies and directly negotiate with the British, concluding a peace treaty that was beneficial to the United States. The Treaty of Paris, signed on September 3, 1783, contained several key provisions that shaped the future of the United States. First, Great Britain officially recognized the United States as an independent nation, relinquishing all claims to American territories and affirming U.S. sovereignty. This was not a mere formality, but a legal act signifying that the former colonies now possessed international standing, acknowledged by all nations. Second, the treaty established the boundaries of the United States, from the Atlantic Ocean in the east to the Mississippi River in the west, and from Canada in the north to a line roughly along the northern border of Spanish Florida in the south, defining the new nation's territory and laying the groundwork for its expansion. This increased the country's landmass several times over compared to its original coastal area, unlocking fresh opportunities for economic development and population growth. The U.S. also gained fishing rights off the coast of Newfoundland and in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, a vital economic resource at the time, providing sustenance and income for many American families. Britain pledged to withdraw its troops from United States territory, further confirming American independence and sovereignty and marking the end of British military presence in America. A separate section of the treaty addressed the Loyalists, those who had supported the British Crown during the war and faced persecution from American patriots. The U.S. committed to not persecuting them, to returning confiscated property, and to ensuring their freedom of movement, guaranteeing their rights and safety. However, in reality, these clauses were often disregarded, particularly amidst strong anti-monarchist sentiment, and many loyalists were forced to flee the country, fearing for their lives. Another issue concerned debts accumulated by the American colonies during the war. The treaty stipulated that Americans would acknowledge their financial obligations to British creditors, which was important for restoring business relationships and building trust for the future, ensuring access to British capital and credit. At the same time, both sides understood that the political clauses of the treaty were more important than the economic ones, as it was about a new order on the continent, about establishing relations between two independent nations. For Great Britain, this treaty was a painful compromise, an admission of defeat and the loss of colonies. The empire was losing not only territory, but also prestige, demonstrating that even its power had limits, and that it could not suppress a people's desire for freedom. What happened after the signing of the Treaty of Paris? What problems did the United States face in its early years of independence? Nevertheless, British diplomacy managed to safeguard its interests in Canada and at sea, and to maintain economic ties with the new United States, which would play a major role in the future development of relations between the two countries, laying the foundations for cooperation and mutually beneficial trade. For France, the treaty was a mixed bag, bringing both benefits and problems. On the one hand, it weakened Britain and emerged victorious in the American Revolutionary War, gaining the opportunity to expand its influence in North America. On the other hand, it received only limited gains and enormous debts related to financing the war, which would later lead to a financial crisis and the events of the French Revolution, changing the course of European history. Spain regained Florida and strengthened its position in the region, but its influence in North America would remain temporary, and it would soon lose control over its colonies. For the United States, the Treaty of Paris was a first international victory, solidifying its place on the world stage. The young republic was now recognized as a global power, albeit a fragile one, facing numerous internal problems. Vast spaces lay before it, but also enormous challenges. How to maintain unity between the states, how to build a functioning constitution, how to resolve the issue of slavery, rights and power to create a just and prosperous society. But above all, it now had the right to exist, confirmed in the most authoritative way, by the signature of the former mother country on a peace agreement, opening a new era in the history of the American people. Thus ended the revolution, which had begun with a protest against the Stamp Act and led to the creation of a new state based on the principles of freedom, equality, and self-government. 8 years later, America had transformed into an independent nation with clear borders, international recognition, and an incredible will to freedom, demonstrating to the world its determination and capacity for self-determination. The Peace of Paris was not only the end of the war, but also the starting point of a long, difficult, and inspiring history of the United States of America, a country that has become a symbol of freedom and democracy for the entire world. After the end of the Revolutionary War and the signing of the Treaty of Paris, the United States found itself in a unique but extremely fragile situation, requiring wise leadership and national unity. Victory had been won, international recognition gained, and the territory was vast, but there was practically no centralized power, and each state acted at its own discretion, creating chaos and instability. Initially, the country was governed on the basis of the so-called Articles of Confederation, a document that was created during the war and reflected the spirit of the time: distrust of a strong central government and maximum independence for each of the states, seeking to preserve their autonomy. But in practice, this system proved its weakness, failing to effectively govern the country and solve pressing problems. The central government could not collect taxes, did not have a permanent army, and did not regulate trade between the states, which created economic difficulties and hindered the country's development. And any amendments to the laws required the unanimous consent of all 13 states, which practically paralyzed decision-making, making the government ineffective and unable to respond to the challenges of the time. By the mid-1780s, it became clear that the young republic was facing a serious challenge, and it needed to create an effective system of government in order to survive and prosper. The countries of Europe were watching the instability in the US with suspicion, fearing that the country would break up into separate states and become easy prey for European powers. Within the country, discontent was growing. Ruined farmers, lack of jobs, inflation, weakness of power, all this created social tension and threatened the stability of the state. All this manifested itself, for example, in Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts, when a group of war veterans, led by Daniel Shays, rebelled against local authorities, protesting against taxes and debts, demanding relief from the economic situation. This became a wake-up call. If an effective and balanced system of government was not created immediately, the country could fall apart, and all the efforts made to win independence would be in vain. In May of 1787, the Constitutional Convention was convened in Philadelphia to address this challenge and create an effective government for the United States. Initially, the plan was only to amend the Articles of Confederation, but it soon became clear that an entirely new document was needed, one capable of ensuring the country's unity and stability. Delegates from all states except Rhode Island, which did not want to strengthen central power, arrived at the gathering. Among the participants were outstanding minds of their time who played a key role in the creation of American statehood. George Washington, who was elected president of the convention thanks to his authority and the respect he enjoyed from all the delegates. James Madison, the future author of most of the provisions of the Constitution, nicknamed the Father of the Constitution for his contribution to its creation. Alexander Hamilton, a proponent of a strong federal center who played an important role in shaping the U.S. economic system. Benjamin Franklin, a respected elder and symbol of the Revolution, who enjoyed great authority and was able to find compromises between different points of view. Discussions were heated and touched on fundamental questions that defined the essence of the state and the principles of governing society. What should the state be? How should power be distributed between the central government and the states to ensure a balance between unity and autonomy? How can the rights of citizens be ensured while maintaining order, preventing chaos and anarchy? One of the main conflicts unfolded between representatives of large and small states, defending their interests and striving for equal representation in power. The former proposed a system of representation in Congress based on population size, which gave them an advantage, while the latter proposed a system based on equality of states in order to protect their interests. This contradiction was resolved in the so-called Great Compromise, which became one of the key moments in the history of the Constitution's creation. A bicameral system was created, where in the House of Representatives, the number of deputies depends on the population, ensuring representation of the interests of large states, and in the Senate, each state receives 2 representatives, guaranteeing equality and protection of the interests of small states. Another sensitive issue was slavery, which divided the country into northern and southern states. The southern states, whose economies depended on slave labor, demanded that slaves be counted when calculating population for taxation and representation, which would give them more political influence. The northern states objected, condemning slavery and demanding its abolition. As a result, a compromise known as the 3/5 Compromise was adopted. Each slave was counted as 3/5 of a person, a cruel formula reflecting the tragedy of the time and the need to find a compromise between different interests. There was also an agreement that Congress would not restrict the slave trade until 1808, postponing the resolution of this complex issue for the future. Particular attention was paid to the system of checks and balances, designed to prevent abuse of power and ensure a balance between the various branches of government. Power was divided into 3 branches: the legislative, the executive, and the judicial, each endowed with its own powers and able to control the actions of the other branches. The president was not elected directly, but through an electoral college system, which was intended to balance the influence of different states and prevent the establishment of tyranny. Terms of office, impeachment mechanisms, and the procedure for passing laws were established, guaranteeing the stability and democratic nature of the governance system. The convention concluded in September of 1787, creating a document that would define the future of the United States. For several months, there was active discussion in the press and in societies, with debates between supporters and opponents of the new Constitution determining the fate of the new nation. What happened after the Constitution was adopted? Did the United States manage to become a united and prosperous country? Thus were born the famous Federalist Papers, a series of 85 essays written by Madison, Hamilton, and John Jay, in which they explained the principles of the new state structure, convincing the population of the need to ratify the Constitution and creating public opinion in its support. Ultimately, the Constitution was ratified by the required number of states, a huge victory for supporters of a strong federal government. But critics won an important concession to protect the rights and freedoms of citizens from possible abuse of power. The first 10 amendments, known as the Bill of Rights, were added to the document, guaranteeing freedom of speech, religion, assembly, protection from arbitrary actions, and other fundamental freedoms that have become an integral part of American identity. Thus, as a result of lengthy disputes, compromises, and intense intellectual work, the U.S. Constitution was born, a document that remains in effect to this day and has become a model for many countries around the world seeking to build a democratic and just society. It has become not just a text, but a living foundation of a new nation which was only beginning to realize its strength, complexity, and historical mission, defining its goals and values. The U.S. Constitution, adopted in 1787, and the Bill of Rights, added to it in 1790, became not just legal documents regulating the life of society, but a kind of political philosophy embodied in text, defining the relationship between the state and citizens. The basic principles enshrined in the Constitution were the result of complex compromises, historical experience, fear of tyranny, and at the same time the desire for a stable order and protection of freedoms, reflecting a balance between the need for a strong government and the protection of individual rights. They created a unique architecture of power that still operates today and has inspired the constitutions of many other countries, becoming an example of a democratic state structure. The first principle is the separation of powers, preventing the concentration of power in one hand. Power was divided into three independent branches: legislative, executive, and judicial, each endowed with its own powers and responsibilities. Congress was to write laws, expressing the will of the people, the President to execute them, ensuring their implementation, and the Supreme Court to interpret them, resolving disputes and protecting the rights of citizens. This system was created consciously so that no one branch could concentrate all the fullness of power and abuse it. Each of them received its own instruments of checks and balances, allowing them to control the actions of other branches and ensure a balance of power. For example, the President could veto a law passed by Congress, but Congress could override that veto by gathering the necessary number of votes, and the Supreme Court could declare a law unconstitutional, protecting the rights of citizens and limiting the power of the government. The second principle is federalism, ensuring a balance between central power and the autonomy of the states. Power was divided between the central government and the states, guaranteeing each level of government its sphere of responsibility and independence. The Union was built on the idea that there are issues of national importance, defense, foreign policy, monetary system, that are decided at the federal level, ensuring the unity and stability of the country, and everything else remains within the competence of the states themselves, allowing them to take into account local characteristics and interests. This made it possible to preserve diversity, respect local traditions and interests, but at the same time ensure the unity of the country, combining centralization and decentralization. The third principle is the rule of law, guaranteeing equality for all before the law. The Constitution became the supreme law to which all others were subject, including the actions of the President, Congress, and the courts themselves, limiting the power of the state and protecting the rights of citizens. Any citizen, regardless of position, had to abide by the basic law, ensuring justice and order in society. This is a principle of legal equality, independence of the courts, and guarantees of a fair trial, ensuring the protection of the rights and freedoms of every person. The fourth principle is representative democracy, ensuring the participation of the people in the government of the state. Citizens elect their representatives to Congress, the President, and partially to other government bodies, forming the government and determining the policy of the country. This made governance not direct, as in Athens, where citizens directly participated in decision-making, but indirect, through elected leaders representing the interests of the people. But at the same time, the Constitution laid down mechanisms for elections, rotation, and accountability, as well as the independence of the press as the most important institution of control, ensuring the participation of the people in the governance of the country and preventing abuse of power. However, many citizens feared that the Constitution did not specifically protect their personal rights enough and demanded amendments guaranteeing their freedoms. This became the main argument of opponents of ratification of the Constitution, and it was under the pressure of the states that the Bill of Rights was prepared, becoming an integral part of the American constitutional system. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution, adopted in 1790, became the core of American legal culture, a symbol of individual freedom and a limitation on the power of the state. The First Amendment guaranteed freedom of speech, press, religion, assembly, and petition, ensuring citizens the opportunity to freely express their thoughts, practice any religion, assemble to discuss issues, and petition the government. The right to speak, protest, and believe as one sees fit became the basis of American freedom and democracy. The Second Amendment guarantees the right to keep and bear arms as a guarantee against the arbitrariness of the state, ensuring that citizens have the opportunity to defend themselves and their property. The Third Amendment protected against the forced placement of soldiers in homes, guaranteeing privacy. The Fourth Amendment protects against unreasonable searches and seizures, protecting citizens from police arbitrariness and ensuring their right to privacy. The Fifth Amendment protects against self-incrimination and double jeopardy for the same crime, guaranteeing a fair trial. The Sixth and Seventh Amendments guarantee the right to a fair jury trial, defense, and publicity of the process, ensuring equality before the law. The Eighth Amendment prohibits excessive fines and cruel punishments, protecting citizens from inhuman treatment. The Ninth Amendment recognizes that citizens have other rights not listed in the text, guaranteeing the protection of their fundamental rights and freedoms. The 10th Amendment confirms that all powers not delegated to the federal government remain with the states and the people, ensuring a balance between central power and the autonomy of the states. Thus, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights created a balanced model in which the state is limited by law, power is divided, rights are protected, and the citizen is not a subject but a source of power, determining the policy of the country and controlling the government. This model will evolve over time, face challenges, experience crises and reforms, but its core, those principles that were laid down at the end of the 18th century, will remain unchanged, defining the essence of American democracy. When we talk about the first presidents of the United States, we are talking not just about the leaders of a new republic, but about George Washington, John Adams, and Thomas Jefferson, the first three presidents, three different views on what the state should be, and three fundamental bricks in the foundation of American political culture, defining its values and principles. George Washington, taking office in 1789, found himself in a situation where nothing had yet been written in either a literal or figurative sense, when it was necessary to create a state from scratch. The Constitution had no precedents, no experience of its application, and he was to be the first to show how it works in practice. The federal government was only being formed, and it was necessary to create its institutions and structures. And society, tired of the monarchy, was wary of strong power, fearing its abuse. And it was Washington who, with his restraint, wisdom, and greatness, brought the necessary legitimacy to the very idea of a Republican president, showing that a president can be a servant of the people, not a tyrant. He created a cabinet of ministers where he brought together people with different views, trying to find a compromise between different political forces. Hamilton, a supporter of a strong federal center, and Jefferson, a supporter of states' rights, allowed him to take into account different points of view and make informed decisions. He established the customs of inauguration, addresses to Congress, diplomatic receptions, laying the foundations of presidential protocol and defining the order of interaction between different branches of government. Under him, the creation of a federal banking system, a tax service, an army, and a judicial system began, strengthening the state and ensuring its financial stability and security. A particularly important episode was the suppression of the Whiskey Rebellion in 1794, when a group of farmers in Pennsylvania rebelled against the federal tax on whiskey, considering it unfair and oppressive. This was the first real test of federal power, where the president personally led the army to show that laws are passed not symbolically, but seriously, and that the federal government is ready to defend its laws and ensure order in the country. And perhaps his main decision was the voluntary renunciation of a third term in 1790, establishing a tradition that all subsequent U.S. presidents observed up to Franklin Roosevelt, and becoming a living lesson for the nation. Power is service, not privilege, and the president must serve the people, not seek to retain power. John Adams, the second president, served just one term, from 1797 to 1801, facing numerous challenges and difficulties. Yet his era was rife with political tension, demanding wisdom and resolve. On the international stage, the French Revolution and its ensuing wars shook Europe and influenced American politics, and the United States found itself in a tricky position between Great Britain and France, trying to maintain neutrality and avoid being drawn into European conflicts. Adams, as a diplomat and pragmatist, advocated for neutrality, understanding that war could undermine the young American Republic and ruin its economy. He strengthened the army, created a navy, and despite pressure from hawks in Congress, kept the country from being drawn into war, which became his great achievement, preserving peace and stability in the country. However, Adams's domestic decisions sparked a fierce reaction and led to political division in the country. The past Alien and Sedition Acts effectively restricted freedom of the press and speech, allowed for the deportation of unwanted immigrants, and imprisoned critics of the government, which sparked outrage and protests from the opposition, who considered these laws a violation of the Constitution and an encroachment on the rights and freedoms of citizens. This ignited a wave of opposition and became the basis for the formation of Jefferson's political party, the Democratic-Republican Party, which opposed Adams's Federalist policies. Adams lost the election, but demonstrated the most important thing: a peaceful transfer of power from one political force to another, which was unprecedented for the time and set an important precedent for American democracy, showing that power can be transferred peacefully and that the losing side is ready to admit defeat and respect the will of the people. Thomas Jefferson, who took office in 1801, became the first president to come to power from an opposition party, symbolizing a shift in political course and reflecting the will of the American people. He proclaimed the Revolution of 1801, marking the beginning of a new era in American history. Not in the sense of violence, but in the sense of returning to the principles of freedom and limited government proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. He reduced the federal apparatus, lowered taxes, and reduced military spending, seeking to limit the role of the state in the economy and ensure more freedom for citizens. His worldview was based on the idea of a republic of virtuous farmers, a society where free citizens live on their own land, free from government interference and monopolies, engage in agriculture, and provide themselves with everything they need, making them independent and virtuous. But it was under Jefferson that the United States expanded dramatically, acquiring vast territories and becoming one of the largest countries in the world. The Louisiana Purchase from Napoleon in 1803 doubled the country's territory, opening up new opportunities for economic development and population growth. This was an act that revealed Jefferson's pragmatism, willing to deviate from his principles for the good of the country. Although the purchase was not directly authorized by the Constitution, he decided that the interests of the nation were more important than formalities, and did not miss the opportunity to acquire vast territories that would ensure the prosperity and security of the United States for many years to come. Later, he faced problems with foreign trade. The embargo imposed in response to the British Navy's attack on American ships proved unpopular and hit the economy, especially port cities, demonstrating the complexity and inconsistency of isolationist policies. But overall, Jefferson laid the foundations of an ideology that would live on in the United States for centuries, defining its values and principles. The belief in an autonomous citizen, minimal government intervention, and the priority of individual rights became the basis of the American way of life and defined its place in the world. Thus, the first three presidents of the United States are not just a story of individuals, but a story of the formation of a system, a story of the formation of American statehood and the definition of its values and principles. Washington is a symbol of authority and balance, who created the foundations of presidential power and ensured stability in the early years of the Republic. Adams is a defender of independence and law, who defended the country's neutrality and ensured a peaceful transfer of power. Jefferson is an apostle of freedom and expansion, who expanded the territory of the country and laid the foundations of American ideology. Each of them left their mark on the Constitution, on political parties, on the borders of the country, and on the very idea of what it means to be an American, shaping American identity and worldview. Their decisions shaped the future, from foreign policy to the tax system, from the electoral model to the attitude to freedom of speech. And that is why the era of the first presidents remains so important in American history. It proved that a republic can not only be born, but also survive, develop, and begin to write its own unique story, becoming an example for other peoples striving for freedom and democracy. After the early years of strengthening the new republic, the United States entered an era when the issue of territorial expansion and the development of the continent's interior came to the fore, which became an important factor in shaping American identity and determined its further development. A key moment in this process was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803 and the subsequent Lewis and Clark expedition, which opened up enormous opportunities for exploring and developing new lands. These not only changed the map of the country, but also shaped Americans' perception of their own scale, capabilities, and future, inspiring them to conquer new horizons. At the turn of the 19th century, the vast lands west of the Mississippi River, known as Louisiana, belonged to France, which controlled the region but did not have sufficient forces and resources to develop it. Formerly, it was a vast but sparsely developed and almost uninhabited territory, stretching from the coast of Mexico. For the young American economy, control over the port of New Orleans and the lower reaches of the Mississippi River was of particular importance, as they were vital for the development of trade and agriculture. Because it was along this river that farmers from the interior regions sent their products for export, ensuring the country's economic growth. Losing access to these routes threatened economic paralysis of the American economy and could lead to social unrest and political instability. Therefore, President Thomas Jefferson began negotiations with France to purchase New Orleans and the surrounding areas, seeking to ensure the security of trade and protect the interests of American farmers. However, the situation changed unexpectedly and rapidly when Napoleon Bonaparte, whose ambitions in America had collapsed after the failure of colonial expansion in Haiti, where French troops faced fierce resistance and suffered huge losses, and who was preparing for a new war with Britain, realizing that he would not be able to maintain control over Louisiana, decided to sell not only New Orleans, but all of Louisiana, getting rid of the burdensome territory and receiving money to finance his military campaigns in Europe. For him, this was a way to replenish the treasury and get rid of the burdensome territories that he could not defend from the British fleet, needing funds to wage war in Europe. The American delegation in Paris, surprised by such a generous offer, not expecting such luck, quickly agreed, realizing that this was a unique opportunity to expand the territory of the country and ensure its prosperity. As a result, the United States acquired a territory of more than 2 million square kilometers for $15 million, which amounted to about 4 cents per acre, becoming one of the most profitable deals in the history of humankind. It was a grand deal that doubled the country's territory, opening up enormous opportunities for economic development and territorial expansion. Although Jefferson had doubts about whether the Constitution allowed for such a purchase, he concluded that the interests of the nation were more important than formal restrictions, and that the acquisition of Louisiana was necessary to ensure the security and prosperity of the United States. Congress approved the deal, supporting the president's decision and understanding the importance of acquiring new territories. And from that moment began a new chapter in the history of the United States, a chapter of continental expansion, when the country began to actively develop new lands and expand its borders to the west. However, acquiring land is only the first step, and exploring and studying these territories was required to develop them. To understand what exactly the country had acquired and how to use these territories, Jefferson organized a large-scale expedition, entrusting it to his personal secretary Meriwether Lewis and experienced military officer William Clark, two brave and talented explorers. Their task was to pass through the newly purchased Louisiana, reach the Pacific Ocean, draw up maps, establish contact with Indian tribes, and find a possible waterway across the continent, opening up new opportunities for trade and economic development. In May of 1804, a detachment of more than 30 people set off from St. Louis up the Missouri River, beginning their long and dangerous journey west. This was the beginning of the so-called Corps of Discovery, one of the most famous scientific and geographical enterprises in American history, which played an important role in shaping American identity. The journey lasted more than 2 years and became a real test for the expedition participants, requiring courage, resilience, and ingenuity from them. The participants faced heat, cold, rain, mosquitoes, hunger, and fatigue, passing through plains, forests, rivers, and mountains, overcoming numerous obstacles and dangers. They had to establish relationships with dozens of tribes, each of which had its own culture, language, and political interests, requiring diplomatic skills and the ability to find common ground with different peoples. A young Shoshone woman named Sacagawea provided tremendous assistance to the expedition, becoming an indispensable guide and translator. She traveled with a nursing baby and her trapper husband, and it was her presence that provided the detachment with trust from the Indians who feared Europeans. She served as a translator, guide, helped in reconnaissance of the area, and saved the group in difficult situations, demonstrating her courage and dedication. By the end of 1805, Lewis and Clark had reached the Pacific Ocean, completing their mission and proving that America was a continental power. They spent the winter at the mouth of the Columbia River, studying the terrain and gathering information, before starting their journey back to tell the world about their discoveries. In the spring of 1806, the expedition headed east and returned to St. Louis in the fall, completing their journey and returning in triumph. Over the course of the expedition, they traveled over 4,350 miles, drew detailed maps, described hundreds of species of plants and animals, collected mineral samples, and documented encounters with numerous tribes, from the Mandan and Assiniboine to the Nez Perce and Blackfeet, making a significant contribution to science and geography. The Lewis and Clark expedition had a tremendous scientific, political, and symbolic effect, solidifying the United States' position as a major power. It reinforced the idea that the United States was not just 13 former British colonies, but a great continental power with a future that lay in the West, where new opportunities and resources could be found. It was the first attempt to consciously look at the entire scale of American land, understand its natural resources, opportunities, and challenges, opening the way for further expansion westward. The idea of a great mission arose in the minds of the people, to move west, develop new territories, build cities and farms, lay roads and railways, spreading American culture and values. This impulse, born during the expedition, would later transform into the concept of manifest destiny, the belief that Americans were destined to occupy the entire continent from the Atlantic to the Pacific, establishing their rule and spreading their values. The Louisiana Purchase and the Lewis and Clark expedition not only changed the map of the country, they forever changed the self-perception of the American nation, expanding its horizons and inspiring the conquest of new lands. For the first time, the United States began to look not only to the past, to its European roots, but also to the future, to the vast expanses that had now become its own, to the opportunities that lay before them in the West. By the early 1820s, the United States had established itself as an independent republic, survived a war with Britain, expanded its borders, and began to feel like an independent political force on the continent, striving to strengthen its influence in the region. But the world around it was changing rapidly, and it was necessary to determine the United States' place in the new world order. After the defeat of Napoleon in Europe, the restoration of the old monarchies began, and the great powers, especially Britain, France, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, began actively discussing the return of control over the former colonies in Latin America, which posed a threat to American interests. Against this background, the question became increasingly relevant. What place would the United States take in the world order? How would it defend its interests? And how would it interact with other countries? And so, in 1823, American President James Monroe delivered a message to Congress that became not just a political statement, but an entire foreign policy concept that went down in history as the Monroe Doctrine, defining U.S. foreign policy for many years to come. What did the Monroe Doctrine proclaim? What impact did it have on the subsequent history of the United States? Formerly, it was the annual presidential address on the State of the Union, but this time it contained a fundamentally important message that would define U.S. foreign policy for decades to come. Any attempts by European states to interfere in the affairs of the American continent would be regarded by the United States as an act of aggression, as a threat to its security and sovereignty. Monroe stated that the continents of America were not subject to further colonization, and that the United States would not tolerate the establishment of new European dominance in the Western Hemisphere, defending the independence and sovereignty of American states. At the same time, importantly, he emphasized that America, in turn, would not interfere in the internal affairs of European powers and their existing colonies, adhering to the principle of non-interference and respecting the sovereignty of other states. Thus, the doctrine was based on the principle of mutual non-interference. Europe across the ocean, America on its continent, ensuring peace and stability in both hemispheres. The Monroe Doctrine was not a challenge to a specific country, but a general warning to all European powers seeking to expand their influence in America. Its appearance was linked to fears that the Holy Alliance, an alliance of European monarchies, might try to restore Spanish rule in Latin America, where victorious wars for independence were taking place during this period, liberating countries from colonial oppression. The United States, inspired by these movements, saw them as a reflection of its own struggle against colonialism and sought to support the aspirations of the Latin American peoples for freedom and independence. In addition, there was a threat that Russia, advancing its interests in the northwest of the continent, in the Alaska region, would also lay claim to vast territories further south, which posed a threat to American interests. Thus, the doctrine had several addressees at once and was of a preemptive nature, preventing possible conflicts and ensuring the security of the United States. According to historians, the real author of the text was Secretary of State John Quincy Adams, a brilliant diplomat and strategist who played a key role in shaping U.S. foreign policy. He believed that the United States should stand alongside the world powers while preserving a unique path of development, not imitating European models and remaining true to its principles. He sought not to confront European powers, but to consolidate America's political autonomy in the international arena, creating a system that would ensure its security and prosperity. Interestingly, Britain generally supported the essence of the doctrine, seeing it as an opportunity to limit the influence of other European powers in America. As its fleet controlled the Atlantic and was interested in containing competitors in American markets, the Monroe Doctrine served its interests and helped strengthen its position. However, the United States preferred to make a statement on its own to show that it was speaking for itself, not in the shadow of London, and that it was an independent player on the world stage. At the time of its proclamation, the Monroe Doctrine had no particular force, and the United States could not effectively implement it in practice. The United States did not have a navy capable of protecting the hemisphere from possible intervention, and the army was limited, and its capabilities were insufficient to protect American interests. However, symbolically, it was a turning point in U.S. history, marking its aspiration to leadership in the region and defining its foreign policy for many years to come. America declared itself for the first time as an actor in international politics, capable of setting the rules of the game, at least on its continent, which strengthened its position in the world. Over time, the Monroe Doctrine became the foundation of all U.S. foreign policy in the Western Hemisphere, becoming the basis for its regional leadership. In the 19th and especially in the 20th century, it was repeatedly reinterpreted, reflecting changing circumstances and U.S. interests. From protecting Latin American independence from European intervention to justifying intervention in the affairs of its neighbors, seeking to establish its control over the region. Initially based on the idea of isolationism and non-intervention, the Monroe Doctrine gradually became an instrument of American influence, used to achieve various political and economic goals. But in its original form, it was a bold gesture that demonstrated the United States' determination to defend its interests and shape its foreign policy. The young republic made it clear to the old world that the new world was its space, its responsibility, and its future, that it was ready to defend its sovereignty and its interests. After the end of the war with Mexico, the United States found itself the owner of vast new territories in the West, including California, expanding its borders and gaining access to rich natural resources. Until recently, a distant, semi-wild land, known only to a few traders and travelers, California became a new center of attraction for Americans dreaming of wealth and adventure. But within months, it became clear that this land would bring far more than just new borders and convenient access to the Pacific Ocean. It would become a source of immense wealth and economic growth for the country. Having barely become part of American territory, California found itself at the center of events that radically accelerated the settlement of the West, changed the country's economy, and spawned a new national legend that inspired people to conquer new horizons. This is the gold rush of 1849, one of the most rapid and dramatic migration and economic movements in U.S. history, which had a huge impact on its development. The California Gold Rush, which began in 1849, was not just an economic phenomenon caused by the discovery of gold, but a real watershed in the history of the United States, changing its destiny. Its consequences were so large-scale and multifaceted that they affected all aspects of American life, from demography and economics to politics, international relations, and the ideology of the nation, shaping its character and determining its further development. It all started almost by chance on January 24, 1848, when fate decided to play its role in history. Carpenter James Marshall, working at the American River in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, building a mill, noticed glittering specks of metal in the water that caught his attention. It turned out to be gold, and this discovery changed the world. Marshall was working on the construction of a sawmill commissioned by John Sutter, one of the region's most influential entrepreneurs, the owner of vast land holdings, and dreamed of creating a thriving agricultural colony. Sutter tried to keep the discovery a secret, fearing that an influx of gold prospectors would ruin his plans to create an agricultural colony and disrupt his business. But in the face of the rapid growth of the printing press and the high mobility of the population, information about gold in California could not remain a secret for long. The news spread with amazing speed, and soon the whole world learned about the gold mines in California, and a thirst for profit seized thousands of people. By the end of the year, thousands of people from neighboring states, especially from Oregon and the Western Territories, who had heard about the gold and dreamed of wealth and fame, began to flock to the territory of California. And by the spring of 1849, the flow turned into a real avalanche, engulfing California and changing it forever. People abandoned their homes, businesses, and families to go west in search of gold, willing to make any sacrifice to achieve their goal. They walked across the prairies, risking their lives and facing numerous dangers, traveled in wagons, overcoming huge distances, sailed across the Isthmus of Panama, traveled by sea from New York and New Orleans, striving to get to California as soon as possible and start the search for gold. Who were these individuals who embarked on the quest for gold? What fueled their ambition? Many journeyed from distant lands, from China, Mexico, Peru, France, Germany, and Australia, allured by the prospect of instant wealth and a fresh start in America. It was during this epoch that California became the stage for history's first mass international migration, spurred by economic incentives, showcasing the potent force of economic advancement and its profound influence on migratory patterns. The influx of settlers was so immense that within a single year, California's population surged from 15,000 to over 120,000, transforming it from a remote territory into a thriving region. Cities sprouted in mere weeks, exhibiting unprecedented growth and development. For instance, San Francisco metamorphosed from a humble fishing village into a bustling port city of thousands, emerging as one of America's largest urban centers. Tent cities, trading outposts, and mining settlements arose in valleys and hillsides, forging a unique atmosphere of freedom and adventure. Initially, gold extraction involved the most rudimentary methods, such as panning for gold in riverbeds and digging pits along riverbanks, which demanded tremendous effort and perseverance. Over time, more sophisticated techniques were adopted, including hydraulic mining, underground mining, the use of equipment, and the hiring of laborers, leading to the industrialization of gold extraction and a shift in the nature of work. The allure of romance faded, giving way to industry, and with it came competition, extortion, fraud, and violence, fostering an environment of lawlessness and danger. Living conditions in mining settlements were exceedingly harsh. Unsanitary conditions, disease, a lack of medical care, and a crude form of self-governance, often based on vigilantism, where might made right, which resulted in violence and lawlessness. The gold rush brought unprecedented growth to California, but also a multitude of problems that residents had to confront. Land claims were frequently seized by force or bribery, depriving individuals of the opportunity to earn an honest living. The indigenous population found themselves in a tragic plight, becoming victims of colonial policies and expansion. Native Americans lost their lands, endured oppression, violence, hunger, and disease. Their numbers plummeted, and their culture was decimated. Relations between various ethnic groups deteriorated rapidly, leading to conflicts and discrimination. Chinese laborers who arrived in the thousands faced severe discrimination, were subjected to beatings, expulsion, and denial of property rights, hindering their ability to live and work in America. African Americans, even those who were free, had little access to the courts and protection, encountering racism and prejudice. The rapid economic development was coupled with legal chaos, a lack of laws, and lawlessness. Nevertheless, the gold rush became a pivotal factor in the accelerated admission of California into the Union, bolstering American statehood and expanding its territory. The issue was pressing. The territory had become populated, cities had emerged, trade had flourished, and self-governing bodies had been established, but California lacked formal status, creating uncertainty and instability. In 1850, bypassing the usual procedure, California was admitted into the Union as the 31st state, marking a significant step in the evolution of American statehood. This move carried immense political significance. California entered the Union as a free state, which immediately upset the balance between the North and the South and fueled the conflict that would later erupt into the Civil War, making the question of slavery central to American politics. From an economic standpoint, the influx of gold, valued at billions of dollars by today's standards, played a crucial role in the financial ascent of the United States, bolstering its economic might. Railroads were constructed, the banking system developed, and the Navy was strengthened, fostering economic growth and the expansion of trade. San Francisco became a gateway to Asia. Trade with China and Japan commenced, opening new markets for American goods and propelling the development of international commerce. California emerged as one of the nation's key economic regions, playing a vital role in the advancement of the American economy. Simultaneously, a new myth entered the American consciousness, the myth of instant success, the notion that in a new life, everything hinges on determination, courage, and a touch of luck, which became part of the so-called American dream, the belief that anyone can achieve success if they work hard and believe in themselves. Thus, the California Gold Rush was an era that accelerated growth, exacerbated social and political contradictions, altered the geography of the country, and spawned a symbol that endures in American culture to this day. A symbol of freedom, risk, and the opportunity to start anew, inspiring individuals to conquer new horizons. As the United States expanded westward, constructing railroads, developing new lands, and dreaming of a continental empire for millions of people, this process signified something entirely different. The loss of their homeland, the destruction of their culture, and a catastrophe becoming a tragic chapter in American history. This refers to the indigenous peoples of North America, who were increasingly displaced from their own territories with each passing decade, facing violence, betrayal, and forced relocation, deprived of their land and freedom. A particularly tragic chapter in this history is the so-called Trail of Tears, a symbol of all the suffering endured by Native American tribes during the era of American expansion. A tragedy that left a profound mark on the history of the American nation. From the very inception of American independence, relations with Native American nations were built on contradiction, shaping their tragic fate. On one hand, official documents recognized them as nations, treaties were concluded, boundaries were established, defining the rights and obligations of both parties. On the other hand, whenever white settlers needed new lands, these treaties were violated, and Native Americans were deprived of their land and freedom. Pressure from farmers, speculators, soldiers, and politicians mounted, demanding the opening of new lands for settlement and the exploitation of resources, leading to conflicts with Native Americans and their displacement from their own territories. As early as the late 18th century, the first major armed clashes began between American troops and Native American tribes, but they became particularly large-scale and systematic in the 19th century, when the westward expansion reached its peak. A key turning point was the passage of the Indian Removal Act in 1830, which became one of the most tragic events in the history of American Indians. President Andrew Jackson, one of the most influential and controversial leaders of that time, openly declared that the country's future required the liberation of eastern lands from the indigenous population, considering Native Americans an obstacle to progress and development. At his initiative, Congress approved a law that authorized the forced relocation of all Native American tribes living east of the Mississippi River to the so-called Indian Territory, mainly in the area of present-day Oklahoma, depriving them of their native lands and condemning them to suffering and death. Formally, it was assumed that the relocation would be contractual and voluntary, but in practice it turned into a violent expulsion, accompanied by brutality and violence, becoming a symbol of injustice and ruthlessness in American policy towards indigenous peoples. How did the forced relocation of Native Americans occur? What is the Trail of Tears? One of the most renowned and horrifying episodes was the deportation of the Cherokee tribe, a tragedy etched in history as the Trail of Tears, becoming a symbol of injustice and cruelty towards the indigenous population. Contrary to stereotypes, the Cherokee at that time were a developed society, adopting many elements of European culture and striving for integration into American society. They possessed a written language, schools, courts, newspapers, agricultural farms, and Christianity was prevalent alongside traditional culture, and they sought to live in peace and harmony with their neighbors. Furthermore, the United States Supreme Court in 1832 recognized that their lands belonged to them by law, protecting their rights and acknowledging their sovereignty. However, Jackson disregarded the court's decision, demonstrating his contempt for the law and for the rights of Native Americans. In 1838, the Army initiated the forced eviction of the Cherokee, depriving them of their homes and condemning them to suffering and death. Thousands of men, women, and children were herded into camps, from where they were led on a long and arduous journey, over 2,000 kilometers on foot, through cold, hunger, and disease, depriving them of the opportunity to live normally and provide for themselves. This journey became known as the Trail of Tears, a symbol of the suffering and grief that befell the Cherokee. According to various estimates, between 4,000 and 8,000 people, or approximately a quarter of all those relocated, died on the road from disease, hunger, and cold, becoming victims of the policy of forced relocation, which demonstrated cruelty and inhumanity. And the Cherokee were not the only ones who suffered from this policy. The same path was traversed by the Creek, Seminole, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and other peoples, deprived of their native lands and subjected to violence and humiliation. Some of them tried to resist, defending their lands and their way of life. The Seminoles in Florida waged a prolonged guerrilla war in the swamps, offering fierce resistance to American troops, but they too were eventually displaced, deprived of their homeland and freedom. In subsequent decades, the United States continued its policy of pressure on the indigenous population, striving for complete control over their territories and resources. Native American territories dwindled, treaties were rewritten, and settlements were destroyed, depriving Native Americans of the opportunity to live in accordance with their traditions and customs. A series of so-called Indian wars began, from the Battle of Little Bighorn to Wounded Knee, becoming a symbol of the tragic conflict between Americans and indigenous peoples. And although some Native American victories have become legends, demonstrating their courage and resilience, the overall outcome was tragic, and Native Americans were unable to defend their rights and freedoms. By the end of the 19th century, most tribes had been either exterminated or driven into reservations, where poverty, disease, and the loss of language and traditions prevailed, leading to the destruction of their culture and the loss of their identity. The fate of indigenous peoples became a moral wound in American history, reminding us of the injustice and cruelty committed against them. And although a gradual restoration of their rights and cultural identity began in the 20th century, the memory of the Trail of Tears remains as a symbol of the most unjust and bitter chapter in the process of building the American state, a reminder of the price paid by those who lived on this land long before the arrival of the first Europeans. The United States continued its rapid westward expansion, building cities, developing industry, and seemingly moving confidently toward prosperity. But beneath this outward growth, another threat was brewing, an internal conflict that would eventually erupt into the bloodiest war in American history, dividing the country into two warring camps. Two worlds, the North and the South, were drifting further and further apart in values, interests, and vision for the future, finding no common ground and exacerbating contradictions. And although slavery was the formal trigger for the Civil War, in reality it was a clash of two development models, two social systems, two notions of the very essence of freedom, which had become incompatible and irreconcilable. The causes of the Civil War in the United States were not simply a dispute over slavery or state structure. They were a collision of two civilizations within one country, two distinct worlds with their own values and beliefs. The North and the South had developed so differently that by the mid-19th century they found themselves in almost irreconcilable worlds, each with its own economic interests, values, political ideas, and even its own understanding of freedom, creating intractable contradictions. And while slavery was the formal cause of the war, the conflict was rooted in a much broader and deeper crisis of American society, related to differences in economic development, social structure, and political culture. In the North, especially in states such as Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, and Ohio, the first half of the 19th century saw an industrial boom that transformed the face of the country and created new opportunities for economic development. Railroads, textile factories, steel foundries, and shipbuilding industries developed, creating new jobs and attracting immigrants from various countries. New technologies, the growth of cities, the banking system, and a rapidly developing market played an important role, creating conditions for economic growth and prosperity. All of this was based on the labor of free people, immigrants, farmers, artisans, and workers who were interested in developing the economy and willing to work to achieve their goals. There was a strong belief here that every person has the right to freedom and can determine their own destiny, that labor should be free and paid, and that every person has the right to a decent life. These ideas permeated schools, newspapers, churches, and literature, shaping public opinion and supporting the movement to abolish slavery. The South, on the other hand, remained largely agrarian and dependent on monoculture, primarily the cultivation of cotton, tobacco, sugar, and rice, making its economy vulnerable and dependent on world markets. Plantations generated enormous profits, especially after the invention of the cotton gin in the late 18th century, which increased cotton production and increased demand for slave labor. But the main support of this economy was slaves, millions of black people brought from Africa or born into bondage, deprived of all rights and freedoms. Slaveholders were the elite of the South, controlling the political and economic life of the region. They controlled state legislatures. The Senate had influence in Washington and resolutely resisted any attempts to restrict slavery, even in those lands where it did not yet exist, fearing that it would undermine their economic power and political influence. Slavery was seen not as a temporary necessity, but as a natural order of things, as the foundation of Southern society and culture. Moreover, many Southern universities and churches even developed theories justifying slavery from a scientific or biblical point of view, presenting it as a blessing for slaves and as a necessary element of social hierarchy. For decades, the federal government tried to balance these two worlds in order to preserve the Union, resorting to compromises and postponing the resolution of this complex issue. Compromises were signed, but all these measures only delayed the moment of crisis, without eliminating the fundamental contradictions between the North and the South. Each new state formed in the West became an arena of struggle. If it became free, the North would gain the upper hand. If it became a slave state, the South would retain influence, and the question of slavery would remain unresolved. Sharp clashes began in the 1850s, when the contradictions between the North and the South reached their peak. Kansas turned into a battlefield between pro-slavery advocates and abolitionists, who arrived there armed to influence the decision on the issue of slavery. Mass riots, political assassinations, and pogroms became known, demonstrating the ferocity of the conflict and the unwillingness of the parties to compromise. What triggered the start of the Civil War? How did events unfold? Abolitionist John Brown, one of the most prominent and radical opponents of slavery, willing to make any sacrifice to achieve his goal, attempted to organize an armed slave uprising in 1859, attacking the arsenal at Harper's Ferry, hoping to seize weapons and incite slaves to fight for their freedom. He was executed, but in the eyes of many, he became a martyr, a symbol of the struggle for freedom, and in the South, his actions caused real panic, fearing a slave rebellion and the destruction of their way of life. At the same time, the influence of the Republican Party, created in 1854 as a response to the expansion of slavery, uniting opponents of slavery and defenders of the interests of the North, grew. Its program included protecting the interests of the North, developing industry, and prohibiting slavery in new territories, which made it unacceptable to the Southern states. In 1860, its candidate, Abraham Lincoln, won the presidential election without receiving a single vote in most Southern states, which came as a shock to them and a call to action. For the South, this was proof that the federal government no longer reflected their interests and that their rights and freedoms were under threat. Many saw this as a threat to the very existence of their society and culture, based on slavery and plantation farming. As early as December of 1860, South Carolina declared its secession from the Union, considering it its right and a way to protect its way of life. Following it, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Texas, and other states also declared their secession from the Union, dividing the country into two warring camps. In the spring of 1861, these states united into the Confederate States of America, electing Jefferson Davis as their president, adopting their own constitution, and beginning to create an army, preparing for war with the North. They claimed that they were acting in accordance with the right to secede, protecting their rights and freedom, but in reality, they were defending slavery and their economic interests. The North considered secession an illegal rebellion and betrayal, threatening the integrity of the country and the principles of democracy. Abraham Lincoln, who took office in March of 1861, made it clear the Union must be preserved at all costs, and he would not allow the Southern states to secede from the country. In April of that year, after the Confederates attacked Fort Sumter in South Carolina, the Civil War began, becoming the bloodiest in American history. Thus, conflict was inevitable, and war became the only way to resolve the accumulated contradictions. Behind it were not just laws and tariffs, but different ways of life, different moral systems, different dreams for the future, which had become incompatible and irreconcilable. And although the war would begin as a struggle to preserve the Union, it would very soon become a struggle for what would be at the heart of this Union: freedom or slavery, equality or domination, a united nation or a divided country, determining the future of the American people. Against the backdrop of the looming Civil War, a figure emerged on the political arena who would forever change the course of American history and become a symbol of unity, freedom, and moral fortitude, defining its values and ideals. Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States, was not just a political leader. He became the embodiment of the very spirit of the nation during one of the most tragic and fateful periods of its existence, taking responsibility for the fate of the country. His name is forever associated with the idea of liberating slaves, preserving the Union, and fighting for equality, becoming a symbol of justice and freedom for the whole world. Lincoln was born into a poor farming family in Kentucky in 1809, which determined his life path. He grew up in conditions of extreme poverty with minimal access to education, but thanks to his perseverance and hard work, he managed to achieve success. He acquired most of his knowledge on his own, reading everything he could get his hands on, which made him one of the most educated people of his time. His journey from a country boy to president became a model of the American dream, an example of how perseverance, hard work, and faith in one's own abilities can overcome any circumstances, inspiring people to achieve their goals. Lincoln was known for his honesty, common sense, and ability to think clearly in the most difficult situations, which made him a respected and authoritative leader. By the time he was elected in 1860, he was already an experienced lawyer and politician, known for his speeches against the spread of slavery, which made him popular in the North and aroused hatred in the South. He did not call for the immediate abolition of slavery everywhere, understanding that this would provoke resistance from the southern states, but firmly advocated preventing its expansion into new territories, seeking to limit its spread and gradually eliminate it. This made him an unacceptable figure for the South, which saw him as a threat to its way of life and economic well-being. His victory in the election became a signal for the slave-owning states that now the federal government could become a threat to their way of life, that their rights and freedoms were in danger. Taking office in March of 1861, Lincoln found himself in a whirlwind of crisis as the country stood on the brink of collapse. One by one, the southern states declared their secession from the Union, formed their own government and army, and prepared for war with the North. From the outset, Lincoln took a firm stance. The Union could not be destroyed, secession was illegal, and the federal government was obligated to preserve it, which became the top priority of his presidency. He did not seek war, understanding its tragic consequences, but he was prepared to wage it if that was the only way to keep the country united, striving to avoid bloodshed and resolve the conflict peacefully. During the war, Lincoln displayed outstanding leadership qualities, demonstrating courage, determination, and political wisdom. He was able to combine moral principles with political calculation, which allowed him to make difficult decisions and lead the country through difficult times. He did not simply wage war for victory, he waged it for an idea, so that America would remain a country where freedom and equality are not empty words, but a reality for every person. In 1863, he signed the Emancipation Proclamation, according to which all slaves in the territories controlled by the Confederacy became free, which became a turning point in the war and gave it new meaning. This act had enormous symbolic significance. The war took on new meaning. It became not only for the unity of the country, but also for the liberation of slaves, for equality and justice. In that same year, he delivered one of the most famous speeches in American history at Gettysburg, at the dedication of a military cemetery dedicated to the soldiers who died in the Battle of Gettysburg. Against the backdrop of fresh soldiers' graves, he reminded everyone that the nation was born on the principle of equality for all people, and that this war was a test of whether such a nation could survive, proving its commitment to the ideals of freedom and democracy. His words, "Government of the people, by the people, for the people," became the credo of American democracy, defining its values and principles. Lincoln was re-elected in 1864, receiving the support of the American people and confirming his status as a leader of the nation. He already saw victory approaching and dreamed of restoring the country, of healing wounds, of mercy for the defeated, striving for the reconciliation of the North and South and the creation of a united and strong state. But just a few days after the surrender of the Confederacy, in April of 1865, he was mortally wounded in the theater by a supporter of the Confederacy and died the next morning, becoming a victim of political violence and a tragic symbol of the Civil War. His death shocked the nation, and his name was forever etched in history as a symbol of freedom, equality, and the unity of the American people. What happened after Lincoln's death? What were the results of the Civil War for the United States? Abraham Lincoln is remembered as a man who did not back down when the country was on the verge of collapse, showing courage, resilience, and unwavering faith in his ideals. His moral fortitude, eloquence, sense of justice, and uncompromising belief in the principles of freedom made him not just a hero of his time, but an eternal symbol of the struggle for the best in man and society, inspiring people for many generations. Following Abraham Lincoln's inauguration and the start of the war to preserve the Union, events unfolded with dramatic speed, testing the country's strength and demanding enormous sacrifices. Battles followed one after another. Armies maneuvered across the fields of Virginia, Maryland, Tennessee, and Georgia, leaving behind destroyed cities and thousands of dead, which became a tragic testament to the Civil War. But among the dozens of clashes, there were those that became turning points not only from a military, but also from a symbolic point of view, changing the course of the war and its perception. Two of them, Antietam and Gettysburg, went down in history as key moments of the American Civil War, determining its outcome. The Battle of Antietam took place on September 17, 1862, in the state of Maryland, and became the first major offensive by the Confederate Army into Northern Territory, posing a serious threat to the Union. General Robert Edward Lee, commander of the Southern Army, hoped to strike deep into the Union, attract the support of European powers, and incline residents of the border states to the side of the Confederacy, which could lead to its recognition and victory. However, the Federal Army under the command of General George McClellan managed to intercept his plans, preventing the capture of Maryland and stopping the Confederate offensive. The Battle of Antietam went down in history as the bloodiest single-day battle in American history, becoming a symbol of the ferocity and cruelty of the Civil War. In a few hours, more than 22,000 people were killed, wounded, or went missing, which became a huge tragedy for both sides. Although the battle ended without a clear winner, the strategic initiative remained with the North, which stopped the Confederate offensive and strengthened its positions. Lee was forced to retreat, and Lincoln received the long-awaited opportunity to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, a document that forever changed the nature of the war, giving it new meaning. Even more decisive was the Battle of Gettysburg, which took place from the 1st to the 3rd of July 1863 in Pennsylvania and became the largest battle of the Civil War, turning the tide of the war and predetermining its outcome. Lee again attempted an invasion of the North, hoping to turn the tide of the war in favor of the Confederacy and inflict a crushing defeat on the Union Army. However, for 3 days, the Union Army under the command of General George Meade waged a tough defensive battle, stopping the Confederate offensive and inflicting heavy losses on them. Clashes encompassed hills, forests, farms, and the streets of the small town of Gettysburg, turning it into a battlefield. The 3rd day of the battle was particularly dramatic. Pickett's charge, when thousands of Southerners went on a bayonet charge against the fortified positions of the Northerners, demonstrating their courage and determination. The attack was repulsed with enormous losses, and the Confederate army suffered huge casualties. After 3 days of fierce fighting, Lee's army was forced to retreat back to Virginia, suffering a crushing defeat and losing hope of victory. The losses were monstrous. More than 50,000 killed, wounded, and missing on both sides, which became a huge tragedy for the country. The victory at Gettysburg not only stopped the Confederate offensive, but also instilled confidence in the North in a possible victory, strengthening the morale of the Union Army and supporting its desire for victory. It was here, a few months later, that Lincoln delivered his famous Gettysburg Address, dedicating the cemetery to the fallen soldiers and enshrining the moral meaning of the war in the nation's memory, reminding everyone of the principles of freedom and equality. Antietam and Gettysburg became turning points in the war, changing its course and predetermining its outcome. The former gave Lincoln a chance to link the war with the idea of liberating slaves. The latter deprived the South of the opportunity to conduct offensive operations and finally transferred the strategic initiative to the Union, ensuring its victory. These battles showed that the war would be long and brutal, requiring enormous sacrifices and efforts. But behind it was not only a struggle for territory, but a struggle for the essence of the American idea. It is a struggle for freedom or slavery, equality or domination, a united nation or a divided country. Although the war began as an attempt to preserve the Union, it quickly took on a new meaning: the liberation of millions of people from centuries of enslavement, which became the moral justification for the war and led to its victorious conclusion. The first step towards this was the realization by the Lincoln administration itself that it was impossible to win the war without destroying slavery, and that it was necessary to free the slaves in order to weaken the economy of the South and strengthen the Union Army. With each month of the war, it became increasingly clear that the Southern economy and the Army's combat capability largely depended on the labor of slaves, and that slavery was the foundation of Southern society. It is impossible to defeat the enemy by leaving its main resource untouched, so it was necessary to deprive it of this power. In addition, more and more black people appeared in the rear and at the front, wishing to fight for freedom, both their own and that of the country, ready to give their lives for equality and justice. These circumstances led Lincoln to a historic decision: to announce the Emancipation Proclamation, signed on January 1st, 1863, which became one of the most important documents in American history. From a legal point of view, the document concerned only the states of the Confederacy that were in a state of rebellion and did not apply to loyal states. It did not free slaves in states loyal to the Union, such as Maryland, Kentucky, or Delaware, where slavery still existed. But it became a powerful political and moral act that had a huge impact on the course of the war and its perception. First, it changed the international perception of the war, turning it from a struggle to preserve the Union into a struggle to liberate slaves. Now Britain and France, where slavery had long been banned, could no longer consider the possibility of recognizing the Confederacy, which weakened its position and deprived it of support. Secondly, it opened the door for the mass recruitment of African Americans into the Union Army, which significantly increased its strength and combat capability. By the end of the war, more than 200,000 black soldiers and sailors were fighting for freedom, proving their courage, dedication, and strength of spirit, which became an important step on the path to racial equality in America. However, one proclamation was not enough to completely abolish slavery, and it was necessary to amend the Constitution. Therefore, in January 1865, Congress passed the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, prohibiting slavery and forced labor in all states, which was the final legislative consolidation of the abolition of slavery. Its ratification in December of the same year became the legal completion of the centuries-old institution of slavery in America, marking the beginning of a new era in the history of the country where slavery no longer had a place. This was a huge step forward, not only legal, but also symbolic, laying the foundation for building a more just and equitable society. What followed the abolition of slavery? Was Lincoln able to realize his dream of restoring the country? Abraham Lincoln is remembered as a man who did not back down when the country stood on the brink of collapse, giving his life to save it for the principles of freedom and equality. His moral fortitude, eloquence, sense of justice, and unwavering belief in the principles of liberty made him not only a hero of his time, but an eternal symbol of the struggle for the best in humanity and society, inspiring people for generations to fight for their rights. After Abraham Lincoln took office and the war to preserve the Union began, events unfolded with dramatic speed, testing the country's strength and demanding enormous sacrifices from the American people. Battles followed one after another, with armies maneuvering across the fields of Virginia, Maryland, Tennessee, and Georgia, leaving behind destroyed cities and thousands of dead, a tragic testament to the Civil War that divided the country into two warring camps. But among the dozens of clashes, there were some that became turning points not only from a military but also from a symbolic point of view, changing the course of the war and predetermining its outcome. Two of them, Antietam and Gettysburg, went down in history as key moments in the American Civil War, defining its course and symbolizing the struggle for freedom and equality. The Battle of Antietam, which took place on September 17, 1862, in the state of Maryland, was the first major offensive by the Confederate Army into Northern Territory and could have changed the course of the war, leading to its victory. General Robert Edward Lee, commander of the Southern Army, hoped to strike deep into the Union, attract the support of European powers, and sway the residents of the border states to the side of the Confederacy, which could have led to the recognition of the independence of the Confederate States of America. However, the Federal Army, under the command of General George McClellan, managed to intercept his plans, stopping the Confederate advance and preventing the capture of Maryland. The Battle of Antietam went down in history as the bloodiest single-day battle in American history, becoming a symbol of the ferocity and brutality of the Civil War, which claimed the lives of thousands. In a few hours, more than 22,000 people were killed, wounded, or went missing, which became a huge tragedy for both sides and shocked the entire country. Although the battle ended without a clear winner, the strategic initiative remained with the North, and the Confederate advance was halted, which was an important step toward Union victory. Lee was forced to retreat, and Lincoln received the long-awaited opportunity to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, a document that forever changed the character of the war, giving it new meaning and turning it into a fight for freedom. Even more decisive was the Battle of Gettysburg, which took place from July 1st to 3rd, 1863, in Pennsylvania, and became the largest battle of the Civil War, turning the tide of the war and predetermining its outcome in favor of the Union. Lee once again attempted an invasion of the North, hoping to turn the tide of the war in favor of the Confederacy and inflict a crushing defeat on the Union Army, but his plans were not to come true. However, for 3 days, the Union Army, under the command of General George Meade, fought a grueling defensive battle, stopping the Confederate advance and inflicting heavy losses on them, demonstrating the courage and resilience of American soldiers. Clashes engulfed hills, forests, farms, and the streets of the small town of Gettysburg, turning it into a battlefield and leaving behind destruction and death. The third day of the battle was particularly dramatic. Pickett's charge, when thousands of Southerners went on a bayonet charge against the fortified positions of the Northerners, demonstrating their bravery and determination. The attack was repulsed with huge losses, and the Confederate army suffered a crushing defeat, losing hope of victory. After 3 days of fierce fighting, Lee's army was forced to retreat back to Virginia, admitting its defeat and retreating under the pressure of the Union Army. The losses were monstrous. More than 50,000 killed, wounded, and missing on both sides, which became a huge tragedy for the country and strengthened the Northerners' resolve to win the war. The victory at Gettysburg not only stopped the Confederate offensive, but also instilled in the North confidence in a possible victory, strengthening the morale of the Union Army and supporting its pursuit of victory, becoming a turning point in the war. It was here, a few months later, that Lincoln delivered his famous Gettysburg Address, dedicating the cemetery to the fallen soldiers and enshrining the moral meaning of the war in the nation's memory, reminding of the principles of freedom, equality, and democracy. Antietam and Gettysburg became turning points in the war, changing its course and predetermining its outcome. The first gave Lincoln a chance to link the war with the idea of emancipating slaves, which became an important moral argument in favor of continuing the struggle. The second deprived the South of the opportunity to conduct offensive operations and finally shifted the strategic initiative to the Union, ensuring its victory and preserving the unity of the country. These battles showed that the war would be long and brutal, requiring enormous sacrifices and efforts. But behind it lies not only a struggle for territory, but a struggle for the essence of the American idea, for its values and ideals. It is a struggle for freedom or slavery, equality or domination, a united nation or a divided country, and the choice that the American people had to make. Although the war began as an attempt to preserve the Union, it quickly took on a new meaning: the liberation of millions of people from centuries of enslavement, which became the moral justification for the war and led to its victorious completion, freeing the slaves and laying the foundations for building a more just society. The first step towards this was the realization by the Lincoln administration itself that without destroying slavery, it was impossible to win the war, and that it was necessary to free the slaves in order to weaken the South's economy and strengthen the Union Army, as well as to attract public opinion in Europe to its side. With each month of the war, it became more obvious that the Southern economy and the Army's combat capability largely depended on the labor of slaves, that slavery was the foundation of Southern society. It was impossible to defeat the enemy while leaving its main resource untouched, so it was necessary to deprive it of this force and use it in the interests of the Union. In addition, more and more black people appeared in the rear and on the front lines, wanting to fight for freedom, their own and the country's, ready to give their lives for equality and justice, which gave the war a new meaning. From an internal conflict to a struggle for freedom, which attracted the sympathy of European countries such as Great Britain and France, and prevented them from openly supporting the Confederacy. Second, he allowed African Americans to join the Union Army and fight for their freedom, which greatly increased the size of the army and improved its morale. About 180,000 black soldiers fought in the ranks of the Union Army, making an important contribution to the victory, changing the racial composition of the army and showing that African Americans were ready to defend their freedom with weapons in their hands. Third, it became a symbol of hope for millions of slaves, urging them to flee slavery and seek refuge behind the front lines, undermining the South's economy and weakening its military capabilities. Tens of thousands of slaves fled north, joining the army or working for the Union, contributing to its victory. The proclamation provided a powerful impetus to the fight against slavery and created the moral prerequisites for the complete abolition of slavery in the country, which was enshrined in the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, adopted in 1865, which ended slavery throughout the country. After the end of the Civil War, America faced the difficult task of restoring the unity of the country and integrating freed slaves into society, which marked the beginning of the Reconstruction era of the South. Reconstruction brought profound changes in the political and social life of the Southern states, changing their way of life and habitual way of life, leading to clashes and conflicts. The main tasks were the restoration of the Southern states within the Union, ensuring the rights and freedoms of African Americans, the transformation of Southern society on the basis of equality and justice, which became a difficult task faced with the resistance of the Southern elite and racial prejudice. Post-war America was in dire need of rebuilding the economy, infrastructure, and political system that had suffered as a result of the war. The Southern states lay in ruins, the economy was destroyed, and social ties were severed, and it was necessary to rebuild anew, which required enormous efforts and resources. This opened the way for the political activity of African Americans, allowing them to participate in the governance of the country and defend their rights. In the second half of the 1860s and early 1870s, many of them were elected to local councils, legislatures, and some even to Congress, which was an important step towards racial equality. However, the reaction of the Southern white population was extremely hostile, and they were unwilling to recognize African Americans as equal to themselves. A wave of violence began, directed against black people and their allies, seeking to establish racial equality in the South. The Ku Klux Klan and other terrorist organizations staged attacks, intimidated voters, and killed activists, creating an atmosphere of fear and violence, hindering the realization of African Americans' rights. The feds tried to suppress this resistance by sending troops and conducting investigations, but over time, public support in the North began to weaken, and attention shifted to other issues. People were tired of the war, economic hardships, and constant conflicts in the South. In 1877, a tacit compromise was reached, ending the era of Reconstruction, becoming a tragic moment in the history of African Americans. Federal troops left the South in exchange for the recognition of Republican President Rutherford Hayes, which paved the way for the restoration of the power of white elites and the gradual establishment of a regime of segregation, a system that officially separated white and black Americans for almost a century, infringing on the rights and freedoms of African Americans. Thus, the Reconstruction period became a time of great hope and deep disappointment, and although much of what was conceived failed to materialize, it laid the foundations for future struggles for civil rights. It was the first serious attempt by the United States to build a truly equal society after slavery, ensuring equality for all before the law. Many of the ideas laid down then, equality before the law, participation in elections, access to education, will become the foundation of future civil rights movements, continuing the struggle for equality and justice. But then, in the post-war decades, these ideas faced powerful resistance, and the fruits of victory turned out to be temporary, demonstrating that the struggle for equality is a long and complex process. And yet, despite the failures, Reconstruction left a mark, changing the legal basis of the country and forever inscribing in its constitution the idea of equality, an idea to which America will strive for many generations, remembering the sacrifices and sufferings that befell African Americans. After the end of the Reconstruction period, the United States entered a new era, an era of rapid industrial growth and large-scale economic transformations, which historians often call the Gilded Age, a time of great economic progress and social inequality. This time, covering the end of the 19th century, became a turning point in American history. An agrarian republic was rapidly transforming into an industrial power, occupying a leading position in the world. Against the backdrop of an abundance of new technologies, jobs, and capital, a new class was formed, the industrial tycoons, or, as they were later called, the robber barons, who amassed huge fortunes and had a huge impact on the country's economy and politics. The main figures of this time were John Davison Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie, and Cornelius Vanderbilt, people who not only made huge fortunes but also radically changed the economy and social structure of the country, creating new industries and transforming American society. The industrial boom was made possible by a confluence of factors that created a fertile ground for economic growth. First, the nation was blessed with an abundance of natural resources: coal, oil, iron ore, and timber, providing the raw materials and energy necessary to fuel industrial expansion. Second, the population grew rapidly due to both increased birth rates and a massive wave of immigration, especially from Europe, as people poured into America seeking a better life. Millions sought work and were willing to labor in factories, mines, and on the railroads, providing a cheap labor force to power industrial development. Third, a business-friendly environment was fostered. The government largely kept its hands off the economy. Antitrust regulations were non-existent, and taxes were low, all of which encouraged entrepreneurship and attracted investment. John Rockefeller became the iconic figure of the oil industry, building a vast empire and wielding immense influence on the development of the United States economy. In 1870, he founded Standard Oil, which quickly came to control nearly the entire market for oil refining and transportation in the United States, becoming one of the largest and most influential companies in the world. He aimed for complete vertical integration, controlling every stage of oil production. He owned not only wells, but also refineries, storage facilities, railroads, and pipelines, which allowed him to control prices and reap enormous profits. He either acquired or bankrupted his competitors through practices like predatory pricing, establishing a monopolistic grip on the market and stifling competition. By the 1880s, Standard Oil controlled approximately 90% of the nation's refining capacity, becoming a symbol of monopolistic power and economic concentration. Yet, Rockefeller was a religious, highly disciplined man who lived by a strict schedule and adhered to rigorous moral principles which stood in stark contrast to his ruthless business practices. Later, he became one of the greatest philanthropists of his time, establishing the Rockefeller Foundation and investing millions of dollars in healthcare and education, seeking to contribute to the betterment of society. Andrew Carnegie was an immigrant from Scotland who came to America in poverty and began working in a factory to help support his family. He rose through the ranks due to his ingenuity, hard work, and astute investments, particularly in railroads, which allowed him to amass his initial capital. In the 1870s, he invested in the steel industry, recognizing its potential, and his company, Carnegie Steel, soon became the largest in the world, a symbol of American industrial might. Carnegie believed that capitalism was a force for good, but that wealth came with a moral obligation, that wealthy individuals should use their money for the benefit of society, helping those in need and supporting the development of education and culture. In his book, The Gospel of Wealth, he argued that millionaires should use their money for the common good, rather than squandering it on luxury and extravagance. He invested vast sums in libraries, universities, and museums, believing that education was the key to progress and that every person should have the opportunity to gain knowledge and develop their potential. Cornelius Vanderbilt began as a ferry operator and then entered the railroad business, building a vast transportation empire. His primary contribution was the consolidation of railroads in the northeastern United States, merging various companies and creating a unified network. He built not only lines, but also stations, including the famous Grand Central Terminal in New York City, which became an icon of the railroad era. Vanderbilt was known for his shrewd business acumen and aggressive strategies, not hesitating to use questionable methods to achieve his goals. He bought out competitors, created powerful transportation monopolies, and channeled his wealth into banks and universities, notably contributing to the establishment of Vanderbilt University, making a lasting contribution to education and science. However, the rapid growth of industry also had a dark side, characterized by worker exploitation, social inequality, and political corruption. What problems accompanied the rapid economic growth of the Gilded Age? How did they impact American society? Workers toiled for 12 to 14 hours a day in harsh and dangerous conditions, risking their lives and health for low wages barely sufficient to survive. Women and children often comprised a significant portion of the workforce, working alongside men and subjected to exploitation and abuse. Overcrowded slums arose in cities where people lived in unsanitary conditions and were vulnerable to disease. Sanitation and safety were poor, leading to high mortality rates and a diminished quality of life. In response, the first labor unions began to form, advocating for the protection of workers' rights, and labor movements emerged, organizing strikes and protests against exploitation and injustice. These were often suppressed with force, both private and state-sponsored, demonstrating the authorities' willingness to defend the interests of business over the rights of workers. The rise of large corporations transformed the nation, creating new opportunities for economic growth, but also giving rise to new problems. The economy became increasingly centralized, with control concentrated in the hands of a few wealthy entrepreneurs, whom some saw as the creators of the future, drivers of progress and innovation, while others viewed them as exploiters and monopolists, enriching themselves at the expense of the labor of others. It was during this era that the modern shape of corporate America took form, and a struggle began between the ideals of a free market and the necessity of regulation, striving for a balance between economic freedom and social justice. Ultimately, this conflict would lead to the passage of antitrust laws, tax reform, and the emergence of new conceptions of corporate social responsibility, aimed at protecting the rights of consumers and workers. Thus, the late 19th century was a time when America transitioned from an agrarian republic to an industrial superpower, assuming a leading position in the global economy. Along this path, it gained new heroes and faced new challenges related to social inequality and exploitation. Industrialists like Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Vanderbilt became the face of the era and the foundation of America's future economic might. But their activities sparked criticism and led to a struggle for social justice and the rights of workers. Against the backdrop of rapid industrial growth in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, America experienced another powerful transformation, a demographic one, driven by mass immigration from around the world. Millions of people from across the globe began flocking to the United States in search of work, freedom, and a new life, drawn by the opportunities offered by the American economy. It was during this period that America definitively acquired the multinational character that we know today, transforming itself into a melting pot of cultures and traditions. Immigration became not just a flow of newcomers, but a fundamental part of American history, exerting a tremendous influence on its development and transforming cities, the economy, culture, and national identity itself. From the late 1870s to the 1920s, over 20 million immigrants arrived in the United States, seeking a better life and willing to work hard to achieve their goals. The first major wave consisted primarily of people from Northern and Western Europe, Irish, Germans, English, Scandinavians, who shared similar cultural values and integrated easily into American society. They migrated due to religious oppression, poverty, famine, or political persecution, hoping to find freedom and opportunities for self-realization in America. Many of them settled in the Midwest and rural areas, becoming farmers, laborers, and craftsmen, contributing to the development of American economy and culture. However, starting in the 1890s, the immigration map changed, and a new wave of immigrants, different from the previous ones, flooded into America. This new wave came from Southern and Eastern Europe. Italians, Poles, Jews from the Russian Empire, Hungarians, Balkan Slavs, who had a different culture, language, and traditions. These immigrants were mostly uneducated, poor, and spoke little or no English, which made their integration into American society more difficult. They settled in the rapidly growing industrial cities, New York, Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia, Detroit, working in factories, mines, and construction sites, engaged in heavy and low-paying labor. They had to start from the very bottom, living in overcrowded neighborhoods, working 12 to 14 hours for meager wages, facing discrimination and suspicion from older Americans, which created tension and conflict in society. Of particular significance during this period was Ellis Island, off the coast of New York, which became a symbol of American immigration and the hope for a new life. This was the location of the largest immigration reception center, where thousands of people arriving in America in search of freedom and opportunity passed through. From 1892 to 1954, over 12 million people dreaming of a new life in America passed through it. They were examined by doctors, their documents were checked, they were questioned, determining their right to enter the country. For many people, Ellis Island became the gateway to the New World, the first step towards a dream of freedom, equality, and the opportunity to start life anew, leaving behind poverty, persecution, and oppression. Immigrants formed entire neighborhoods where people of the same nationality settled: Little Italy, Chinatown, Polish neighborhoods, Jewish streets, creating their communities and preserving their traditions. There, they preserved their language, traditions, and faith, but gradually underwent a process of Americanization, adopting American values and culture. Children went to schools, began to speak English, worked in various fields, participated in politics, integrating into American society. Many immigrants or their descendants subsequently became doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, artists, and scientists, making enormous contributions to the development of American culture and economy. However, mass immigration also sparked a wave of anxiety in society, with people fearing that the newcomers would destroy the traditional American way of life. In the early 1900s, a movement to restrict the influx of foreigners gained momentum, aiming to preserve American culture and prevent social conflicts. The arguments varied widely, ranging from cultural differences to fears of anarchists and socialists arriving in America from Europe, as well as competition for jobs, which led to discontent among American workers. In the 1920s, strict immigration quotas were introduced, limiting the influx from undesirable countries, primarily those in Eastern and Southern Europe and Asia, reflecting xenophobia and discrimination. This sharply reduced the scale of migration and changed its geography for decades, limiting opportunities for immigrants from certain regions. Nevertheless, the influence of this period remains forever etched in history, shaping the modern face of America. It was then that America was truly formed as a nation of immigrants, a country where a wide variety of cultures, languages, and traditions coexisted and intertwined, creating a unique blend that has enriched American culture and made it so diverse. Immigrants not only built bridges and roads, smelted steel, and mined coal, but also brought to American life a wealth of cuisine, music, literature, religion, and family values, enriching American culture and making it uniquely vibrant and diverse. They transformed the very essence of the American ideal, turning it from a myth into a reality, where every person, regardless of origin, can find a chance at a decent life in this country, provided they work hard and believe in themselves. Thus, the immigration of the late 19th and early 20th centuries did more than simply populate America. It created a new social fabric, woven from the intermingling of diverse cultures and traditions, enriching American society and making it more diverse and dynamic. What social and political movements arose in response to the problems of the Gilded Age? How did they affect American society? Out of this diversity, with all its difficulties and conflicts, emerged the model of the melting pot, where thousands of cultures fused together, creating something unique, enriching American society and making it stronger and more dynamic. By the time World War I began in 1914, the United States was a prosperous but outwardly cautious power, not seeking to participate in international conflicts. Society as a whole held isolationist views, believing that America should focus on domestic problems and avoid involvement in European affairs. And President Woodrow Wilson, re-elected to a second term under the slogan, "He kept us out of war," tried his best to keep the country from being drawn into the European conflict following the will of the people. Americans were wary of the Old World, believing that the struggle for colonies, influence and territory were internal European affairs that did not concern America. However, by 1917, the position of the United States began to change rapidly, and in the spring of that year, the country officially entered the war, making a decision that changed the course of world history. There were several reasons for this, all closely intertwined: economic, military, diplomatic, and moral, demonstrating the complexity and multifaceted nature of foreign policy decisions. One of the main reasons was the economic dependence on the Entente, created as a result of close trade ties. Despite formal neutrality, American industry and banks actively served the needs of Great Britain and France, supplying them with weapons, food, and other essential goods. By 1915, the volume of exports to the Entente countries had increased several times over, while trade with the Central Powers had virtually ceased, both because of the British naval blockade and because of the American society's political sympathies with the Allies. The British and French governments took out loans from American banks, buying weapons, equipment, and food, plunging further and further into debt to American creditors. More and more American entrepreneurs began to realize that if the Allies lost, the loans might not be repaid, and the economic system could be shaken, posing a threat to the American economy. Therefore, neutrality was more legal than factual, and each week of the war only increased the involvement of the United States in European affairs, pushing it towards active actions. The second powerful impetus was Germany's transition to the tactic of unrestricted submarine warfare, which violated the principles of international law and posed a threat to American ships. From the beginning of the war, the German fleet sought to disrupt the supply of Great Britain, and submarines known as U-boats were soon deployed, sinking enemy ships. Germany announced that any ship in the waters surrounding Britain would be considered hostile, which meant the possibility of attack without warning. This decision quickly led to tragedies that caused outrage in American society. The sinking of the Lusitania liner in 1915, with American citizens on board, caused a storm of indignation in the press and society, demanding that the government take drastic measures. Despite the protests, Germany continued such attacks, temporarily suspending them under pressure from public opinion. But in February 1917, they returned to the policy of total war, unwilling to compromise. From that moment on, German submarines began to sink all ships without warning, including American ones, which was a direct challenge to American sovereignty. But the most shocking event was the diplomatic scandal that went down in history as the Zimmermann telegram, which revealed Germany's plans to draw Mexico into a war against the United States. Germany, foreseeing the entry of the United States into the war, decided to strike a preemptive blow in the rear, distract American forces, and weaken their positions. In January 1917, German Foreign Minister Arthur Zimmermann sent a message to Mexico in which he proposed an alliance against the United States, promising the Mexicans assistance in regaining the lost territories that had been lost during the war with the United States: Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. British intelligence intercepted and deciphered the message and later passed it on to the American authorities, revealing Germany's insidious plan. When the text of the telegram appeared in the newspapers, public opinion in the United States changed dramatically, and war advocates gained a powerful argument in their favor. If the war had seemed distant before, now it was perceived as a direct threat to national security, requiring an immediate response. A significant factor was the ideological component, which played an important role in shaping American foreign policy. President Wilson was a man of conviction who believed in America's moral mission and felt that the United States should play an active role in world affairs. He believed that the war was not just a struggle for interests, but an opportunity to make the world safe for democracy, to spread American values and principles throughout the world. In his view, the United States was to become a force capable of bringing order, rights, and justice to the chaotic world of old Europe, establishing a new world order based on democracy and cooperation. Therefore, when the situation reached its climax, Wilson addressed Congress with a historic speech in which he declared that neutrality was no longer possible and that America must enter the war to defend the principles of freedom and the right of nations to self-determination, becoming the defender of democracy and justice in the world. Thus, the entry of the United States into World War I in 1917 was not a sudden leap, but the culmination of several years of covert involvement, diplomatic tensions, economic commitments, and moral pressure, which pushed the country to take active action. It became a crucial turning point that not only affected the outcome of the war itself, but also marked a new role for the United States on the world stage, as a great power ready to influence the destinies of continents, to take responsibility for peace and security throughout the world. From that moment on, America could no longer be a large but quiet country, standing apart from world affairs. It entered the era of global leadership, becoming one of the most influential powers in the world. When the guns of World War I finally fell silent in 1918, the United States was leaving the battlefield not as an outside observer, but as one of the key powers on which the future of the world now depended, shaping its political and economic order. Before the war, America remained mainly a regional power, focused on domestic development, and while Europe was being ravaged on the fronts, American industry was operating at full capacity, providing the Allies with weapons, equipment, food, and fuel, which contributed to economic growth and strengthened the United States' position in the global economy. By the end of the war, the United States had transformed from a debtor nation into the world's largest creditor, providing loans to European countries and financing the reconstruction of the economy after the war. The British and French economies became dependent on American loans, giving the United States the opportunity to influence their policies and economies. Europe now needed not only money, but also goods, technologies, food, and investment from across the ocean, which created new opportunities for American business and contributed to the expansion of U.S. influence in the world. This gave the United States a new level of influence, not requiring direct occupation or military pressure. The power of the dollar proved more effective than cannons, and America became the economic leader of the world. New York began to compete with London as a global financial center, luring capital and setting new rules of the game on the international stage, and American banks and corporations entered international markets with a completely different strength, demonstrating their competitiveness and desire for leadership. From a military standpoint, the United States proved its ability to mobilize an army and transport it across the ocean, showcasing its military might. The American expeditionary forces, though relatively small compared to the Entente armies, made a decisive contribution to the final operations of 1918, particularly in the Marne and Meuse-Argonne offensives, which helped the Allies secure victory. The presence of the US gave the Allies new momentum and the Germans despair, accelerating the end of the war. In addition, domestic mobilization showed that America could quickly restructure its economy for war, directing all resources toward achieving victory. New taxes were introduced, and government agencies coordinated production, transportation, prices, and supply, ensuring the efficient functioning of the economy in wartime. This provided valuable experience that would later prove useful during World War II, when America once again mobilized its resources to fight aggression. Social changes also proved significant, altering the role of women in society and opening new opportunities for African Americans. The participation of millions of men in the military opened new doors for women, especially in industry, medicine, and transportation, where they replaced the men who had gone to the front lines and proved their ability to work on par with them. The women's movement gained new momentum, and in 1920, the 19th Amendment to the Constitution was passed, granting women the right to vote, marking an important step towards gender equality. Furthermore, the participation of Black Americans in the military and work in factories in the northern states spurred the so-called Great Migration, a mass relocation of African Americans from the south to the north in search of new opportunities, where they could obtain education, employment, and escape racial discrimination. From a diplomatic perspective, the United States gained unprecedented prestige, becoming one of the leaders of the world community. President Woodrow Wilson became a central figure at the Versailles Conference, shaping the post-war world order. His 14 points, a program for building a new, just world, inspired not only Europeans but also peoples in colonies around the world who hoped for self-determination and independence. He proposed abandoning secret diplomacy, ensuring freedom of the seas, fair resolution of territorial disputes, and most importantly, creating the League of Nations, an international organization designed to prevent future wars and ensure peace and security throughout the world. For millions of people in different countries, Wilson became a symbol of hope, a man who promised that the world would never be the same again, that a new world order would be built based on justice and cooperation. But it was here that the main contradiction of American foreign policy emerged, tied to the desire for isolationism and reluctance to participate in world affairs. Although the world saw the U.S. as a new leader, Americans themselves were not ready for this and did not want to take responsibility for world order. The Senate refused to ratify the Treaty of Versailles, and participation in the League of Nations was considered a threat to national sovereignty, fearing that it would limit U.S. freedom of action and involve them in others' conflicts. Isolationism was renewed in society, mass campaigns against involvement in foreign wars began, and America returned to a policy of non-intervention, abandoned an active role in the League of Nations, and focused on domestic life, leaving Europe to solve its own problems. But even in this state, its influence continued to grow through economics, culture, and technology, spreading throughout the world. Thus, the outcome of World War I for the US consisted not only of victory on the front lines, but also the acquisition of a new global status. It was a victory for a new world status, confirming the power of the American economy and its influence on global politics. The US became an economic giant, a moral authority, and a potential leader of the global order, even though it was not ready to assume this role. Although the country declined formal leadership in the early post-war years, it was already clear then the American century was dawning, and it began with the exit from the trenches of France, bringing an end to the era of European dominance. The Roaring Twenties, as Americans would later call the era that followed the end of World War I, was a time of great change and contradiction. It was a decade in which rapid economic growth, cultural revolution, social experiments, and hidden anxieties intertwined, as if under high pressure, to form a unique image of American society. America in the 1920s lived at high speed in both the literal and figurative sense, demonstrating its dynamism and energy. Automobiles rumbled down new highways, jazz music played in every club, movie stars became style icons, and women threw off their corsets and donned short dresses, symbolizing liberation from old traditions. And beneath all this external glossy shell, something far more complex and contradictory was brewing, concealing hidden problems and threats. The U.S. economy in the 1920s experienced one of the most powerful booms in its history, creating an illusion of endless prosperity and well-being. The production of automobiles, household appliances, electricity, steel, and oil, all of this grew exponentially, creating new jobs and increasing incomes. Henry Ford implemented mass assembly line production, making cars accessible to millions of Americans, which changed people's lifestyles and accelerated the development of cities. Advertising, consumer credit, and stock markets developed rapidly, boosting demand and stimulating economic growth. People increasingly bought goods on installment plans, invested money in stocks, and believed in endless growth, unaware of the risks and dangers. Cities grew upward and outward. Skyscrapers began to change the skyline of New York, and nights became illuminated by electric light, which became a symbol of progress and prosperity. America was becoming a consumer society, and this was perceived not as a vice, but as a sign of progress, as an indicator of a high standard of living and economic development. Against the backdrop of this economic boom, a cultural revolution erupted, changing perceptions of morality, freedom, and self-expression. The epicenter was jazz, music that was born in New Orleans from a mixture of African, European, and American traditions, and quickly spread throughout the country, becoming a symbol of the new era and freedom of self-expression. What else characterized the Roaring Twenties? What problems overshadowed this era? It carried within it the freedom of rhythm, improvisation, and the body, and this captivated a new generation that sought self-expression and liberation from old traditions. Jazz quickly became the soundtrack of the era, reflecting its spirit and values. It played in clubs in Chicago and Harlem, in speakeasies and on radio stations, uniting people of different races and social strata. Louis Armstrong, Ella Fitzgerald, and Duke Ellington became not just musicians, they were voices of the time, expressing the moods and feelings of an entire generation. Dances became increasingly expressive and lifestyles more daring, reflecting changes in society and the pursuit of freedom. Flappers appeared on the streets. Young women who wore short dresses, smoked in public, danced the tango and Charleston, and talked about freedom and independence, challenging traditional notions of femininity and morality. It was the first mass female counterculture in history, symbolizing the liberation of women from old constraints. Women gained the right to vote, began actively participating in society, and rejected their former role as keepers of the hearth, striving for self-realization and independence. They worked, drove cars, wrote articles, acted in films, demonstrating their independence and readiness for change. They were not satisfied with the old order, and they were ready to rewrite the rules, creating a new image of women in American society. However, the same decade also saw a political attempt to put boundaries on moral permissiveness and return society to traditional values. Prohibition, which became one of the most controversial and unsuccessful experiments in American history. In 1920, the 18th Amendment to the Constitution was ratified, prohibiting the production, sale, and transportation of alcohol, with the aim of eradicating drunkenness and improving the morality of society. Officially, this was supposed to reduce crime and alcoholism, but in practice, things turned out differently, and prohibition led to unpredictable consequences. The era of bootleggers, speakeasies, smuggling, and mafia showdowns began, which led to an increase in crime and corruption. Major cities, New York, Chicago, Detroit, became the arena for the struggle for control over liquor supplies, where gangs fought for power and influence. Gangsters like Al Capone became legends of the criminal world, earning huge fortunes from the illegal alcohol trade. They bribed officials, eliminated competitors, and controlled the streets, which led to an increase in violence and lawlessness. Prohibition only intensified corruption and gave organized crime unprecedented scope, becoming an example of how good intentions can lead to negative consequences. Hollywood, at the same time, transformed from a cottage industry into a real dream factory, creating films that attracted millions of viewers. Silent films with Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton, and Gloria Swanson gathered crowds in cinemas, offering people the opportunity to escape reality and immerse themselves in a world of fantasy. By the end of the decade, the first sound films had appeared, making cinema even more attractive and popular. American culture was becoming global. It was recognized and copied all over the world, spreading American values and lifestyles. In literature, voices of a disillusioned, lost generation sounded, reflecting the moods and feelings of people who had survived the war and faced new challenges. F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote about the glitter and emptiness of high society in The Great Gatsby, showing the tragedy of a man striving for wealth and success but not finding happiness. Ernest Hemingway wrote about the loss and trauma of the war, which destroyed the lives and souls of many people. It was an attempt to understand where civilization was heading if it lost its bearings and forgot the value of human life. Yet, behind the glittering shop windows and jazzy parties, unsettling signs were brewing, foreshadowing an impending storm. Racial segregation persisted, and African Americans continued to face discrimination and violence, limiting their rights and freedoms. The Ku Klux Klan experienced a resurgence, boasting millions of members and spreading ideologies of racism and hatred. The enactment of strict immigration quotas restricted entry from Eastern Europe and Asia, a manifestation of xenophobia and intolerance. Antagonisms grew within society: city versus country, older generation versus youth, puritanical morality versus new freedoms, creating tension and conflict. The Roaring Twenties were like a flash of fire, bright, fleeting, fragile, and quickly consumed. They brought incredible prosperity, yet simultaneously laid the groundwork for the coming crash, failing to resolve accumulated problems and exacerbating social contradictions. Because just around the corner, in 1929, the Great Depression would engulf America, and the cheerful jazz would be replaced by the deafening silence of unemployment and despair, forever altering the lives of the American people. But before that, there was this frenzied, incredible, dazzling dance of a decade in which America first realized that it could be not only an industrial and powerful nation, but also a cultural capital of the world, setting trends and shaping fashion. After a decade of breakneck growth and seeming prosperity brought by the Roaring Twenties, America. An investor could, for instance, invest $10 of their own money and buy $100 worth of stock, borrowing the remainder against the security of those same shares, allowing for huge profits if prices rose. As stock prices climbed, this led to immense profits, and people became wealthy quickly. But if the market dipped even slightly, the investor had to either put up more money or sell at a loss, resulting in financial ruin. And when prices began to fall, the system broke down and everyone rushed for the exits. A landslide of selling began. People tried to get rid of stocks to avoid losing everything, thereby accelerating the collapse and creating a domino effect. Creditors demanded immediate repayment of debts, banks wanted their money, and mass panic gripped the public consciousness, forcing people to sell everything they owned. Parallel to this, a crisis in the real economy was brewing, undermining confidence in the financial system and exacerbating the situation. Agriculture, despite its traditional importance to the country, had fallen into decline even before the Wall Street crash, facing serious problems. After World War I, demand for American products in Europe plummeted, but farmers continued to produce more and more, hoping to offset the price declines. But their efforts were in vain. This only worsened the situation. The more goods there were, the lower the prices became, and many farmers found themselves on the brink of bankruptcy. Farmers increasingly couldn't repay their debts, mortgaged their land, lost their homes, and were left without means of subsistence. Many migrated to cities in search of work, which increased pressure on urban labor markets and exacerbated social problems. Industry also suffered from overproduction, producing more goods than the population could consume. In 1929, American factories manufactured more cars, refrigerators, radios, and other appliances than were needed to meet demand. Sales grew not because of rising incomes, but because of the widespread use of consumer credit, which created an illusion of prosperity but actually plunged people into debt. People borrowed to live like everyone else, to buy things, to conform to the image of the American dream, but it was a false prosperity based on debt and speculation. As soon as the first glitches appeared in the banking system, consumption plummeted, followed by a decline in production, profits, and employment, leaving millions without work and without means of livelihood. The banking system was extremely vulnerable, unable to withstand the crisis. In the United States, there were thousands of small banks, especially in rural areas, serving farmers and small businesses. They had limited reserves, but they actively lent to farmers and speculators without assessing risks or exercising caution. When the market began to crash and depositors rushed to withdraw their money in a panic, these banks simply couldn't hold up and declared bankruptcy. The first wave of bankruptcies was followed by more. Credit collapsed, the ability to finance businesses disappeared, even healthy enterprises crumbled, leading to economic collapse. And finally, it must be considered that no reliable mechanism of financial regulation existed at that time, which exacerbated the crisis and made it more devastating. Neither the stock exchange, nor banks, nor deposit insurance were properly protected from systemic risk, and there were no effective tools to prevent crisis phenomena. The Federal Reserve, instead of mitigating the crisis, raised interest rates and contracted the money supply, exacerbating the fall in demand and panic, leading to an even greater collapse of the economy. Thus, the economic crash of 1929 was a consequence not only of an overheated stock market, but also of deep imbalances in income, consumption, lending, and the very logic of growth, demonstrating the fragility of the American economic model. It was not just a stock market crash. It was a collapse of confidence in an economic model based on speculation and the illusion of perpetual prosperity, showing that economic growth can be unsustainable and that measures are needed to protect the economy from crisis phenomena. And when, in October of that year, on Black Thursday, the market began to collapse, America took the first step into a decade of poverty, unemployment, and social instability, which would later be called the Great Depression, becoming the most severe economic crisis in United States history. By the early 1930s, the unemployment rate in the United States had exceeded 25%, an unprecedented phenomenon in American history. This meant that more than 15 million people were out of work, losing their source of income and hope for a better future. In some states, especially industrial ones, unemployment reached 35 to 40%, leading to mass poverty and social tension. People stood in mile-long lines for free soup kitchens, organized by churches, charities, and local authorities to get some food and not starve to death. Meals in such places were often limited to bread and watery soup, barely enough to sustain life, humiliating people and stripping them of their dignity. Thousands of Americans lost their homes, unable to pay rent or mortgages, and found themselves on the streets. Spontaneous settlements made of makeshift materials, sheet metal, cardboard, boards, began to appear in cities where people tried to survive in conditions of poverty and hopelessness. These camps were called Hoovervilles, in mockery of President Herbert Hoover, who was accused of inaction and inability to cope with the crisis. They had no plumbing, heating, or medicine, and people lived in unsanitary conditions, subject to disease and crime. At night, people lit fires in barrels to keep warm and cook food, creating an atmosphere of despair and hopelessness. They were mostly inhabited by the unemployed and their families, who had lost everything and despaired of finding work. Many men left home in search of work, hoping to find any kind of income and provide for their families, often hitchhiking or riding freight trains as stowaways, risking their lives and health. Up to 250,000 teenagers, aged 15 to 20, roamed the country, trying to survive and not become a burden on their families, often without adult supervision, facing cruelty and dangers. These young people settled in tents near railroad stations, looked for seasonal work on farms or in construction, engaging in hard and low-paying labor to earn some money and survive. In the rural South, the situation was exacerbated by dust storms, which became an environmental catastrophe. From the late 1920s to the mid-1930s, the Great Plains region, including Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, and New Mexico, suffered from catastrophic soil erosion caused by drought and improper farming practices, leading to the destruction of the fertile layer. Due to drought and improper farming, Dust storms began, carrying away the fertile topsoil. The soil literally rose into the air, burying fields, houses, and roads, turning people's lives into hell. Tens of thousands of farming families left the region, losing everything and despairing of surviving in such conditions. They were called Okies, a nickname for the residents of Oklahoma, and they became a symbol of the Great Depression. They headed to California and other western states, hoping to find work on plantations and start a new life, but their hopes were not realized. But demand for labor was low, and most of the new settlers lived in slums and temporary camps, facing poverty, hunger, and discrimination. Families experienced an acute shortage of money, lacking the means to buy food, clothing, and other necessities. Women sewed clothes from sacks, trying to provide for their families in some way. Children wore the same pair of shoes until they wore out, walking barefoot and susceptible to disease. Often families shared housing with relatives or rented one room for several people, creating overcrowding and unsanitary conditions. What did the government do to combat the Great Depression? How did the role of the state change in American society? The marriage and birth rates plummeted, reflecting people's uncertainty about the future and their inability to support families. The number of suicides increased, reflecting the despair and hopelessness that gripped American society. In 1932, the number of suicides in the United States reached its highest level in recorded history at that time, a tragic testament to the scale of the crisis. The crisis was particularly acute in cities where unemployment and poverty reached critical levels. Detroit, formerly an industrial center, lost up to 60% of its jobs, leaving thousands of people without means of livelihood. In Chicago, out of 800 schools, more than 200 did not have the funds to pay teachers' salaries, leading to a deterioration in the quality of education and social tension. In New York, municipal authorities were unable to cope with the volume of requests for social assistance, and many people were left without support and help. In 1932, World War I veterans staged the so-called Bonus Army March, seeking payment of war bonuses promised to them by the government, hoping to improve their situation. More than 20,000 people arrived in Washington, demanding early payment of their war bonuses and setting up a protest camp. The camp was dispersed by the army on the orders of President Hoover, causing public outrage and undermining his authority, showing his inability to solve people's problems. Movies, radio, and music became a way for many to escape from poverty, allowing them to forget their troubles and immerse themselves in a world of dreams. Hollywood grew in popularity, offering viewers inexpensive entertainment and a chance to escape reality. Low-cost comedies, musicals, and socially themed films were released, reflecting the lives of ordinary people and their problems. People listened to radio broadcasts en masse, which became an important source of information and entertainment. By the mid-1930s, nearly every other family had a radio, uniting people and helping them get through difficult times. By the end of the 1930s, about 80% of the United States population was receiving some form of assistance from the government through food programs, temporary work projects, or housing subsidies, which testified to the scale of the crisis and the need for government intervention. This became possible after Franklin Delano Roosevelt came to power and began the New Deal policy, which changed the role of the state in American society. After years of despair and destitution, when millions of Americans were left without work or shelter, the country was on the verge of social explosion, demanding immediate action. It was clear that the old methods of government were no longer working, and that's when a man entered the political arena who offered not just measures, but a whole new vision of the role of the state, promising Americans a way out of the crisis and new hope. The era of Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal began, becoming one of the most popular and influential presidents in United States history. Franklin Delano Roosevelt's policies, known as the New Deal, represent one of the most ambitious programs of government reform in United States history, transforming the face of the country and its economic system. It was developed in response to the devastating effects of the Great Depression and implemented in several stages during the 1930s, becoming an example of government regulation of the economy and social protection of the population. The main goal of this policy was threefold, which Roosevelt himself described as the 3 R's. Relief, providing assistance to those affected by the crisis; recovery, restoring the economy; and reform, implementing structural reforms to prevent a recurrence of the crisis in the future, which became the foundation of the New Deal. Roosevelt acted immediately, showing decisiveness and leadership. In the first days after his inauguration, he declared a 4-day bank holiday, a temporary closure of all banks to audit their financial soundness, which was intended to stop the panic and stabilize the banking system. This measure stopped the wave of panic and massive withdrawals, preventing further collapse of the banking system. After that, the so-called Emergency Banking Act was adopted, giving the Treasury Department the right to reorganize weak banks and support reliable ones, which strengthened the banking system and restored depositor confidence. At the same time, the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, was created, which guaranteed the safety of deposits in the event of a bank failure, protecting depositors' money and preventing panic in the banking system. This restored public confidence in the financial system, stabilizing its operation. To support the real sector, the National Recovery Administration was established, seeking to stimulate economic growth and create new jobs. It established codes of fair competition for industry, which regulated minimum prices, wages, hours, and prohibited child labor, protecting workers' rights and providing them with decent working conditions. Although the Supreme Court later declared the National Recovery Administration unconstitutional, finding that it violated the principles of free trade, the very idea of regulating industries set a precedent for state involvement in the economy, changing its role and functions. One of the most successful programs was the Civilian Conservation Corps, aimed at combating unemployment and improving the environment. Through this program, about 3 million young men were employed in landscaping, reforestation, road construction, and national park development, which not only created new jobs, but also improved the country's environmental situation. They were paid $30 a month, 25 of which were sent to their families, providing financial support to those in need and helping them get through difficult times. It was not only an economic, but also a social measure aimed at supporting families and preventing crime. Other programs, such as the Public Works Administration and the Works Progress Administration, launched large-scale construction of bridges, roads, schools, hospitals, libraries, and post offices, providing people with work and improving the country's infrastructure. The Works Progress Administration alone created more than 8 million jobs, significantly reducing unemployment. This changed the country's infrastructure, building thousands of facilities and creating new opportunities for economic development. In agriculture, the Agricultural Adjustment Act was created to support farmers and stabilize agricultural prices. Farmers were paid subsidies for reducing acreage and production, which helped reduce surpluses and raise prices. The aim was to stop overproduction and stabilize prices, which improved the financial situation of farmers and promoted agricultural development. As a result, farmers' incomes began to rise and agriculture began to emerge from the crisis. Credit programs were also created for farmers, debts were cancelled, and rental relations were regulated, easing their financial burden. Later, the Soil Conservation Service was established, which prevented the recurrence of dust storms and soil destruction, which had caused thousands of families to leave the Great Plains, protecting the land and ensuring the sustainability of agriculture. An important achievement was the creation of the Tennessee Valley Authority, a government project to electrify and develop the poorest areas of the Tennessee River Valley, one of the most backward and depressed regions in the United States. Under this program, dams, power plants, and irrigation systems were built, providing people with electricity, water, and jobs. This gave people energy, jobs, and the development of entire regions, changing the lives of millions of people and contributing to their prosperity. The Social Security Act, passed in 1935, became a cornerstone of the New Deal, creating a system of social protection for American citizens. What did the Social Security Act provide? How did the New Deal affect the American economy and society? It introduced old age pensions, providing a dignified old age for the elderly, unemployment benefits, helping those who lost their jobs find new opportunities, and support programs for the disabled and single mothers, protecting the most vulnerable segments of the population. This was the beginning of the American Social Security system, which had hardly existed before and became an important step towards creating a welfare state. Workers' rights were protected by the Wagner Act of 1935, which officially recognized the right of workers to form unions and bargain collectively, giving them the opportunity to protect their rights and interests. Minimum labor standards were established, ensuring safety and fairness. This caused a surge in the trade union movement, especially in industry, which strengthened the position of workers and contributed to improved working conditions. However, the New Deal also had opponents who criticized Roosevelt's policies and offered alternative ways out of the crisis. Critics on the right accused Roosevelt of destroying the free market, excessive government intervention in the economy, and growing bureaucracy, which, in their view, undermined economic freedom and initiative. Critics on the left considered the reforms insufficient and demanded a redistribution of wealth, advocating for more radical measures to combat inequality. In 1937, Roosevelt faced an economic setback when, by cutting government spending, he triggered a new recession, the so-called recession within the Depression, showing the fragility of the economic recovery and the need for government regulation. After that, the course was adjusted towards more prudent management, taking into account various factors and striving for a balance between government intervention and a market economy. Despite the difficulties, most Americans supported the New Deal reforms, seeing them as a hope for a better future. Roosevelt was re-elected president a record 4 times, which testified to his popularity and the people's trust. His New Deal did not completely bring the economy out of the Depression, and the final recovery came only with the outbreak of World War II, but it gave Americans a sense that the government was capable and obligated to help in times of trouble, changing their attitude towards the state and its role in society. It was from this time that the United States federal government began to play an active role in the social and economic life of the country, providing social protection, regulating the economy, and investing in infrastructure. Thus, Roosevelt's New Deal policy became the foundation of the modern American model of a mixed economy, where market mechanisms are combined with government regulation, social protection, and infrastructure development, ensuring the stability and prosperity of the country. By the early 1940s, the United States found itself in a complex and contradictory position, trying to find its place in the New World Order. On one hand, the country was still feeling the effects of the Great Depression and adhering to a policy of isolationism, unwilling to interfere in European affairs. The vast majority of Americans did not want to get involved in another European war, remembering the sacrifices of World War I and seeking to avoid new losses. On the other hand, the Roosevelt administration was becoming increasingly aware that what was happening in Europe and Asia would sooner or later affect America as well, and that it was necessary to take measures to protect its interests. In Europe, Nazi Germany's aggression was unfolding with triumphant speed, threatening democratic values and the world order. After the capture of Poland in 1939, there followed the rapid occupation of Denmark, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, and France and Germany established its control over most of Europe. Great Britain remained the last bastion of resistance in the West, and its position was extremely vulnerable, subject to constant bombing and at risk of German occupation. In Asia, meanwhile, Japan was expanding its empire, beginning with the invasion of Manchuria in 1931, then invading China and committing the Nanking Massacre, which aroused outrage in the world and condemnation from the United States. The United States could not ignore such a large-scale violation of international norms, which threatened security and stability throughout the world, and began to provide assistance to the Allies. At first, assistance to the Allies was indirect, through economic support and diplomatic pressure. The United States supplied food, materials and weapons through cash and carry programs, and then through the Lend-Lease Act, which was adopted in March 1941, which was an important step towards involving the United States in the war. This law allowed the United States government to transfer everything necessary for waging war to Allied countries without immediate payment, in essence, on loan or lease, which made it easier to finance the war efforts of the Allies. Great Britain, which was under blockade and needed support to repel attacks by the German Luftwaffe and the Soviet Union after Germany's attack on it in June 1941, became particularly important recipients of Lend-Lease. Thus, America gradually became more involved in the global conflict, providing assistance to allies and preparing for a possible war. In the country, propaganda was conducted to prepare for the defense of democracy. Military orders were increased, the size of the army grew, and large-scale exercises and maneuvers were carried out, which indicated the readiness of the United States for war. All this was happening against the background of increasingly tense relations with Japan, which sought to establish its dominance in Asia. The decisive moment came with the attack on Pearl Harbor, which forced America to enter World War II. On the morning of December 7, 1941, a Japanese squadron of 6 aircraft carriers launched a surprise attack on the main United States naval base in the Pacific Ocean, located on the island of Oahu. The attack lasted less than 2 hours, but was extremely destructive, dashing hopes for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. 8 battleships were sunk or disabled, including the legendary Arizona, a symbol of American naval power. More than 300 aircraft were destroyed, and 2,403 Americans died, causing anger and outrage in American society. The attack was so unexpected that even radars and observation posts that recorded the approach of the aircraft did not have time to react, and the American military was not ready to repel the attack. The Japanese were counting on the paralyzing effect, which would give them several months to capture Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia, and other territories without United States intervention, but their plans collapsed. However, the result was the opposite, uniting the American people and making them forget their differences. The next day, December 8th, President Roosevelt addressed Congress with a brief but powerful speech, calling December 7th a day that would live in infamy and calling for a declaration of war on Japan. Congress overwhelmingly voted to declare war on Japan, supporting the president and expressing the will of the American people. A few days later, Germany and Italy, Japan's Axis allies, declared war on the United States, expanding the scope of the conflict and involving America in a global war. Thus, the United States was drawn into a global war, in which from the very beginning it took part on 2 fronts at once, against Japan in the Pacific Ocean and against Germany and Italy in Europe and North Africa, which required enormous efforts and resources. American society, despite its former isolationism, united around a common goal, victory over the enemy, demonstrating its strength and determination. What role did the United States play in World War II? How did the war affect American society and the economy? Millions of volunteers enlisted in the Army and Navy, seized by patriotic fervor and a desire to protect their country, and industry was converted to a wartime footing in a matter of months, producing everything necessary for the front. The entry of the United States into World War II changed not only the course of the war itself, but also the entire structure of world politics, determining a new balance of power. America, from a semi-neutral power, became a global player, whose participation became decisive for the victory of the Allies, putting an end to Nazi aggression. This was not only a military, but also a moral turning point, strengthening faith in democracy and justice. The ideals of democracy, justice, and resistance to aggression became part of the foreign policy of the United States for decades to come, defining its role in the world. After the entry of the United States into World War II in December 1941, America became a key member of the anti-Hitler coalition in the shortest possible time, taking responsibility for the fate of the world. Unlike World War I, this time the country did not just join the final stage of the conflict, but from the very beginning turned into an industrial, logistical, and military engine of the common resistance to the Axis countries, making a decisive contribution to the victory over fascism. The role of the United States in the victory of the Allies was truly decisive, not only on the fronts, but also in the rear, where the American economy was working at full capacity. First of all, America became the so-called arsenal of democracy, providing the Allies with everything necessary for waging war. Industry was completely reoriented to military needs, and factories switched to the production of military products. Automobile factories began to produce tanks, airplanes, and armored personnel carriers, and companies that produced household appliances switched to the production of weapons, shells, and military uniforms, demonstrating their flexibility and ability to adapt to new conditions. In the first 4 years of the war, the United States produced about 300,000 aircraft, more than 80,000 tanks, millions of rifles, and hundreds of thousands of guns, which was evidence of America's industrial power. Factories worked around the clock, and millions of Americans, including women, worked in production, replacing the men who had gone to the front, proving their loyalty to the country and their willingness to contribute to the victory. Secondly, the United States organized a gigantic supply system for the Allies, providing them with economic assistance and providing them with everything necessary to wage war. The Lend-Lease program became the basis of this assistance, allowing the United States to transfer weapons, food, medicine, fuel, vehicles, clothing, building materials, and other necessary goods to the Allies without requiring immediate payment, but providing them on loan or lease. Great Britain, the USSR, China, and other countries received enormous support from America, which allowed them to withstand the struggle against the aggressors. For the Soviet Union, for example, deliveries of American trucks, locomotives, canned goods, rubber, and aluminum were extremely important, providing its army and economy with the necessary resources. Thousands of ships crossed the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, despite the threat of German submarines and Japanese attacks, delivering cargo to Allied countries, demonstrating America's logistical power. Special Liberty ships were built in the United States, simple to manufacture but reliable, and they became a symbol of America's logistical power, ensuring uninterrupted supplies to the Allies. The military role of the United States was large-scale and multi-level, and American soldiers fought on different fronts, contributing to the victory over the enemy. In Europe, American troops fought in Sicily and Italy, participated in the landing in Normandy on June 6, 1944, known as D-Day, and advanced through France, Belgium, and Germany, liberating European countries from Nazi occupation. Under the command of General Dwight Eisenhower, the largest landing operation in history was launched, leading to the liberation of Western Europe and the collapse of the Third Reich. The American Air Force participated in the strategic bombing of industrial centers of the Third Reich, seeking to weaken its economy and military potential, and made a significant contribution to the destruction of the German war machine. On the Pacific Front, the United States waged a grueling war with Japan, seeking to stop its expansion in Asia and protect its interests. After defeats at the beginning of the war, Pearl Harbor, the surrender of the Philippines, the Americans began a systematic offensive, returning the captured territories and approaching Japan. The war was fought on the islands, and every step forward came at the cost of enormous effort and sacrifice, demonstrating the heroism of American soldiers. The battles for Midway, Guadalcanal, Saipan, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa became symbols of the heroism and perseverance of American soldiers fighting for freedom and democracy. In July 1945, the United States dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, events that triggered Japan's surrender and the end of the war, although they sparked controversy about the moral justification for using these weapons. Equally vital was the strategic and diplomatic leadership the United States provided to the Allied coalition, which shaped the post-war world. The US played a pivotal role in forging military alliances, coordinating efforts with Great Britain and the Soviet Union, and organizing the Tehran, Yalta, and Potsdam conferences. These meetings determined the fate of the post-war world and laid the foundation for a new world order. It was during these years that the groundwork for the United Nations, international institutions, and the global influence of the United States as a new superpower was established, with the US assuming responsibility for maintaining world order. Thus, America's contribution to the Allied victory was all-encompassing, spanning from factory floors to the front lines, from diplomatic tables to military bases across the globe. Without the involvement of the United States, the outcome of World War II might have been entirely different, and the world as we know it might not exist. The victory was not only the result of courageous actions on the battlefield, but also a testament to national mobilization, industrial might, and moral resolve, which established the United States as a leader of a new world order, shaping the destiny of the world. In parallel with the fierce fighting on the fronts of World War II, one of the most secretive and ambitious scientific projects in human history was unfolding in the United States, the Manhattan Project. This project became a symbol of American scientific prowess and technological power. Its goal was to create an entirely new weapon of unprecedented destructive force, capable of fundamentally transforming the very nature of international conflicts by creating a powerful deterrent. This project marked a turning point not only in the course of World War II, but also in the evolution of science, politics, and ethics, raising new questions and challenges. The Manhattan Project was launched in 1939 when a group of European scientists who had fled the Nazi regime, including Albert Einstein and Leo Szilard, warned President Roosevelt of the possibility of Germany developing an atomic bomb. General Leslie Groves, possessing exceptional organizational skills and the ability to manage large-scale projects, was appointed as the project's head. The renowned physicist Robert Oppenheimer served as the scientific director, leading the scientific research and providing scientific guidance for the project. Work was conducted at dozens of secret sites across the country to ensure security and prevent information leaks. The main site was Los Alamos in New Mexico, where atomic bombs were developed and tested. The project brought together the efforts of thousands of scientists, engineers, and technicians working to solve the most complex scientific and technical challenges. Vast facilities were constructed to enrich uranium in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and to produce plutonium in Hanford, Washington, requiring enormous investments and advanced technologies. The scientific and technical complexity of the task was immense, requiring solutions to a multitude of intricate problems. It was necessary not only to obtain the required amount of fissile materials, but also to develop a reliable and controllable mechanism for a nuclear explosion capable of releasing tremendous energy. In July of 1945, the first atomic bomb test in history, Operation Trinity, took place in the New Mexico desert, marking a turning point in human history. The bright flash, the fireball, and the subsequent shockwave startled even the most experienced scientists who realized the full power of the weapon they had created. Oppenheimer, observing the explosion, uttered words from the ancient Indian Bhagavad Gita. "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds," reflecting his feelings and awareness of responsibility for the weapon he had created. After the successful test, the question arose of using the new weapon against Japan, which continued to resist despite the obvious hopelessness of its military position, and its resolution sparked debate and disagreement in American society. The American command argued that an invasion of the Japanese islands could lead to hundreds of thousands of deaths on the part of the Allies and the Japanese, and that the use of the atomic bomb was necessary to end the war quickly. In this logic, the use of the atomic bomb was supposed to accelerate Japan's surrender and save the lives of American soldiers. Opponents of this decision pointed to the moral unacceptability of the mass destruction of civilians, but their voice was not decisive, and the decision to use atomic weapons was made. On August 6, 1945, an American B-29 bomber, the Enola Gay, dropped the first combat atomic bomb in history on the Japanese city of Hiroshima, becoming a tragic event in human history. The explosion destroyed a significant portion of the city, instantly killing about 70,000 people and causing enormous damage to infrastructure. Tens of thousands later died from burns, radiation sickness, and other consequences of the explosion, becoming victims of nuclear weapons. 3 days later, on August 9th, a second bomb was dropped on the city of Nagasaki, resulting in the deaths of approximately 40,000 more people and forcing Japan to surrender. On August 12th, Japan officially announced its willingness to surrender, acknowledging its defeat and ending World War II. The Manhattan Project forever changed the world, ushering in a new era in human history. It demonstrated the unprecedented power of scientific progress, but simultaneously confronted humanity with the threat of complete self-destruction, creating weapons capable of destroying all life on the planet. The creation of atomic weapons marked the beginning of the nuclear age, laying the foundation for the arms race and the Cold War, creating the threat of global conflict. Ethical debates about the admissibility of using the bomb continue to this day, dividing society into supporters and opponents of the use of nuclear weapons. Many scientists who participated in the project later advocated for control over nuclear technologies and a ban on their use in wars, realizing the enormous danger of these weapons. Thus, one war ended and another began. A cold one, the confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union, which determined the course of world history for decades to come. The Manhattan Project became a symbol of both the victory of reason and a warning about its consequences, reminding us of the need for responsible use of scientific achievements. Victory in World War II brought the United States the status of a superpower and changed the global balance of power, defining a new alignment of forces in the world. America emerged from the war economically strengthened, with a powerful army and enormous influence on the international stage, becoming the leader of the Western world. The American economy grew several times over, and the country became the largest producer of goods and services in the world, as well as possessing advanced technologies and enormous international influence. Unlike Europe and Asia, which had experienced destruction and losses, the United States became the only country to possess nuclear weapons and keep its territory untouched, avoiding destruction and casualties. All of this made it not only a military leader, but also a political architect of the post-war world, capable of determining its destiny. However, it quickly became clear that the period of peace would not be tranquil, and that the United States would face new challenges and threats. Instead of open warfare, an era of global tension began, which became known as the Cold War, a confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union that divided the world into two warring camps and created the threat of nuclear catastrophe. One of the first steps toward post-war settlement was the creation of the United Nations, aimed at preventing future conflicts and maintaining peace and security throughout the world. This international structure was intended to be an instrument for preventing future conflicts and addressing global problems. The UN headquarters was located in New York, symbolizing the new position of the United States in world politics, acknowledging its leadership and responsibility for peace. However, it became clear, even at the first meetings of the Security Council, that contradictions were growing between the former allies, the United States and the Soviet Union, due to differences in ideology and geopolitical interests. Their relationship quickly shifted from cooperation to rivalry, and the world found itself divided into two warring camps. The United States sought to consolidate the dominance of the Western model of development: liberal democracy, a market economy, and free trade, spreading its influence throughout the world. The Soviet Union, in turn, expanded its influence in Eastern Europe, supporting communist regimes and creating a buffer zone between itself and the Western world. In Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and other countries, pro-Soviet governments were established with the support of the USSR, which provoked a sharp reaction in Washington. As early as 1947, President Harry Truman proclaimed the so-called doctrine of containment, defining U.S. foreign policy for years to come. The goal of the United States was to prevent the spread of communism in the world, supporting democratic countries and countering Soviet expansion, containing the spread of communist ideology. In the same year, the Program of Economic Assistance to Europe, the Marshall Plan, was launched, which had a huge impact on the restoration of the European economy. It involved large-scale financial and technological assistance to Western European countries to rebuild their economies, but it also served as an instrument of political influence, strengthening pro-American regimes and preventing the spread of communism. At the same time, Germany was being divided, becoming an arena of confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union. The defeated country was occupied by the Allies, but irreconcilable differences soon arose between them regarding its future, and Germany was divided into two parts, reflecting the confrontation between the two systems. What is the Cold War? How did it affect the development of the United States? The USSR established control over the eastern part of Germany, imposing a communist regime there, while the United States, Great Britain, and France controlled the western part, supporting democratic forces. In 1949, two states were officially created on this basis: the Federal Republic of Germany and the German Democratic Republic, reflecting the division of Europe and the world into two opposing camps. This split became one of the symbols of the Cold War, and Berlin, divided by a wall, was its epicenter, symbolizing the confrontation between the two systems. In 1948, the Soviet Union attempted to blockade West Berlin, cutting off all land supply routes in order to force the Allies to abandon control over it and unite the city under its rule. But the United States organized a large-scale airlift, supplying the city from the air for almost a year, delivering food, fuel, and other necessary goods, demonstrating its determination and strength. The Cold War wasn't a declared armed conflict between two nations, but it involved a constant arms race, ideological battles, diplomatic pressure, and participation in conflicts around the world through proxy wars. This created a persistent threat of global war. The United States actively formed alliances to counter Soviet influence, one being the NATO military alliance created in 1949, uniting Western nations. The Soviet Union responded by creating the Warsaw Pact, uniting Eastern European countries under its control. This marked the beginning of an era of confrontation where the victory in World War II was not the end, but the beginning of a new Cold War that divided the world into two hostile camps. The Cold War was not a typical conflict with front lines and trenches, but a global confrontation encompassing all aspects of life. It was a battle of ideas, systems, and worldviews, with each side striving to prove its superiority. At its core was a global standoff between two alternative models of development: a capitalist one, led by the United States, and a communist one, represented by the Soviet Union, each offering its own path for humanity. Each side not only sought to strengthen its power and influence, but also tried to prove that its system was fairer, more effective, and more viable, attracting other countries to its side. This confrontation took on planetary dimensions, encompassing all continents and regions. The world was split in two. Nearly every nation was either within the orbit of one of the superpowers or caught between them in a precarious position, trying to maintain neutrality. In the military sphere, the division was manifested in the creation of two military-political blocs, NATO and the Warsaw Pact, guaranteeing mutual assistance in case of aggression. Equally important was the ideological, economic, and cultural divide, where each side sought to spread its values and ideas. Schools, television, art, and even sports became arenas for symbolic struggle, proving superiority over the opponent. The United States and the USSR actively interfered in the political life of other countries, supporting loyal regimes and overthrowing hostile ones. Through aid, pressure, coups, or direct involvement, they ensured that loyal regimes came to power, promoting their interests and expanding their influence. This led to a series of crises and wars on the periphery, where the interests of the two superpowers clashed, in Korea, Vietnam, the Middle East, Latin America, and Africa. These conflicts were often referred to as the hotspots of the Cold War, showing how the rivalry between the two superpowers impacted the fate of other nations. The two superpowers did not engage in direct warfare to avoid triggering a nuclear war, but their interests and weapons collided through intermediaries, creating a constant threat of escalating conflict. Nuclear deterrence became particularly important, becoming the main factor that prevented World War III. Both sides possessed nuclear arsenals, and the fear of mutual destruction became the main deterrent against direct confrontation, restraining aggressive actions. Concepts such as the balance of terror and the arms race emerged. Strategists on both sides of the ocean developed doctrines of nuclear response, massive retaliation, containment, and mutual assured destruction, demonstrating their readiness to use nuclear weapons if necessary. The Cold War was also accompanied by large-scale propaganda aimed at shaping public opinion and creating an image of the enemy. In the United States, an image of the Soviet threat was cultivated, while in the USSR, an image of a sinister capitalist enemy was created, fostering an atmosphere of fear and suspicion. Films, books, radio broadcasts, and propaganda campaigns were created to shape the desired perception of the enemy and mobilize the population. During this period, control over information, intelligence, and counterintelligence became particularly important, ensuring security and protecting national interests. Thus began an era of spies, double agents, covert operations, and psychological warfare, where countries used various methods to achieve their goals. Thus, the essence of the Cold War was not only in military competition, but also in the systemic division of the world, encompassing all spheres of society. It was a conflict between two visions of humanity's future that defined not only international relations, but also the daily lives of billions of people for nearly half a century, and its consequences are still felt today. After the formation of two opposing blocs and the establishment of a system of nuclear deterrence, tension between the USSR and the United States began to take on increasingly concrete forms, creating the threat of global catastrophe. The world entered a period when ideological and political rivalry was increasingly expressed not in direct confrontation between superpowers, but through proxy wars and crises capable of escalating into disaster at any moment, demonstrating the fragility of peace and the need for dialogue. The most striking and dangerous examples of this were the Korean War and the Cuban Missile Crisis, which brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. The Korean War and the Cuban Missile Crisis became two striking examples of how the Cold War, being fundamentally an ideological and political confrontation, could at any moment escalate into a hot conflict with mass casualties and the threat of global conflict, demonstrating the enormous danger of confrontation between the two superpowers. Let's begin with the Korean War, which became the first major armed conflict of the Cold War. After the end of World War II, Korea, previously under Japanese control, was divided into two zones of influence: the North, under Soviet control, and the South, under American control, echoing the fate of Germany. The division ran along the 38th parallel, formerly temporary, but it quickly became the de facto border between two states with opposing political regimes. North Korea, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, developed according to the Soviet model under the control of the Communist Party and Kim Il-sung personally, and aspired to unify Korea under its control. South Korea, the Republic of Korea, relied on the support of the United States and built an anti-communist political system, albeit with authoritarian features, and sought to preserve its independence. What happened in Korea in 1950? How did the conflict unfold? On June 25, 1950, without a declaration of war, North Korean troops, well armed and trained by Soviet military specialists, crossed the 38th parallel and launched a rapid advance southward, seeking to unify Korea under communist rule. Within the first few weeks, they captured Seoul and almost completely occupied South Korea, bringing it to the brink of defeat. The United States, seeing this as aggression by the communist bloc aimed at expanding its influence in Asia, immediately initiated discussions in the United Nations Security Council. In the absence of the USSR, which was boycotting the session at that time in protest against the non-recognition of Communist China, a decision was made for military intervention to protect South Korea from aggression. American forces, reinforced by troops from other UN countries, launched a counter-offensive, seeking to halt the advance of North Korean troops and restore the status quo. The landing at Incheon, organized by General Douglas MacArthur, became a decisive turning point in the Korean War. It cut off North Korean troops from supplies and forced them to retreat. The North Koreans were pushed back, and UN troops advanced almost to the border with China, liberating South Korea and creating a threat to North Korea. However, China perceived this as a threat to its security and sent hundreds of thousands of soldiers from a volunteer army into battle, assisting North Korea and turning the tide of the war. The front shifted again, this time southward, and the war took on a protracted and bloody character. By 1951, the line of fighting stabilized roughly in the area of the same 38th parallel, and the war entered a positional phase. Fighting continued for 2 more years, exhausting, positional, with thousands of casualties, destroyed cities, and huge losses among the civilian population, leading to enormous destruction and suffering for the Korean people. An armistice was signed on July 27, 1953, stopping the bloodshed and fixing the division of Korea. However, a peace treaty was never concluded, and formally the 2 Koreas are still at war, maintaining tension in the region. The war showed that the United States was willing to use force in the fight against communism, even at the cost of heavy losses, but that this fight could be long and difficult. It also became the first test of the UN as an instrument of collective security, demonstrating its capabilities and limitations. 9 years later, the world found itself in a far more dangerous situation during the Cuban Missile Crisis in October 1962, which brought humanity to the brink of nuclear war. After the Cuban Revolution of 1959, Fidel Castro came to power and declared a course towards socialism, nationalized American enterprises, and established close ties with the USSR, which caused discontent in the United States. In 1961, the United States supported a failed attempt to overthrow Castro, the Bay of Pigs invasion. This further pushed Cuba into an alliance with the Soviet Union, and Castro turned to the USSR for help in defending against American aggression. In 1962, seeking to balance American nuclear superiority in Europe and protect Cuba from possible invasion, the USSR began secretly deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles on the island, capable of striking most of the territory of the United States, creating a direct threat to American security. American intelligence discovered this through photographs taken by U-2 planes and reported it to President Kennedy. On October 22nd, President John Kennedy addressed the nation, announcing a naval blockade of Cuba and demanding the immediate dismantling of Soviet missiles, which led to the escalation of the crisis and brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. The days that followed became the climax of the entire Cold War, when tension reached its peak and the world stood still, waiting for disaster. For the first time, there was a real threat of an imminent exchange of nuclear strikes, capable of destroying civilization. The United States Air Force and Navy were put on high alert, Soviet submarines patrolled the Atlantic, and the political leadership of both countries conducted complex negotiations through intermediaries and direct lines of communication, seeking a way out of the crisis. The denouement came on October 28th, when Khrushchev agreed to dismantle the missiles in exchange for public guarantees from the United States not to invade Cuba, as well as secret commitments to withdraw American missiles from Turkey, which allowed both sides to save face and avoid war. Both leaders, Khrushchev and Kennedy, understood how dangerous this situation was and did everything to save face but avoid war, showing political wisdom and responsibility. After this crisis, a direct telephone line was established between the Kremlin and the White House so that such situations could be resolved faster and more directly, preventing escalation of the conflict. Both of these conflicts, one long, devastating through intermediaries, the other brief but critically dangerous, showed that the Cold War could take different forms, from regional wars to the immediate threat of global apocalypse, and that efforts must be made to prevent conflicts and maintain peace. It was after them that the United States and the Soviet Union became much more actively involved in arms control and the creation of mechanisms to prevent such crises, seeking to reduce tension and avoid nuclear war. After the end of the Korean War and the Cuban Missile Crisis, it became clear that a direct clash between the United States and the Soviet Union could lead to a global catastrophe, and that it was necessary to look for other ways of confrontation. Therefore, the superpowers increasingly engaged in conflicts indirectly through the support of allies in local wars, which led to numerous victims and destruction. This is how one of the most painful episodes of the Cold War began, the Vietnam War, which became a symbol of American foreign policy and its consequences. This conflict not only called into question the military power of the United States, but also forever changed American society, politics, and the national identity, leaving a deep mark on its history. The origins of the war lie in the period of decolonization, when many countries in Asia and Africa began the struggle for independence from European powers. After the Second World War, Vietnam, previously controlled by France, began its struggle for independence under the leadership of the communist leader Ho Chi Minh, who sought to create an independent and socialist state. In 1954, after the defeat of France at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, Vietnam was divided along the 17th parallel into two states, the Communist North and the pro-Western South, which repeated the fate of Korea and Germany. The United States, fearing the expansion of the influence of the Soviet Union and China in Southeast Asia, began to actively support the government of South Vietnam, which turned out to be unstable, corrupt, and unpopular among the population, which led to a civil war. In the 1950s and early 1960s, American intervention was limited to military advisors and economic assistance, seeking to support South Vietnam and prevent its fall under the influence of communists. However, in 1964, after the so-called Gulf of Tonkin incident, when American ships were allegedly attacked by North Vietnamese torpedo boats, the United States Congress gave President Lyndon Johnson virtually unlimited powers to conduct military operations in Vietnam, which led to an escalation of the conflict and its transformation into a full-scale war. How did the Vietnam War develop? Why couldn't the United States achieve victory? A full-scale war began, involving the United States and North Vietnam, as well as their allies. In 1968, there were more than 540,000 American soldiers in Vietnam, which became the peak of the American military presence in the region. The United States Army used modern weapons, trying to break the resistance of the enemy. Aviation, helicopters, chemical weapons such as napalm and Agent Orange, which had a devastating impact on the environment and human health. Large-scale operations were carried out to destroy the Viet Cong guerrillas and the territories under their control, but they did not bring the desired results, and the war dragged on. However, the effectiveness of these actions turned out to be doubtful, and the American army faced insurmountable difficulties. Guerrilla tactics, the support of the local population, the jungles and mountains, as well as the ideological motivation of the enemy, negated the technical superiority of the American army, and the Americans could not achieve decisive success. The shock of the Tet Offensive in 1968 was most indicative. Coordinated attacks by the Viet Cong on dozens of South Vietnamese cities, demonstrating the strength and determination of the enemy. Although the United States repelled the attacks, the very fact of such an attack undermined confidence in a quick victory and caused disappointment in American society. Meanwhile, in the United States itself, protest sentiments against the war intensified, and Americans demanded an end to participation in this conflict. Millions of Americans began to perceive the war as meaningless and cruel, bringing no benefit to the country. Student demonstrations, marches in Washington, performances by musicians and writers became part of the anti-war movement, expressing protest against the war. One of the turning points was the publication of photographs of the My Lai massacre, where American soldiers killed hundreds of civilians, including women and children, which became a symbol of the cruelty and inhumanity of the war. Public opinion changed dramatically, and Americans began to demand an end to the war. Criticism of the government intensified. A wave of distrust of official information began, which would later be called the Vietnam Syndrome, reflecting the disappointment of the American people in foreign policy. Under President Richard Nixon, a gradual withdrawal of troops from Vietnam began under the slogan of Vietnamization, transferring responsibility for the war to the South Vietnamese army, seeking to avoid further losses and pacify American society. In 1973, the Paris Peace Accords were signed, ending American participation in the war. American troops left the country, but the real end of the conflict came in April 1975, when North Vietnam occupied Saigon, uniting the country under communist rule. The image of the last Americans evacuating from the roof of the embassy by helicopters became a symbol of humiliation and the failure of American foreign policy. The results of the war were catastrophic for the United States and Vietnam, leaving a deep mark on the history of both countries. More than 58,000 Americans died, hundreds of thousands were wounded and maimed, millions of Vietnamese died or became refugees, becoming victims of the war. Economic costs exceeded $150 billion, which caused serious damage to the American economy. Within the United States, the war left a deep mark, dividing society and undermining confidence in the government. The nation was split, distrust of the authorities increased, disappointment in the state, and the army grew. Journalists became more critical of the government's actions, and pacifist and left-wing movements opposed to the war and militarism became more active. Young people massively rejected traditional values. The number of refusals to be drafted into the army grew, which indicated a crisis in American society. The United States Army took a long time to recover from the moral and institutional crisis caused by the war. Serious reforms were made in military administration, including the abandonment of the conscription system and the transition to a professional army, seeking to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. Politicians became much more cautious in matters of military intervention, taking into account the experience of Vietnam. Vietnam became a symbol of a tragic mistake caused by ideological blinkers, underestimation of the enemy, and a lack of understanding of another culture, a reminder of how important it is to consider all factors when making foreign policy decisions. This war changed Americans' attitude to the government, to international politics, and to the very concept of national leadership for many years, shaping their views on the world. After the exhausting Vietnam War, the upheavals of the 1960s, and the growing distrust of the government, the United States found itself in search of a new idea that could inspire the nation and restore its sense of confidence and unity, lost during the war years. This idea became the space race, not just a competition to achieve technical superiority, but a symbolic battle between two political systems determining the future of humanity. The United States and the Soviet Union sought to prove whose model of society, democratic or socialist, was able to conquer space faster and more efficiently, proving its superiority and attracting other countries to its side. In this context, the Apollo program, and especially the moon landing in 1969, became the culmination not only of scientific progress, but also of the entire Cold War at its ideological level, symbolizing the victory of American capitalism over Soviet communism. By the beginning of the 1960s, the Soviet Union held the advantage in space, demonstrating impressive successes in space exploration. It was the Soviet Union that launched the first artificial satellite of Earth, Sputnik 1, in 1957, ahead of the United States and causing shock in American society. Then, it was the first to send a living creature, the dog Laika, into space. And then, on April 12, 1961, the first human, Yuri Gagarin, who orbited the Earth on the spacecraft Vostok 1, which became a triumph of Soviet science and technology. These achievements caused real alarm in the United States, and Americans felt that they were lagging behind the Soviet Union. The country, which was used to considering itself the leader of progress, had to admit that in one of the most strategically important areas, it was behind, which forced it to take urgent measures. This explains why John Kennedy's address to Congress on May 25, 1961, became so significant, marking a turning point in the space race. His declaration that the United States committed to landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth before the end of the decade sounded incredibly ambitious. Yet it inspired the American people and instilled confidence in their capabilities. At that time, the United States did not even possess a reliable manned spacecraft. In 1968, Apollo 7 became the first crewed mission to test the command module and confirm its reliability, while Apollo 8 became the first to orbit the moon, gathering valuable data about its surface and gravitational field. Then, Apollo 10 rehearsed all the landing stages without actually touching down, paving the way for a human landing on the moon. Finally, on July 16, 1969, Apollo 11 lifted off from Cape Canaveral, embarking on a historic journey to the moon. Mission Commander Neil Armstrong, Lunar Module Pilot Buzz Aldrin, and Command Module Pilot Michael Collins became heroes even before their return, with the entire world watching their flight. On July 20th, the lunar module Eagle separated from the command module and began its descent to the moon's surface, marking one of the most dramatic moments in the history of space exploration. Despite a concerning shortage of fuel, Armstrong skillfully and calmly managed to land the spacecraft manually on the moon's surface. As Armstrong descended the ladder and set foot on the grey, ashen regolith, the world held its breath in anticipation. His words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," were broadcast live in over 30 countries, becoming a symbol of human progress and achievement. It was not just a technical triumph. It was a moment when humanity first overcame Earth's gravitational constraints and physically set foot on another world, expanding the boundaries of what was possible. Buzz Aldrin joined him a few minutes later, and together they spent 21 hours on the moon, collecting soil samples, setting up scientific instruments, and, of course, planting the American flag, a symbol not only of a nation, but of an entire civilization reaching for the stars. After the return of the Apollo 11 crew to Earth, Americans experienced a true triumph, uniting the nation and filling it with pride. This event gave the nation something it desperately needed: faith in its abilities, pride in its country, and inspiration for the future, reinforcing its confidence in its capabilities. However, the effect was not only emotional, but also economic and technological. The space program fostered the development of advanced technologies, the emergence of new materials, communication methods, computing technology, and medicine, leading to innovation and economic growth. Moreover, despite the military origins of rocket technology, the Apollo mission remained a symbol of peace, cooperation, and the pursuit of knowledge. The plaque left on the moon was engraved with the words, "We came in peace for all mankind," expressing a commitment to cooperation and the peaceful exploration of space. Nevertheless, the success of the program did not translate into limitless space exploration, and interest in space travel gradually waned. In the 1970s, NASA's funding was reduced, public interest diminished, and the Apollo program was terminated, but its legacy remained undiminished. The moon landing has remained in history as one of the greatest achievements not only of America, but of all humankind, inspiring new accomplishments and discoveries. It was a moment when the ancient dream of reaching the moon became a reality thanks to science, courage, and determination, demonstrating the power of the human mind. The step taken in 1969 still reminds the world what humans are capable of when they unite for a great cause, bringing people together and inspiring them to new achievements. After the resounding victory in the space race and the moon landing, America established itself as a global superpower in science and technology. However, deep social contradictions persisted within the country, requiring immediate resolution. One of the most pressing and painful issues remained racial discrimination, which continued to poison American society. Despite the fact that formal slavery had been abolished in the 19th century, African Americans for many decades faced systemic inequality in education, employment, healthcare, voting rights, and daily life, remaining second-class citizens. This problem was particularly acute in the southern states, where segregation laws, known as Jim Crow laws, were in effect, dividing people by race in virtually everything, from schools to bus seats, creating an atmosphere of oppression and injustice. The beginning of a new stage in the civil rights struggle is considered to be the event that occurred on December 1, 1955, when African-American Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat to a white passenger on a bus in Montgomery, Alabama, which became an act of civil disobedience and a symbol of the fight for equality. For this act, she was arrested, but it became the spark that ignited the civil rights movement and inspired African Americans to fight for their rights. In response, a mass boycott of the bus system began in the city, lasting more than a year, paralyzing the city's transportation system and putting pressure on the authorities. The organizer of the boycott was a young Baptist pastor named Martin Luther King, who very quickly became a key figure in the entire civil rights movement, leading the fight for equality and justice. He preached nonviolent resistance, inspired by the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi, and believed that the struggle should be waged with dignity, words, and faith, not weapons, convincing people of the need for peaceful protest. In subsequent years, the civil rights movement gained momentum, attracting more and more supporters and putting pressure on the government. Protests took place in various cities in the South, so-called sit-ins in cafes where black people were refused service, freedom marches, attempts to register to vote in places where it was almost impossible, demonstrating the determination of African Americans to fight for their rights. Participants in these actions were often beaten, arrested, and intimidated, but they did not retreat, showing courage and resilience. One of the largest moments was the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, which took place on August 28, 1963, and brought together hundreds of thousands of people. Over 250,000 people gathered at the Lincoln Memorial, demanding equality and justice. It was there that Martin Luther King delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech, in which he spoke of a future where people would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And this speech became one of the most famous and inspiring speeches in American history. Martin Luther King delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech on September 11, 2001, in which he spoke of a future where people would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character, inspiring people to fight for equality and justice. The civil rights movement faced fierce resistance from racists and segregationists who did not want to recognize the equality of African Americans. In many southern states, governors refused to comply with federal orders aimed at integrating schools and voting rights, hindering the realization of African Americans' rights. In Birmingham, Alabama, police used water cannons and dogs against demonstrators, demonstrating cruelty and violence. In one instance, an African American Baptist church was bombed, killing 4 children, which became a tragic testament to hatred and racism. What laws were passed to protect civil rights? How did the situation in America change after the adoption of these laws? However, these tragedies only intensified public pressure on the authorities, demanding the adoption of measures to protect the rights of African Americans and end discrimination. Under the influence of mass protests, appeals, and growing support from the media, Congress passed 2 key laws that changed the situation in the country. In 1964, the Civil Rights Act was signed, which prohibited discrimination based on race in public places, schools, and in the workplace, guaranteeing equality for all citizens before the law. In 1965, the Voting Rights Act was passed, which eliminated barriers preventing black citizens from voting and ensured their ability to participate in the political life of the country. These laws became important milestones on the path to legal equality, enshrining the rights of African Americans and creating conditions for their integration into society. However, the struggle did not end after the adoption of the laws, and there remained serious problems related to economic and social inequality. After the laws came new challenges: poverty, racial inequality in cities, police violence, and African Americans continued to face discrimination and prejudice. Other leaders emerged, such as Malcolm X, and organizations like the Black Panthers, who believed that a gentle approach was not effective and advocated for self-defense and more radical methods, reflecting disillusionment with non-violent struggle and the desire for rapid change. The movement became diverse, sometimes internally contradictory, but overall it achieved the main thing: an irreversible shift in the consciousness of the nation, recognizing the need for racial equality and changing attitudes towards African Americans. Martin Luther King, who was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his activities, was assassinated in 1968, which became a tragedy for the entire country. But his words, his voice, and his dream remained alive and continue to influence American society to this day, inspiring people to fight for justice and equality. Against the backdrop of the civil rights movement and the controversies surrounding the Vietnam War, American society in the 1960s and early 1970s experienced a genuine cultural explosion that reshaped its values and ideals. These years became a time of profound reassessment of values, social norms, and expectations as people began to question the meaning of life and what truly mattered. The younger generation rallied against the traditional order, against war, against racial and gender injustice, against authority figures and corporate culture, striving for freedom and self-expression. Thus began an era of youth protests, counterculture, sexual revolution, and new music, a time that forever changed the face of America, reflecting its desire for change and progress. One of the most striking phenomena of this period was the hippie movement, expressing protest against the war and striving for peace and love. Young people rejected material possessions, moved to communes, wore bright clothing, grew their hair long, became fascinated with Eastern philosophy, meditation, and a natural way of life, seeking harmony with nature and themselves. For them, the rejection of violence, peace, love, and freedom were important, and they preached these values through their way of life. All of this was reflected in their slogan, "Make love, not war," which became a symbol of the era. They spoke out against militarism and capitalism, against the hypocrisy of consumer society, striving to create a more just and humane society. The hippies believed that the world could be changed not through politics, but through a change in consciousness, spreading ideas of love and peace. Their center became California, especially areas of San Francisco like Haight-Ashbury, and a massive event, the Summer of Love in 1967, when tens of thousands of young people gathered at music festivals and communal celebrations of life, demonstrating their freedom and unity. Music became the voice of a generation, expressing its protest and desire for freedom. It was during these years that bands and performers such as the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Bob Dylan, and others emerged onto the scene, becoming iconic figures and having a huge influence on culture. Their songs spoke of peace, love, protest, and freedom, reflecting the mood of the youth and inspiring them to fight for their ideals. The apotheosis of the musical counterculture was the Woodstock Festival, held in August of 1969, which became a symbol of freedom and peace. More than 400,000 people gathered on a farm in New York State to listen to music, live in tents, and feel part of a unified movement, expressing their solidarity and desire for change. Despite the chaos, rain, and lack of amenities, Woodstock became a symbol of the era, proof that a new generation could unite not for war, but for peace and art, creating a new society based on love and freedom. In parallel with this, the feminist movement was gaining momentum, fighting for women's equality and the expansion of their rights. If at the beginning of the century, women fought for the right to vote, now it was about more profound changes. Equal rights in education, in the workplace, in the family, and in society, striving for complete equality between men and women. In 1963, Betty Friedan's book, The Feminine Mystique, was published, which became the manifesto of the second wave of feminism and had a huge impact on American society. It spoke about how millions of women feel unhappy despite the outwardly prosperous life of housewives and strive for self-realization outside the home. This caused a storm of responses, and a large-scale campaign for equal rights began, attracting millions of supporters. Women created organizations, went on marches, and sought changes in laws on labor, access to higher education, and the right to abortion, expanding their rights and freedoms. Feminists criticized sexism in culture, the media, and advertising, fighting for the right to determine their own destiny, striving to create a society where women have equal opportunities with men. Also during this period, movements for the rights of sexual minorities, for environmental protection, and for consumer rights began to actively develop, fighting for the protection of the rights of various groups of the population and creating a more just society. Youth protests took various forms, from peaceful demonstrations and flash mobs to radical actions and even street clashes with the police, reflecting the diversity of views and the desire for change. More and more often questions were raised. Who are we? Why are we living? What is really important? Forcing people to think about the meaning of life and their values. A society built on traditional roles and hierarchy was confronted by a generation for whom the main thing was freedom, self-expression, and personal truth, which led to a clash of values and cultures. This wave of cultural and social changes not only changed fashion, music, and language, but also had a long-term impact on U.S. politics and public life, shaping modern American society. Many ideas of that time, tolerance, the right to be yourself, equal opportunities, have become part of modern American identity, defining its values and principles. And although the counterculture had receded from the forefront by the 1980s, its legacy lives on and continues to shape American society, reminding us of the importance of freedom, equality, and self-expression. What happened in the United States in the 1970s? How did the country survive this crisis? After the cultural upheavals of the 60s and the wave of protests of the 70s, American society craved stability and change, facing serious problems. America entered a decade filled with internal conflicts, political scandals, and economic instability, which undermined confidence in the future. This was a moment when society's faith in progress and government was shaken, and idealism was replaced by a period of disappointment and the search for new solutions capable of restoring confidence and prosperity to the country. The central events of this transitional period were the Watergate scandal, the energy crisis, and the rise to power of Ronald Reagan with his economic reforms known as Reaganomics, which became a symbol of a new era. The Watergate scandal began as a seemingly insignificant crime, but its consequences turned out to be enormous for American politics and society. In June of 1972, a group of people broke into the Democratic Party headquarters, located in the Watergate office building in Washington, D.C., to install eavesdropping equipment and gain access to confidential information. Initially, the public did not attach much importance to this, considering it an ordinary crime, but the investigation conducted by journalists Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, working for the Washington Post, quickly took on a national scale, revealing the truth about the abuse of power. It gradually became clear that these people were associated with President Richard Nixon's election campaign, and that the White House was systematically engaged in surveillance, blackmail, pressure on government agencies, and the destruction of evidence, seeking to hide the truth and avoid responsibility. When Congress demanded disclosure of records of conversations from the Oval Office, it turned out that the president himself had participated in discussions of concealing information which became proof of his guilt. Under threat of impeachment, Nixon resigned in August of 1974, becoming the only U.S. president to voluntarily resign to avoid a shameful impeachment. This unprecedented step was a turning point in American history, demonstrating the power of law and the independence of the press. Trust in the authorities fell sharply, and journalism became firmly established as an instrument of public control over the state, protecting the rights and freedoms of citizens. While the country was trying to comprehend the political crisis, an energy crisis erupted, exacerbating economic problems and undermining Americans' confidence in the future. In response to U.S. support for Israel in the war against Arab countries in 1973, OPEC countries imposed an oil embargo, halting oil supplies to the U.S., which led to rising energy prices. As a result, oil prices quadrupled, causing a sharp rise in fuel prices, gasoline shortages, queues at gas stations, and panic, paralyzing the American economy. But even deeper was the associated economic problem, the so-called stagflation, a combination of high inflation and unemployment, which had previously rarely occurred in developed economies and became a serious challenge for economic theory. Rising prices, declining production, job cuts, falling real incomes, all of this undermined Americans' confidence in the stability of the economic model, and they began to doubt the future. In these circumstances, the government of Gerald Ford and then Jimmy Carter tried to cope with the crisis, but their measures seemed ineffective and did not bring the desired results. Carter's speech, known as the Crisis of Confidence, in which he acknowledged the moral and spiritual exhaustion of the nation, was met with disappointment, and people did not believe in his ability to cope with the problems. In such an atmosphere of mistrust, fear of the future, and the need for a clear course, Ronald Reagan, a former actor and governor of California, won the presidential election in 1980, promising to restore America to greatness and prosperity. A man with a bright charisma, an optimistic message, and a clear economic program, he instilled hope in the hearts of Americans and offered them a new vision of the future. His approach was called Reaganomics, and it was based on 4 key principles aimed at stimulating economic growth and strengthening America's position in the world: tax cuts, lower government spending, deregulation of the economy, and strengthening the role of the private sector, which became a symbol of a new economic policy. Reagan promised that reducing the tax burden would lead to increased investment, job creation, and, as a result, overall economic growth, benefiting all segments of the population. This model became known as trickle-down economics, the idea that the prosperity of the wealthy would eventually lead to an improvement in the lives of everyone else, and its effectiveness has sparked debate and disagreement. In practice, this meant massive cuts to social programs, budget cuts and reductions in government spending, lower income taxes, especially for wealthy citizens, deregulation of the banking and energy sectors, removing restrictions and promoting business development, and record spending on defense aimed at confronting the Soviet Union. The economy did begin to grow, inflation fell, GDP increased, the stock market revived, and America once again felt strong and prosperous. However, along with this, the national debt grew, wealth inequality increased, and millions of Americans faced reduced benefits, loss of access to medical programs, and increased homelessness, showing that economic growth does not always lead to an improvement in the lives of all segments of the population. Nevertheless, Reagan remained very popular, and Americans believed in his policies. He knew how to inspire, speak simply and confidently, promise the restoration of the American dream, and his words resonated in people's hearts. His rhetoric about a strong, free, and proud America appealed to many, and he became a symbol of American conservatism. He was re-elected by a huge margin and set the tone for political debates for many years, where the state should interfere less and the market should work freely, creating new opportunities for economic development. Thus, the period from the mid-70s to the late 80s became a time of profound upheaval, a departure from idealistic illusions, and the formation of a new course that determined America's further development. It was an era when America, facing a crisis of confidence and economic instability, chose the path of strength, optimism, and market solutions, with consequences that are still felt today and cause debate and disagreement. The end of the Cold War was one of the most significant geopolitical shifts of the 20th century, opening a new era in human history. It was not just a victory of one country over another, but the collapse of an entire ideological system, the disintegration of the world's largest empire, and a turning point that defined the architecture of the modern world, changing the balance of power on the world stage. What happened after the end of the Cold War? What new challenges did America face? On June 25, 1950, without a prior declaration of war, North Korean troops crossed the 38th parallel and began a rapid advance south, initiating the Korean War and becoming one of the bloodiest wars of the Cold War. During the first weeks, they captured Seoul and almost completely occupied South Korea, putting it on the verge of collapse. The United States, seeing this as aggression by the communist bloc aimed at expanding its influence in Asia, immediately initiated a discussion in the UN Security Council, and in the absence of the USSR, which at that time was boycotting the meeting in protest against the non-recognition of Communist China, a decision was made on military intervention to protect South Korea from communist aggression. American forces, reinforced by troops from other UN countries, began a counter-offensive, seeking to stop the advance of North Korean troops and restore the sovereignty of South Korea. The Incheon landing, organized by General Douglas MacArthur, became a decisive turning point in the Korean War, allowing American troops to seize the initiative and go on the offensive. The North Koreans were pushed back, and UN troops advanced almost to the border with China, liberating most of North Korea. However, China perceived this as a threat to its security and sent hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the volunteer army into battle, assisting North Korea and changing the course of the war. The front moved again, this time south, and the war took on a protracted and bloody character, depleting the resources of both sides. In 1951, the battle lines stabilized approximately in the area of the same 38th parallel, and the war entered a positional phase, with trench warfare and fierce clashes. The fighting continued for another 2 years, exhausting, positional, with thousands of casualties, destroyed cities, and huge losses among the civilian population, which became a tragedy for the Korean people. An armistice was signed on July 27, 1953, stopping the bloodshed and fixing the division of Korea into 2 states. But a peace treaty was never concluded, and formally the 2 Koreas are still at war, maintaining tension in the region. The war showed that the United States was ready to use force in the fight against communism, even at the cost of heavy losses and a protracted conflict, but that this struggle could be difficult and not always successful. It also became the first test of the UN as an instrument of collective security, revealing its capabilities and limitations. 9 years later, the world found itself in a much more dangerous situation during the Cuban Missile Crisis in October 1962, which brought humanity to the brink of nuclear war and demonstrated the fragility of peace. After the Cuban Revolution of 1959, Fidel Castro came to power and proclaimed a course towards socialism, nationalized American enterprises, and established close ties with the USSR, which caused discontent in the United States and led to a deterioration in relations between the two countries. In 1961, the United States supported a failed attempt to overthrow Castro, the Bay of Pigs invasion, which further pushed Cuba into an alliance with the Soviet Union, seeking to ensure its security and protect itself from American aggression. In 1962, seeking to balance the American nuclear advantage in Europe and protect Cuba from a possible U.S. invasion, the USSR began secretly deploying medium-range ballistic missiles on the island, capable of hitting most of the U.S. territory, which created a direct threat to American security and disrupted the balance of power in the world. American intelligence discovered this thanks to photographs taken from U-2 planes and reported it to President Kennedy, which became the beginning of the Cuban Missile Crisis. On October 22nd, President John Kennedy addressed the nation, announcing a naval blockade of Cuba and demanding the immediate dismantling of Soviet missiles, which led to an escalation of the crisis and brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. The days that followed became the culmination of the entire Cold War, when tension reached its limit and the world froze in anticipation of disaster, understanding that any mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. For the first time, there was a real threat of an imminent exchange of nuclear strikes, capable of destroying civilization and leading to the death of millions of people. The U.S. Air Force and Navy were put on high alert. Soviet submarines patrolled the Atlantic, and the political leadership of both states conducted complex negotiations through intermediaries and direct communication channels, seeking to find a way out of the crisis and prevent war. The resolution came on October 28th, when Khrushchev agreed to dismantle the missiles in exchange for public guarantees from the United States not to invade Cuba, as well as secret obligations to withdraw American missiles from Turkey, which allowed both sides to save face and avoid war, demonstrating political wisdom and responsibility. Both leaders, Khrushchev and Kennedy, understood how dangerous this situation was and did everything to save face but avoid war, showing restraint and a willingness to compromise. After this crisis, a direct telephone line was established between the Kremlin and the White House, so that such situations could be resolved more quickly and directly, preventing escalation of the conflict and ensuring communication between the leaders of the two countries. Both of these conflicts, one long, destructive through intermediaries, the other brief but critically dangerous, showed that the Cold War could take different forms, from regional wars to an immediate threat of global apocalypse, and that every effort must be made to prevent conflicts and maintain peace. It was after them that the US and the USSR became much more actively involved in arms control and the creation of mechanisms to prevent such crises, seeking to reduce tensions and avoid nuclear war, realizing the enormous risks. After the formation of two opposing blocs and the establishment of a system of nuclear deterrence, tension between the US and the USSR began to take increasingly concrete forms, and the superpowers increasingly engaged in conflicts indirectly through supporting allies in local wars, not wanting to unleash a direct war. This is how one of the most painful episodes of the Cold War began, the Vietnam War, which became a symbol of a tragic mistake and had a huge impact on American society. This conflict not only called into question the military power of the United States, but also forever changed American society, politics, and the nation's self-awareness, leaving a deep mark on its history. The origins of the war go back to the period of decolonization, when many countries in Asia and Africa began to fight for independence from European powers, and Vietnam was no exception. After the Second World War, Vietnam, previously controlled by France, began a struggle for independence under the leadership of the communist leader Ho Chi Minh, who sought to create an independent and socialist state which did not suit the United States. In 1954, after the defeat of France in the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, Vietnam was divided along the 17th parallel into two states, Communist North and pro-Western South, which repeated the fate of Korea and Germany and became the cause of further conflict. The United States, fearing the expansion of the influence of the USSR and China in Southeast Asia, began to actively support the government of South Vietnam, which turned out to be unstable, corrupt, and unpopular among the population, and could not effectively resist the communist threat. In the 1950s and early 1960s, American intervention was limited to military advisors and economic aid, seeking to support South Vietnam and prevent its fall under the influence of the communists. However, in 1964, after the so-called Gulf of Tonkin incident, when American ships were allegedly attacked by North Vietnamese torpedo boats, which caused doubts and disputes, the U.S. Congress gave President Lyndon Johnson virtually unlimited powers to conduct hostilities in Vietnam, which led to an escalation of the conflict and its transformation into a full-scale war, with huge casualties and destruction. What role did the anti-war movement play in the Vietnam War? How did the war affect American society? On June 25, 1950, North Korean troops, without a declaration of war, crossed the 38th parallel and began their advance south, marking the beginning of one of the most devastating conflicts of the Cold War. In the initial weeks, they captured Seoul and occupied almost all of South Korea, posing a significant threat to American interests in the region. The United States, interpreting this as aggression from the communist bloc, immediately initiated discussions in the United Nations Security Council. With the Soviet Union absent, boycotting the Council at the time, a decision was made to intervene militarily to protect South Korea from communist aggression. American forces, reinforced by troops from other United Nations countries, launched a counter-offensive aiming to halt the North Korean advance and restore South Korean sovereignty, leading to a protracted and bloody war. The Incheon landing, orchestrated by General Douglas MacArthur, proved to be a crucial turning point in the Korean War, allowing United Nations forces to seize the initiative and launch an offensive that routed the North Korean troops. The Northerners were pushed back, and United Nations forces advanced nearly to the border with China, liberating much of North Korea. However, China viewed this as a threat to its security and deployed hundreds of thousands of volunteer army soldiers, aiding North Korea and shifting the war's momentum, driving the United Nations forces back south. The front moved again, this time southward, and the war devolved into a static conflict characterized by trench warfare and fierce clashes. In 1951, the battle line stabilized roughly around the 38th parallel, and lengthy, grueling armistice negotiations began. Fighting continued for another 2 years, characterized by grueling positional warfare, resulting in thousands of casualties, destroyed cities, and immense suffering among the civilian population, leading to vast devastation and hardship for the Korean people. An armistice was signed on July 27, 1953, halting the bloodshed and solidifying the division of Korea into two nations. However, a peace treaty was never concluded, and formally the two Koreas remain at war, perpetuating tension in the region and remaining one of the world's hotspots. The war demonstrated the United States' willingness to use force in the fight against communism, even at the cost of significant losses and a protracted conflict. But it also showed that this struggle could be arduous and not always successful. It also marked the first serious test for the United Nations as an instrument of collective security, highlighting its capabilities and limitations and reaffirming the necessity of international cooperation to maintain peace. 9 years later, The world found itself in an even more perilous situation during the Cuban Missile Crisis in October 1962, bringing humanity to the brink of nuclear war and demonstrating the fragility of peace. Following the Cuban Revolution of 1959, Fidel Castro came to power and declared a socialist course, nationalizing American businesses and establishing close ties with the Soviet Union, which provoked resentment in the United States and led to a deterioration in relations between the two countries. In 1961, the United States supported a failed attempt to overthrow Castro, the Bay of Pigs invasion, which further pushed Cuba into an alliance with the Soviet Union, fearing American aggression. In 1962, seeking to offset the American nuclear advantage in Europe and protect Cuba from a potential United States invasion, the Soviet Union began secretly deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles on the island, capable of striking much of the United States. This created a direct threat to American security and disrupted the balance of power in the world, putting the United States in a vulnerable position. American intelligence discovered this through photographs taken by U-2 spy planes and informed President Kennedy, marking the beginning of the Cuban Missile Crisis and leading to a confrontation between the two superpowers. On October 22nd, President John F. Kennedy addressed the nation, announcing a naval blockade of Cuba and demanding the immediate dismantling of the Soviet missiles. This escalated the crisis and brought the world to the brink of nuclear war, creating a threat to all of humanity. The days that followed became the culmination of the entire Cold War, as tensions reached a boiling point and the world held its breath, awaiting catastrophe, understanding that any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. For the first time, there was a real threat of an imminent exchange of nuclear strikes, capable of destroying civilization and leading to the deaths of millions of people. The United States Air Force and Navy were placed on high alert. Soviet submarines patrolled the Atlantic, and the political leadership of both countries engaged in complex negotiations through intermediaries and direct lines of communication, seeking a way out of the crisis and preventing war, demonstrating responsibility and restraint. The resolution came on October 28th, when Khrushchev agreed to dismantle the missiles in exchange for public guarantees from the United States not to invade Cuba, as well as secret commitments to withdraw American missiles from Turkey. This allowed both sides to save face and avoid war, demonstrating political wisdom and responsibility. Both leaders, Khrushchev and Kennedy, understood how dangerous the situation was and did everything they could to preserve peace, demonstrating their willingness to compromise and their responsibility for the fate of the world. Following this crisis, a direct telephone line was established between the Kremlin and the White House so that similar situations could be resolved more quickly and directly, preventing escalation of conflict and ensuring communication between the leaders of the two countries in crisis situations. Both of these conflicts, one a long, destructive proxy war, the other a brief but critically dangerous confrontation, showed that the Cold War could take many forms, from regional wars to the immediate threat of global apocalypse, and that every effort must be made to prevent conflicts and maintain peace. It was after these events that the United States and the Soviet Union became much more active in arms control and the creation of mechanisms to prevent similar crises, seeking to reduce tensions and avoid nuclear war, recognizing the immense risks and threats. After the formation of two opposing blocs and the establishment of a system of nuclear deterrence, the tension between the United States and the Soviet Union began to take on increasingly concrete forms. The superpowers increasingly engaged in conflicts indirectly through support for allies in local wars, unwilling to unleash a direct war and fearing nuclear catastrophe. This is how one of the most painful episodes of the Cold War began, the Vietnam War, which became a symbol of tragic error and had a tremendous impact on American society. This conflict not only called into question the military might of the United States, but also forever changed American society, politics, and national identity, leaving a deep mark on its history and culture. The roots of the war lie in the period of decolonization, when many countries in Asia and Africa began fighting for independence from European powers, and Vietnam was no exception. After World War II, Vietnam, previously controlled by France, began its struggle for independence under the leadership of communist leader Ho Chi Minh, who sought to create an independent and socialist state, which the United States opposed. In 1954, after the French defeat at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, Vietnam was divided along the 17th parallel into two states, Communist North and pro-Western South, mirroring the fate of Korea and Germany and becoming the cause of further conflict, dividing the Vietnamese people. The United States, fearing the expansion of Soviet and Chinese influence in Southeast Asia, began actively supporting the government of South Vietnam, which proved unstable, corrupt, and unpopular among the population and could not effectively counter the communist threat. In the 1950s and early 1960s, American intervention was limited to military advisors and economic aid, seeking to support South Vietnam and prevent its fall under communist influence. But the situation worsened. However, in 1964, after the so-called Gulf of Tonkin incident, when American ships were allegedly attacked by North Vietnamese torpedo boats, which sparked doubts and controversy, the United States Congress gave President Lyndon Johnson virtually unlimited powers to conduct military operations in Vietnam. This led to an escalation of the conflict and its transformation into a full-scale war with huge casualties and destruction which divided American society. What happened in Afghanistan in the 80s? What role did the United States play in that conflict? It was during this period, in the 1990s, that America experienced one of the most powerful economic booms in its history, against the backdrop of a true technological revolution that changed the lifestyles of millions of people and created new opportunities for development. A key factor in this boom was a combination of several processes that occurred simultaneously and reinforced each other. First, macroeconomic stability was established in the economy, creating favorable conditions for investment and growth. Inflation remained low, unemployment decreased, and gross domestic product growth showed steady dynamics, strengthening the confidence of businesses and consumers in the future. Second, thanks to the abandonment of the policy of rigid confrontation after the end of the Cold War, federal defense spending was reduced, which allowed resources to be reallocated to domestic development, investing in education, infrastructure, and other important areas. Third, the technological sector became a decisive engine of growth, especially the rapid growth of the computer industry and the beginning of the mass introduction of the Internet, which changed the world and created new industries. Computers became an integral part of everyday life, penetrating all areas of activity. If in the 1980s the personal computer was a rarity, then by the mid-1990s it stood in almost every office and soon in most homes, becoming a necessary tool for work and communication. The development of software, especially Windows operating systems, made technology accessible to millions, simplifying its use and expanding opportunities for application. At the same time, the Internet grew rapidly, connecting people around the world and opening up new opportunities for information exchange and communication. In 1991, access to the World Wide Web was open to private users, and literally in a few years there was an explosion of interest in the digital environment, and the Internet became accessible to everyone. The first browsers, search engines, email, online stores, and forums appeared, simplifying access to information and communication. By the end of the decade, the Internet had become a full-fledged platform for trade, communication, media, and education, becoming an integral part of the lives of people and businesses. Amidst this technological boom, a new breed of companies emerged, later dubbed dot-coms, forging a new economy rooted in the Internet and technology. Small startups, conceived in garages and university labs, transformed into million- and billion-dollar corporations in just a few years, rewriting the rules and creating unprecedented opportunities. Giants like Amazon, eBay, Yahoo, and Google began their ascent during this decade, their success becoming a symbol of a new era and technological progress. The culmination was the surge in the stock market, particularly the Nasdaq, where tech companies were listed and investors believed in their limitless potential. Investing in internet businesses became a widespread phenomenon. The market expanded at an incredible rate, creating the illusion of endless prosperity until the bubble burst in the early 2000s, but only after the golden age of the 90s had ended. Simultaneously, significant social and cultural shifts were unfolding, mirroring changes in society and its values. New forms of work emerged, such as freelancing and remote work, empowering individuals to work from anywhere in the world and enjoy flexible schedules. The influence of pop culture amplified, with cable television, music videos, video game consoles, and mobile phones becoming integral parts of everyday life, shaping the tastes and preferences of young people. In the realm of politics and international relations, the United States acted from a position of strength, intervening in conflicts in the Balkans, Somalia, and the Persian Gulf, striving to establish its order and maintain global stability. This was also a period when ideas of globalization began to dominate the economy, with the active export of culture, technology, and financial models worldwide, leading to the strengthening of American influence. Thus, the 1990s became an era of relative peace, rapid technological advancement, and economic optimism, creating a new reality. America felt like the leader of a new world where digital technologies, the free market, and cultural influence became the main instruments of domination, and it strived to use its advantages to promote its interests. This period laid the foundation for the entire digital society of the 21st century and is still perceived as a time of hope, change, and rapid growth, leaving an indelible mark on history. After the whirlwind of technological development and relative stability of the 1990s, America entered the 21st century in a state of confidence and global leadership, believing in its success and prosperity. But at the very beginning of the new millennium, an event occurred that became a turning point for all world politics and the internal life of the United States, changing its course and priorities. On September 11, 2001, the country suffered an unprecedented attack, the largest attack on its territory since the Second World War, becoming the victim of a terrorist act. That tragic morning forever changed the world, impacting international relations, security, public consciousness, and triggering a chain of armed conflicts that lasted for decades, the consequences of which are still felt today. On that day, 4 civilian airplanes were hijacked by radical members of the extremist group Al-Qaeda, based outside the United States, a result of globalization and new threats. 2 of them crashed into the towers of the World Trade Center in New York City, symbolizing American economic power, collapsing them and causing immense destruction. A third struck the Pentagon building, the headquarters of the Department of Defense in Washington, D.C., causing severe damage. The fourth was most likely headed for the Capitol building or the White House, but passengers resisted the terrorists and the plane crashed into a field in Pennsylvania, averting another tragedy. As a result of these attacks, nearly 3,000 people died, including rescuers and first responders who rushed to help the victims. This was not only a terrible tragedy, but also a shock to the entire country, causing fear and outrage. Immediately afterward, a large-scale revision of the entire concept of national security began, aimed at preventing such attacks in the future. Just a month later, in October of 2001, the United States launched a military operation in Afghanistan, the goal of which was to overthrow the Taliban regime, which was harboring the organizers of the attack and providing them with refuge. The operation was accompanied by the participation of an international coalition that supported the United States in its fight against terrorism. The initial stages went quickly. The Taliban were overthrown, and key bases of the group were destroyed, but the war in Afghanistan dragged on for many years. However, The armed presence of the United States in Afghanistan lasted almost 20 years and became the longest military campaign in American history, without bringing the expected results. The next step was the campaign in Iraq, launched under the pretext of the presence of weapons of mass destruction and ties with radical forces, which turned out to be a lie. What happened in the United States after 1991? What new challenges did the country face? His administration coincided with a difficult period in United States history when it was necessary to restore the economy after the crisis, reform key institutions, and restore citizens' faith in the fairness and effectiveness of the system, strengthening trust in the government. The economic crisis and the reforms that followed became a kind of test of maturity for American democracy, a test that the country generally managed to withstand, demonstrating its resilience and ability to adapt to new challenges. At the beginning of the third decade of the 21st century, the United States is facing new and complex challenges, different from those that defined previous eras, and requiring new approaches and solutions. If in the past wars, economic upheavals, or technological leaps came to the fore, today the main problems are internal contradictions, social polarization, identity issues, and global threats, such as climate change, exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. All these processes are interconnected and affect various spheres of life, from political debates to the daily life of millions of citizens, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and anxiety. One of the most acute topics of recent years has been political and cultural polarization, which has divided American society and created tensions between different groups of the population. U.S. society is increasingly divided into two opposing camps, not only by party affiliation, but also by views on science, religion, history, and social justice, which makes it difficult to find compromises and make decisions. Social networks, media algorithms, and closed information environments amplify the echo chamber effect, where people only hear opinions that coincide with their own, which leads to the strengthening of prejudices and distrust of other points of view. This creates an environment of distrust, where compromise seems impossible and political dialogue turns into confrontation, hindering problem-solving and creating a threat to democracy. The problem is exacerbated by high-profile events, mass protests, outbreaks of violence, disputes over elections, and freedom of speech, which escalate the situation and increase polarization. Even on basic concepts like democracy and human rights, society increasingly looks through the prism of partisan differences, which leads to distorted values and misinformation. Against the backdrop of this tension, disputes over immigration continue, remaining one of the most controversial issues in American politics. The United States was originally built as a country of immigrants, and this trait has been perceived for centuries as a source of strength, attracting talented and hard-working people from all over the world. But in recent years, the issue of migration has become the subject of fierce debate, dividing society into supporters and opponents of open borders. On the one hand, millions of newcomers continue to contribute to the country's economy, culture, and science, enriching it with diversity and ensuring its prosperity. On the other hand, concerns are growing about security, cultural differences, pressure on social systems, and competition in the labor market, which leads to discontent and tension. The problem of illegal immigration remains acute, especially in the southern states, where the main number of border crossings are concentrated, which creates a burden on local resources. Politicians offer opposing solutions, from building barriers on the border with Mexico to creating legalization paths for undocumented immigrants. But consensus is still far off, and the problem remains unresolved. A separate and perhaps the most massive problem is climate change, which poses a threat to all of humanity. Hurricanes, droughts, wildfires, and abnormal heat have already become part of reality, and their consequences are becoming increasingly apparent. Scientists warn that the consequences will only intensify if urgent measures are not taken to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The United States, as one of the largest sources of carbon dioxide emissions in history, plays a key role in the global ecological balance, and its actions are of great importance for the future of the planet. Within the country, there is an active confrontation between supporters of environmental reform, demanding the adoption of radical measures to reduce emissions, and those who fear the economic consequences of green policies, believing that this will harm the American economy. The adoption of the Paris Agreement on climate, investments in renewable energy, the development of environmental standards, all this causes both support and fierce resistance, which makes it difficult to take effective measures to combat climate change. Nevertheless, more and more young Americans and business representatives are realizing the inevitability of change and are demanding more decisive action to protect the planet for future generations. Contemporary America finds itself at a crossroads, grappling with a multitude of challenges and complex issues. These challenges lack simple solutions, each demanding a delicate balance between freedom and responsibility, innovation and tradition, national interests, and the global agenda. How America navigates these trials will shape not only its own destiny, but also the future of the world. The future hinges on whether American society can rediscover common ground and forge a unified strategy to address the rapidly changing world. The ultimate goal is to preserve its core values and ideals while maintaining its role as a leader in the global community. What are the prospects for the United States in the 21st century? What role will America play in the future world order?